Well, should be started. Join call.
Hello.
Hello. I'm sorry for being late. I didn't expect. Normally it's like a couple hours past 7 Eastern until we get started recently, so I wasn't expecting that. Also, I've been a little busy. Julia and Egwin, or Myan, are moving a couch upstairs, and I've been trying to do things like keep the cat out of the way and things like that.
All right.
It's been kind of hectic, and I didn't want to things end badly.
No worries, you got a hold of it.
Can I be right back? I want to get myself something to drink.
Absolutely, go right ahead.
Thank you. I swear I'm always paranoid that when I say thank you, it sounds like another word.
No, you're fine.
Okay, one moment. Get myself some water.
Sip, sip.
I was thinking to make us more collabable.
Yeah.
I could, he's xenomorphica, he ain't gonna. I could, try to build my own new base, like, right below where yours is. That way, like, we could, like, work together more. Unless you don't want to and you want to just be separate. But I could, like, help you with stuff and such and so forth.
Yeah, I don't see any reason.
Do you want me to mute it? I'm sorry, I needed to. Egwin needs to tell me something.
You're okay. All right. Well, other own jokers. 2 tons malt plus 1 ton size.
Crappy news.
What's up?
They were not able to get the couch upstairs. With or without my help.
Couches are pretty damn heavy.
Well, it got stuck in trying to get it up to the room upstairs, and now they're going to have to destroy it with a saw. There may be a little bit of saw sounds in the middle of the stream. I'll mute myself. Plug my ears up so it doesn't cause worse tinnitus, hopefully. But yeah, Julia's dad's gonna come over and saw it because they literally can't get it through the door. Rip couch.
That sucks.
Yeah, that does. Again, this has been a hectic evening. I'm really sorry.
It's okay. You're perfectly fine.
Hey, son. Weird subsection of videos where it's punch up, but the video speeds up every time there's... Yeah, that sounds about like the internet. Like, you gotta try crazy things to get people's attention on YouTube now. It's like in the genre of like stuff that started with Lazy Town, where it's like we're number one, but every time he says we're number one, it gets faster.
We're number
one. I've seen that genre.
We're number one. Ah!
You've got to catch a superhero on the run. Tell me, Auri, are you a real villain?
Sometimes. I mean, no, absolutely not. I'm a good noodle.
I knew it. I knew it. You wouldn't be a villain. You would never.
Yeah. But, mm,
Did I get a new message? Hey. So where's Spicer? The plan was to hang
uh,
out with Spicer.
he's making food and whatnot right now.
Okay.
He'll be here soon.
I ate enough of a snack to abate my hunger for a time.
Snack
It's
good.
it's like it's a Chinese snack. I forgot its name. It's like someone made jerky out of out of some sort of like soybean.
That sounds yummy.
I It is yummy. It's really yummy.
That's really tasty, actually. Mmm.
I like them a lot. We get them when we go to a local Asian food store called Viet Hoa. And yes,
No.
Julia is okay with me mentioning things that could potentially get us doxxed.
No worries. And
It's not gonna. That's a big enough area that that could mean we're anywhere. We're like on the outskirts somewhere of the Indiana metro area. That's all that that would tell you, is that it's around Indianapolis.
Yeah, that's fair. I might actually win this Balatro run. Not to
Oh,
jinx
nice.
myself.
When I get my
Mm.
thingy back up, I'm gonna need to. Oh, I was watching your stream. There I am, right there. I need to
Yep.
turn on the thing that shows you and also like exit out of. It's not letting me exit out of tabs because I got so many tabs.
You gotta collect the tabs just in case you need them.
It's not allowing me to exit out of the thing I was doing. Made a 3 plus. Yes, okay, that's cool. I will put them in a new window. Let's just make a new window to put the old windows because it doesn't allow me to exit out of because I've got our whatchamacallit open.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a shame about the couch. Like we were
it
gonna
is.
have the couch upstairs.
I hope that they're still able to get it up there at some point. How'd they get it stuck
It'd be
exactly?
nice if by some miracle it was salvageable, but Agwin has told me that it is not. So I'm
Um,
sorry I have not finished my character in Sword World. I am so sorry. I
Perfectly
was like
okay.
literally obsessed with Sword World not too long ago. And now literally I'm holding everyone back. I am so sorry.
No, you're okay.
I have been reading.
Yeah, I win.
Um I've been wanting to wait until I finish read the sorry, were you talking?
No, I just said I won. Happy noises.
Oh, nice. Congrats.
Thanks.
I should still have your stream up, but it's kind of hard for me to do that while collabing, especially since there's like I think a rule
Perfectly
on
okay.
Twitch about not watching streams while you're streaming, but also that
I don't
shouldn't
know.
count if you're collabing.
I also agree with that second part. I don't know if there's one that we're talking about like that, but also meh. Meh
Looks
to
like I'll
them.
need to update Vintage Story. Oh, that's a pretty thing someone made. I was working on a cathedral myself, and here's one right here with a big old spire.
You like
You see
those.
that when they like to do updates, they like to have a screenshot of things people made.
Hmm. I
It's
liked
like,
especially there was one that near Halloween that was like some witches around a cauldron and stuff. It was cool.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, there was some one of the little backgrounds around Halloween for Vintage Story was like some witches around a cauldron. It's all chiseled
Oh, that's
blocks.
cool.
It looked really neat.
Oh my god, this person made what I dream of making. I'm gonna have to save that. Someone
Ooh.
made what I dream of making, and it hurts. Because this is my dream of making something like as good as this in Vintage Story someday, and I'm so far from that. I am so far from that, it hurts. This is literally what I want to make in Vintage Story, a huge cathedral, and they made it an amazing one already. The
Sounds like
stained
goals.
glass looks so good, and they chiseled everything.
Oh
Oh
god,
my god, it
the
hurts. I just don't want to
chiseling
do something like that. That is like my dream. To make the most impressive cathedral in Minecraft or Vintage Story or Terraria or whatever game that allows you to build. I want to make the most impressive cathedral ever. I want
Mhm.
to just. I could never. How do they do this? Are they in like. They must be in creative mode to have done that. There is no way they did that in
It's possible they were
survival.
creative though, but not like guaranteed. Some people are just that dedicated.
Oh, it's insane. This is my dream, is to make something like this. Alright, where's the update file? Like, they got downloaded through the account manager? That's so annoying. Is this gonna, like, show my username and password if I just to download the update? It
The
says that
download the
they
update
want
for
to
Vintage
download it through the account manager.
on Vintage Story.
Yeah.
You shouldn't
Like,
need to download the update right now. It should still be on the previous version for the server.
oh,
So
okay. Speaking of Vintage Story, I was thinking, would it be okay? I mean, I know you've got claimed land, but like, what if, like, below your claimed land, I was to make, like, a base or house of my own? Would you be
yeah, that
okay
should
with that? That way we can, like, play and work together?
be fine. By below, do you mean like south or something like
Yeah,
that? Because
south.
okay, I wasn't sure if you meant like underneath. Because
No, below map wise.
I was like, do you want to be a goblin in a cave?
I nearly spat out my water.
I mean, hey, some people are into that, but like, yes, yes, bring me the shiny rocks.
So you
Ah,
have the mineral rights for this property?
Oh my
indeed.
gosh, hi.
Hello. What up?
Spicer, tell him what I've been doing. Tell him what
Uh,
I've been goblin working on.
horrifying me.
Horrifying because Windows API.
No, I've just never had someone that was like basically trying to suck me dry for information on a bunch of shit that no one wants to learn.
Oh, I'm so sorry. If I'm bothering you, then I
Hat
won't,
you.
and I'll
No.
learn elsewise.
I would not have done that all day if it wasn't like fun.
Fairy, I can't think of anything that would bother Spicer less. I than someone trying to drag every ounce of
I
information possible
I
from him.
genuinely just wasn't used to that much questioning. Like, I'm usually not prepared. Like, it got to the point where I was trying to explain binary and like how the machine like how like basically computer science. Like, how do machines interpret this information in order to like make things happen?
Yeah, that's
And I'm
something I
like,
normally don't ask people because other people don't know, and it wasn't gonna help me develop what I wanted to develop and see. But we were
But it's
kind of just
curious.
chatting and hanging out for hours on call, and I was like, you know what I never understood? Like how this run-on system of binary creates discrete information, how it doesn't just add into infinity and turns into something coherent that we can use. And what I understood, I think after a lot of explanation, is, due to the fact that 8 bits or like places on a string of 8 pieces of zeros and ones is a byte, or that it goes in like 8 decimals. You've got like 1 0 0 0 1 1 1 1, something like that, just as a random example. That's eight
1 1 0 0 1.
places.
Yeah,
And I guess it like breaks in terms of like what it means after that. It doesn't like break, but it like it's a different place in memory after that. And that being a different place in memory after the 8th place allows it to be discrete in some way.
Yeah,
So
it's
that
actually a
it
rule
can
with
mean something else
processors.
and isn't just
There's
an
actually
infinite add of
so there's actually a trick processors do. Reading. So if you have a 64-bit processor, which means the processor wants to work in 8 bytes at a time. And so a kind of funny thing that happens if you just want to read 1 byte, like somewhere random, what the processor actually does to do that is it reads the entire like block, like word that byte is in, and then what it does is it does what's called a binary shift, which is it basically moves all basically the ones and zeros in a direction. And what you can effectively do is move. So like let's say it's the 3rd byte in a 8-byte row, and you just want to read the 3rd one. What you can do is just shift it. I think it's called shift it to the right, and that'll make it so that like the 0 place or like the 1 place or whatever, like the beginning of that byte is now the beginning of the 64-bit word, and then you just read that as a byte. And that's like how
There's still a
processors
lot I
actually do
still
that
don't
stuff.
understand. I'm still not sure I understood all of what you just said
Yeah,
there.
I would
Did
have
you
to.
understand that, Auri?
Eh.
I would have to write it out. It's a bit hard to understand because like this is something I've always said with people that want to learn programming and stuff like that. Visualization is like 80% of it. Like being able to visualize a lot of things is very, very useful to understanding like how these things work.
Do you
'Cause
find the concept of how binary is supposed to represent things like maths and colors and sounds and graphics and operating systems and operating system operations and all those different things that all exist in binary? Music you're playing, the conversation we're having, the internet connection that's putting us together, all that different stuff, it's just binary. Does it ever confuse you how that could just be a endless, unbroken stream of zeros and ones? Does that break your brain at all, or is that just me, Ori?
I kind of got grok on it. I understand.
Yeah,
I
not
understand the
me.
things. It's neat.
binary is just hard to work with, Neko, just because as humans we have 10 fingers and we tend to think in base 10.
That's true.
Yeah.
Rather than base 2. In fact, there's other cultures that they counted on their like the finger segments and didn't include the thumb. So they actually had they naturally thought in base 12.
Interesting.
Which
Yeah,
is
like they would
fascinating.
just use one hand and just count each of their like finger segments. That's how they would count, and they just thought in base 10 or 12. I mean, and that was just their natural logic. But most of us, or most humans, built the whole base 10 stuff. The fingies.
We got 10 fingies and 10
We got 10
toes.
We
fingies
do,
and
we
10
do got
toes.
10 fingies.
Obviously, God meant it to be this way.
Just like we're supposed to be right-handed.
Exactly. Remember, everybody, people who use their left hand are literally the devil.
Mm-hmm.
Do not believe what I just said. I am wrong.
There's no
That was
such thing
satire.
as left-handed people.
that
That's
was a
woke
truth
nonsense.
bomb.
We gotta
It's
stop
true.
that.
They don't exist.
I believe everything I hear on the internet.
No, no, little Timmy.
It's on the internet. It must be true. It's gotta be, Paul.
I understood nothing. Kuma's like, I understood nothing. I understood some of what you were saying, but I didn't catch all of that up. My brain didn't grok all of that. Grok, is this real?
Here, I'll put it in a way
Grok, is
that's
this real?
like, I'll put this in a way you can visualize. It's a lot easier.
Grok, how should I feel
So-
about this?
So let's say every 3 digits is a byte, because like I said, a byte is from 0 to 255. So
And you don't exist, Kuma.
You only need 3 digits to represent a byte. So let's say there's 8.
You only
No.
need 3 digits? I thought it was 8.
No. We're talking base 10, so you can visualize it.
Okay.
So just think of 3 discrete digits and go from 0. So it's like all zeros or 255. And that's a byte. So like
Don't listen to him. He doesn't know things. He's
that.
just babbling. He's just babbling us and expecting us to think he knows what he's talking about. Don't listen to him. He's a charlatan.
So if you put a bunch of those in a row, like let's say 8 of them, which would represent a 64-bit, number, which is the standard word size of most processors today. If you just moved all of the numbers to the right, let's say 3, that would give you the 4th byte in that word. Because all the other ones would get pushed off and basically get removed. And then you would just read that byte like as it is. That's like close to how compute. There's actually another step, but it'll get a little more complicated. But basically, just ignore everything past that. There's also another way.
Thanks, I will ignore it. I will ignore everything you just said. I'm just kidding.
I was gonna make a joke with like eyes slowly moving further apart. Yeah.
There's actually multiple ways. There's another thing called masking, where basically, because you remember, Fair, I told you about like anding and oring and all that stuff.
Of adding? Is that what you said?
No, anding and oring, like binary operations.
Oh yeah.
Where it looks at the 1s and 0s on like the top and bottom of the operation to figure out what
Petabyte, Nico.
And petabyte. And then so one of the ways you can do this is if you just want, say, like the 3rd byte, what you can do is just set like have another byte that's all zeros except for where that 3rd byte is, and you just and it. And that'll get rid of
I don't understand how the computer is supposed to know to do that. Because, like...
instructions. Like, so the
How do you
compiler...
create instructions out of binary, though? How do you create the instruction in binary to add, subtract, divide, or multiply?
What the code is doing. It's just communicating the necessary instructions in binary. That's all.
Yeah, so
what a coding language is.
Processors just read over memory and just do work based on the process, like do something based on what the instruction was.
See, Auri gets it, and I'm just stupid.
Nah, you're not stupid.
Yeah.
I
at that point, we're getting to like how does silicon think kind of thing. That's a whole other world, and we could have to like.
We shoved lightning into a rock, and now it can think.
Yeah. Like, at least Auri's funny.
Thank you.
Not saying you're not funny, but
I try so hard, and I'm so stupid.
About to make a joke.
Stabs.
I may not get it, but at least I can laugh. That's what I'm saying. I laugh because stupid.
You can actually make a pretty basic computer without like a lot of parts. People do it in little breadboards and stuff.
Yeah.
They're not fast, but you can do it in Minecraft.
So Auri, here's the thing that has always broken my brain.
Yeah.
All the stuff we're doing right now is on a computer. It's really complex. All of it's zeros and ones, but it's really complex. Yeah. That all of the display on the screen, including text, are talking. The stuff that's coming in and out from the internet on all 3 of ours part, and Twitch, which is like an even bigger mindfuck because all of that going out to everyone and us together, it's a lot. And the audio, the audio visual, everything is just a bunch of yeses and nos. Basically.
Yeah, it's digital electrical biology.
And what I don't understand about that is, like, how does it create discrete packets of information that's separate? And I put the way my brain has trouble visualizing this or comprehending this. And, like...
You have to think of
in
it
like the idea of like to create meaning, there needs to be separation. to create a
so
meaning. For
how do
instance,
you
if
know
you
when
have
words
a
end?
sorry, you can go first. I'll finish
How
that
do you know
later.
words end?
Yeah, basically, you know words end because there's a space or a pause.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like that's how computers effectively work. Although,
Mhm.
so
How do you create a
voice
pause
is
then?
so okay. So to be more clear, there's analog and digital, and both of them can kind of work on the same or the same mechanics. But so words are a kind of I don't know what they're not they're time terminated. I don't know what a term is for that. So yeah, you have like a pause, and that says, "Oh, the word's over." Um, but there's another way to terminate like a packet is what we usually call it in programming. Is like it's a packet of information. Is a very common way is you have like some kind of bit like you have some character that represents end. Do the next thing. And then the other one is you actually so the only time you really need a terminator, so to speak, either by time or by a signal, is if you don't know how like you don't know beforehand how much information you need to process at a time, which I think I told you about is like variable length encoding. English is a variable length encoded language. Words have any number of letters in them, and you just have to kind of figure out where they end, and it's a lot of work. But it allows you to have like really like important words can be really short and easy to communicate, and then long words can be the ones that we don't care about as much. There's value there,
So, what
but
part of the string of binary yeses and nos would determine where it is stopping adding something or stopping the subtraction calculation or
so
multiplication
that's the other
or
thing is
etc.
uh, whenever the processor is reading, so we'll use not an Intel because Intel's variable length, but like an ARM processor. ARM processors, they basically do everything as like
Mm.
32-bit blocks. So the ARM processor will go to the first like 4 bytes, look at the first byte, see what kind of instruction it is, and then use the remaining 3 bytes to figure out what to do. So like the second byte can be okay, or the first byte will be add. Second byte will be okay, this register in the computer. Third byte will be this other register, and then the fourth byte will be where do you want me to put the result in memory? And then it'll go to the next one, and the next one's like the jump instruction, and it just uses 2 bytes to say, oh, you want to go to this place in memory and start executing code from there, stuff like that. So it doesn't need to know when it ends. The assumption is that it's always 32 bits and it just goes 32 by 32 by 32 at a time. It just moves over and reads that next block of memory. That's all
So
it
it
does.
just naturally has an ending point based on how
Yeah.
many digits there's been.
Yeah. If someone hands you a book, you don't read the whole book. Like you read words and you determine when you're going to stop. So the
Yeah, that
This
processor,
makes
book
sense to
learns
me
it.
the
because me,
processor
like as a
is,
human, I just see a never-ending string of zeros and ones, and I'm like,
yeah.
to use
So
your example rather than mine about having like a bowl in which you have like a vial of red and a vial of green or a vial of red and a vial of blue, and you mix it
Purple.
together and they're no longer discrete meanings of RGB color. They just become purple. But a better
yeah.
example, yeah, is this whole language is that discrete
Yeah.
being discrete takes is what requires meaning, because if everything was a run-on sentence and not only that but there was no pause or break between words,
Yeah.
then you wouldn't be able to understand language.
Yeah, no,
Nope.
language exists exclusively because of like discrete meaning. There has to be beginning and ends and everything. And yeah, and machine code is just language. It's just so, and you also think like clockwork. Like all the processor knows how to do is look at a certain piece of like look at the instruction pointer register, which just tells it, oh, go to this place in memory. And then once it's there, all it does is I'm gonna start running code, baby. And then it just the circuitry, all it does is look at that, look what it should do it, do the next thing. Like it just
Is
goes.
a clock
Really fast.
comparable to a computer then? Are the
What?
gears in a clock comparable to a computing
Yeah,
device?
they used to make.
I would say it's
they
a
used to
very
make computers
rudimentary
that way.
mechanical computer. Yeah.
Wow.
So back in the day, before like a lot of silicon and whatnot became like the
Vacuum
norm,
tubes.
vacuum tubes, literally computers were physical. Like an abacus is a physical computer. Now extrapolate that idea to something the size of a building.
Yeah, they were huge.
Yeah. Like
It's just
so,
hard
okay,
for me. I know what an abacus
So-
is. I haven't
Okay.
used an abacus, but I understand conceptually what it's supposed to be.
yeah, it helps
So-
you
But
count.
it's only
Here's
because
one close to an
humans
abacus, by the way.
interpret where the like nodules, like the little beads, are on an abacus to do
think
math.
about that.
Like
Yeah.
one of the
In your-
beads is supposed to symbolize to the human mind 100.
Yeah, so your brain, like, in order to use an abacus, you must understand its language, what the abstraction is for it. The abacus is useless if you don't understand how it's supposed to be used and what it's like, what data it's storing, and how to read it and write.
Yeah.
to it.
Consider if you didn't know how to count or anything along those lines, or what an abacus was. What is it to you?
Yeah.
Maybe
You'd be
like
So
a
"What
is
fuck
toy?"
the
this stupid
processor
thing?"
something
It-
that is pre-configured to understand what the language's zeros and ones mean?
Yeah. So they call them ISAs, instruction set architecture. So Intel made one of the most ubiquitous one ever in history, x86.
That's a good
Um,
one, Blob.
What?
Another
The
fun
difference
thing is the only
instruction
difference
is a
between data
computer
and
is-
instructions
yeah.
is reading it as data or an instruction. So if it somehow manages to read data as instructions, well, it's like watching a train jump off the rails into the countryside.
What?
Yeah, so that is the thing that used to happen a lot. We recent like in the last few decades have kind of redefined computing so that shit can't happen as much anymore, because it's so dangerous. But that was a thing. If you messed with memory in a certain way, like this was the way hackers got in.
Yeah.
So whenever you call a function, there is a little piece of data at the end of that function that says where it should return to. And so what could happen is if they were able to overflow memory, they could go and write into that and change where that function was going to return back to. And potentially they could have code over there. So what they could do is write a bunch of memory where they shouldn't, and then have it go to a place in that memory that they just wrote, and then run from there. Like that shit was dangerous. And yeah, that's a von Neumann machine. Is data and instructions are the same thing. We now use Harvard model where we don't fucking do that as much anymore. It's actually hard to do that.
This is wild. Computer science is quite a rabbit hole.
Oh yeah, there is like we talk about code and whatnot a few times, but like full computer science, these are concepts that like it would be impossible for a single human to come to understand.
Oh yeah.
That's similar to
But-
things like medical science and stuff like that. We're working around concepts and playing with concepts that if you were a single human in a vacuum, there is no flat out way that you could reach these conclusions in your lifetime because you just would not have the necessary time, space, brain, anything. Like it is beyond
I do
a
not
single
have enough
human.
brain, it's true.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But
also-
you do have enough brain to deal with coding and understand how to code things and whatnot. It's kind of building off the building off the shoulders of giants, I think is the term.
It
that
takes a
doing.
society to build a microwave, if you will.
Somebody
a computer
figured
is
out
not
those bits and
$1,000. A
pieces.
computer is a collective $1 trillion to invent a computer.
That is a very, very big thing that I like to talk about whenever it comes to like people saying, I'm just gonna do this. I don't have to depend on anybody or something along those lines. Like, no,
Yeah.
you do.
All right,
There
go
is
outside, get
literally
some rocks, and then
nothing.
forget everything you've ever learned from modern society, and then good
Exactly.
luck.
There is nothing that you can do damn near in the modern world that will not depend on something else a human has done past or present. Like
We
it's
are,
not
we
gonna
are
happen.
an endless recursion of complexity, starting with DNA and even sooner.
We're a biological system.
Yeah.
We're not individuals.
you could also say that humanity is a biological computer in and of themselves because there
Yeah.
is that sort of gestalt reaction to things that people have whenever they encounter certain stuff. Like blood is bad. Snakes are dangerous.
Hi, Auri.
Hey, how you doing?
This is
Yeah,
the person
Gestalt.
explaining to us Gestalt.
Hi, how you doing?
Gestalt reactions. A
Uh,
Gestalt reaction. What is that?
A Gestalt reaction. Have you heard the term Gestalt before?
Isn't
It is one
from
of the Nier games.
Drakengard?
It is, yeah. It's one of the Nier games. It's what happens when Maso like destroys most of
Yeah.
humanity. Uh oh.
Okay, that's fair. The way that I'm using the term is the more classical one. So a
I'm
Gestalt
having to resist
is
correcting that because I do know that lore.
is something that is perceived as more than like what it's made out of. So humanity individual, like an individual human, couldn't do a lot of stuff that's going on here. But humanity as a Gestalt rules this planet.
How do you throw something? I want to give you something as a reward for all the things you've done for me.
Q, I guess? Probably, if it's bound to default.
Alt F4.
Yeah.
Q.
No.
There you go.
I thank you.
I got this from
appreciate
that
it.
enemy.
How do you emote? Oh, Alt through F1 and F4.
Spicer, no.
Mark,
Oh,
do you want me to go home, Mark?
Yeah, I mean it's basically in
Right, Bob.
like Gestalt
Whoa,
is
it
an
got
older
dark.
definition for like an emergent organism.
I should read chat. Gestalt is derived from the dictionary as an organized whole that is perceived as more than the sum of its parts. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
Yoko Taro is deep.
I'm Yoko Taro, and this is deep.
Also, so another thing with like computing today is we have what's called an as-if principle. So with C,
So
and like
Valley Girls. Go on.
most modern compilers, there's kind of like this abstracted model of how a computer works that all these things to be based on, including x86, like the instructions. They're also like this. They have an assumption of how this stuff works. But in reality, processors don't work anything like they used to, like when these things were invented. Because we've hit hard limits in terms of how small we can make transistors before they just start,
For now.
Yeah,
firing
that is a
electrons to each
shame.
other.
Luckily,
and
we're
doing
gonna
pure
have
heat.
better computers someday when we
But
change paradigms.
The
Hopefully.
difficult thing and why performance is kind of hard in the modern day is because computers are kind of black boxes now. Like used to, you could kind of understand how a processor works, but today, even the experts don't know how Intel chips work really. Like it's all closely guarded secrets, and the
My Bendy.
chips are so complicated you basically can't like analyze them for like 10 years.
Yeah, like
It's
that
really
kind of
hard.
hooks back. That kind of hooks back into what I was saying earlier too. Like, it is impossible for a human to fully understand something of sufficient complexity that another human has made. Like you just don't have the background.
Like literally, like the experts will look at a piece of the like a GPU or whatever, and go, I think that's where like this happens, kind of. Like this looks like a thing that does this. Like we don't really know.
Unfortunately, one company owning the too much of this stuff is kind of a bad thing.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's horrifying that like there's basically one company that makes the most sophisticated lithography machines, and there's like 2 other companies that actually know how to design these things. Like there's the intellectual property of like making high grade processors is known by not many people and the technology is not made by many people. Like if they just bomb Taiwan, I'm doing too much
Taiwan. I want to go to Taiwan.
WAN, like wireless area network. Yeah, that's what that is. Taiwan and the Netherlands, I think. Like
in Taiwan,
we would lose decades.
The Lady Boys program.
Oh no!
Computer processors.
Hey, I mean, there's that.
A Wi-Fi in Thailand is called Taiwan.
there's that joke that all of IT is dominated by furries. So like,
it is.
Why not transistor production dominated by Shut Spicer, dominated by femboys.
It's going that way. More
I mean,
year.
there is a joke about programming socks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I should get
no,
programming socks.
Yeah, the Rust community is really forward thinking.
I see.
I'm pretty sure Rust was the group that started the programming socks thing.
I'm gonna need to
Very
come back
sugar.
to your house and
Taiwan
like get out of the cold.
is a country
also
run by
almost
dog girls and
starving.
dog boys. Yeah. I will give you some food. If
I'm
you wish
like
to
down
return.
I have
here, trying to diggy hole.
Do not diggy hole. You will diggy die.
Do you guys see the
I'm not
Diggy
diggy
Diggy Hole
holing
song
too
sung by
bad.
an,
It's just I'm sort of on the edge of a
orchestra?
cliff. I guess this tool you gave me isn't tier 2 copper because it hasn't been able to break this andesite rock.
Uh,
Tier 2 copper.
it should be, but it has to be a pick, I believe. What tool are you using?
Oh, that's right. I was using a shovel. I'm stupid.
I was
I'm
literally
so
about to joke.
fucking
I was using a
stupid.
shovel, and I'm like, no, that's
I'm
what you
so
said.
fucking stupid.
You're not. You get distracted and you talk and you enjoy like the conversation and you don't pay
Oh,
attention to
or-
the game, which is okay. Also here, look on.
Using a
Shit.
fucking shovel. What the fuck?
Eat this.
Oh man, I love that vibe.
You have food.
Speaking
Yeah.
of getting distracted, I haven't read chat in a while. I should read chat. Hey, Kyle. Yeehaw.
Yeah.
Indeed, they're stealing
I'm
all
sorry
your
for your
blueberries.
ears.
I'm trying to keep the person alive, Vindy. Make more blueberries.
Make more. This is your manager speaking.
Soup slave. Make more soup. That's the Bendy. I ate most of those blueberries. This shit's good.
I think the part of why it's hard to explain binary to a person isn't just like the base 10 thinking, but also like as Spicer once told me, I think it was Spicer who told me this, humans are really, really bad at understanding emergence, and that's kind of what binary does when it becomes all this. It's a gestalt. It's larger than the sum of its parts. It is an emergent property of all this binary code. And there are so many steps involved in creating that yes and no binary 1 and 0 that it kind of breaks the human brain from trying to understand it because it's an emergent thing.
I don't know who the fuck thought of it. I had to look that up. I don't remember. Like whoever thought was like, wait, if I have a bunch of switches, I can count. It's like what?
Are you high?
Well, I know that an
Okay,
abacus
just to
works in
point
the
out-
sense that the human brain is the interpreter. But yeah, that makes me wonder, it's like, okay, if the processor is doing the one thinking, how does the processor interpret zeros and ones and turn it into addition or subtraction? Or graphics for that matter? Or sound? That also breaks my brain because it's another thing that yeah.
Yeah. It's Silica doing math, but in a very structured way.
Cool math games.
There's a lot to go on there. Like you have to diagram that whole ass shit. Yeah, I know. Like, oh shit, what was I gonna say? At a point.
Probably something silly.
Can you
could
see
do
where I
that.
am on the map?
I mean, I came down where you were and gave you blueberries, so no.
Oh, you
but...
did! I didn't even see that. I am so stupid. That's what's here in my inventory. Where were you? Thank you.
I'm very
even see
sneaky.
you.
Oh yeah. This is a fact I
You're
love,
very
is,
sneaky. Shame on you.
To show
Do it
how bad
again.
humans are with emergence, statistics as well is a kind of form of emergence.
Here's a statistic.
And some of the earliest works on statistics that was like what we think of as statistics today was literally like, I think it was 2 founding fathers. Like one guy sent a letter to another one. I don't remember who it is. I just remember this story. But basically one of the founding fathers like sent a letter to another one and said, dude, check this out. I can like calculate the probability of flipping a quarter a couple of times. And that was like the earliest.
It's like,
It's
other
like,
side
why
you
did
have
it
on your
take us
hands.
this long?
Shit's hard.
Thousands of years of math, and this is when we figure out that like things happen with probabilities.
Shit's hard.
Good God.
Alternative
Let's go.
base
Because
maths, finite fields.
And sad is that statistics is like the basis of science.
You're the basis of science.
Because literally, you can't really prove anything with absolute certainty, but you can do it enough times across the Earth with enough different people with a couple of assumptions that go, yeah, that'll probably happen again that way. Like, that's science. Just a lot of
Quantumly,
people
there's a
try it.
possibility that another Earth could just randomly appear in our solar system, just out of
There's
thin
like-
air. It's
there's-
quantumly possible. But the chances of
base
it
assumptions
happening
that
are
we
so
make.
many zeros against until you reach a 1 that it's almost infinity.
You're a zero.
Almost infinitely impossible.
Like, for instance, we assume that physics is self-consistent through all of time and space. That's an assumption we make.
And so far, that assumption has not been challenged.
And so our
True.
assumption is, if we do a bunch of shit on Earth, like by a lot of people over time, we can prove that, hey, this happens the vast majority of the time with like 6 sigma, accuracy. So it's probably true.
I don't know what sigma accuracy is.
Proceed, Spicer.
Huh? 6 sigma. Blah, 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 it's like 6. I think it's like 6 standard.
It's a term.
I don't remember what it is exactly, but it's like one of the scientific.
Stop being a zoomer and talking about sigmas in our chat.
Yeah, Spicer, pushes over.
Sorry.
It's actually a manufacturing thing.
Sorry. Me and my anti-intellectual jokes, just because I'm too stupid to understand.
I always think of
things.
statistics and z-scores. I don't remember what sigmas were.
Shrugs.
I've heard of Graham's number.
Yeah, 6 is like
And that's
the gold
probably
standard.
around the probability. That's probably the number of zeros followed by a 1 that it would take for another Earth to just randomly, quantumly appear.
Oh, yeah, it'd be like
What is he
incalculable.
in?
It'd be like
I got tap you at that.
Let's see. Blob says the more sigma
What?
involved in a science thing, the more certain they are it's true. I believe 6 sigma is considered the gold standard of proof. I think it's how many
Hey.
nines are in the percentage of certainty.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I need to put up a berry back screen and do something else. Egwin
Go right
needs me to do her job working with that. For me, I will try not to take too long. I'm sorry today has been hectic.
Perfectly okay.
Pats you.
I'm gonna
Pet
put up a
Eggy for
berry
us, too.
back screen. I'm extremely sorry.
It is perfectly okay.
You say that.
90.
I mean, it's not bothering me.
99.9, 99.99, 99.99, 99.99.
I'm gonna go be dumb muscle because I'm too stupid to understand apparently binary and computer science and anything that takes.
Friend, if
A
somebody
human level
tells
of
you that they
intelligence.
understand binary on anything but a very basic level, they're kind of just wrong because they're not
I mean,
going to
People do actually read and write it like fluently.
like you can read and
People are
write it.
weird.
You can do that, but like it's sort of like just drawing in the dirt. Like like that's cool.
Well, the
Why
real skill of it is figuring out how to use it to do a bunch of complicated ass math.
anything you say? Yes. Yes.
I'm really good at binary programming.
I don't know, Blob. I don't believe you.
I know how to like
Alright,
do
I
masking.
I think you're a
and
CIA
shifting.
plant.
I know how to shift bits whenever I remember which direction left is. I know how to like and them and or them. That's about it.
To be fair, I was joking. I know that it is 100% possible to do that. However, I will continue to call you a witch and not believe you. You are, in fact,
I need
evil or
for how
something.
much I do hex. I should really learn how to like read hex. I'm at this precipice between reading it enough that I could actually learn it, and not enough, so I just throw it in something that can convert it.
You are here to steal my soul, and I will not allow it.
Most of the time, I just write a print statement that just writes it in decimal and see what it is.
That's fair. Listen, man, you're not a real
But
computer
I've only been
scientist.
doing low-level programming for like a year, so.
You're not a real computer scientist unless you can screech it binary at your computer, and it'll do what you
Oh
want.
yeah, you like binary? List all the ones and zeros. One zero. There was nothing but ones and zeros, and I think I saw it too. Oh, Bender, there's no such thing as a 2. Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
I like that they're called nibbles.
Well, binary I can do. I just can't do hex into decimal. That's where I fuck up. I have to stop and think about it. If it's more than 2, I get confused.
Fair, homie.
I know how to count hex like when it's 2 because I know it's a byte. But once it gets over that, it's too much work. Mm-hmm. Oddly enough, I can probably convert binary to decimal faster than fucking hex to decimal.
I am incapable of remembering things.
Like you just go right to left and you just start adding powers of 2 together, and then you're done. Like it's not that hard. It's the hex that gets me confused. But oddly enough, the hex is kind of the same way. I just have to always remember what letter is like. The problem with hex is the letters. I forget where they are. Like I have to go like A, B, C, D. Which number is it?
Yeah, this is completely unrelated, but they changed the ABCD song.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
What?
look it up. They changed the song.
What does that mean?
The A B C D E F G. They changed that.
What do you mean they changed it? What does it change? You're just listing off letters.
Yeah, they changed it. There's a cadence to it. There's a song to it. There's like a whole little thing, elemental P, that thing. Yeah, you get it?
Why?
You don't. I don't know. Ask them.
A B C D E F G H I J K L M N O P.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. That doesn't do it anymore.
A B C D E F G H I J.
After K, the elemento letter confuses kids. No,
That's a good one. I like that
they'll
one.
learn like we all did.
Yeah, that's about how high I can count to, Blobus, when it comes to the powers of 2. There's never really reason to go past that. Because most of the time, like, if I'm doing that, it's for, I'm either writing a buffer, and I just want to pick a fucking random size that's big, and I just do powers of 2 because it's easy, or it's a texture, which textures really don't ever go over 8,000 most of the time. Hey. Leviosa. Oh, what the hell are you doing in here?
Good.
There's a jumping spider in the fucking sink.
I was exploring. Please help.
Why are you here? I mean, I know you're getting water or whatever, but like, come on, get on this. Come on.
Can't tell me what to do.
It's okay. Not gonna hurt you. Just get on the damn thing. Come on.
Promise you're not going to eat me.
Here you go. Here you go.
I love jumping spiders.
Yeah, they're my favorite.
Little
Right,
guys.
Let me put you.
Little dudes.
Let me
Little
put you by the
friends.
door. Put you by the door. I don't know where you're living. I think you're living over here or something. I've seen you before. Here you go.
Mm.
Here you go. Over there. Go. Get off that thing. Come on. Back over here. Come on. Get off the paper. There you go.
Apply plate armored tomboy elf directly to
Little
forehead.
goober.
But that might be painful, Sky. Gently fluffs.
Never seen one of them in the
Fire.
seat. I need to put some water out for him or something. I'll rip off a little napkin and put some water on it. Where'd you go? Where you hide? Here you go. Water. Is it still hot? Yep, that's hot.
Floof, 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 floof.
Begin floofing. Who are you floofing?
Sky.
Ah.
Sky.
I said, ah.
Skippy on. Yeah.
You know the emperor that failed, or the consul that failed Rome? Scipio. You know the consul that fucking saved Rome? Also Scipio. Just a different one. There's a lot of them. Key is right to make the computer do it for you. Yeah. What's your job as a programmer? I make the computer do all the work. Oh, so it's like an easy job.
No.
Not really. It's more like black mat. I was trying to explain that to Fairy, that if you want a job that's the closest to being a fantasy wizard in real life, it's just be a fucking programmer. Right?
Khajiit is innocent.
Arcane ass signals that control machines you don't understand, and that's your job. And you just sit up in a tower and like fuck around with it to
Rude.
figure it out. And the documentation is incomplete or lackluster at best.
Or in an ancient language that nobody understands fully anymore.
Pretty much. And there's countless spells, all of varying usefulness. Amazing. The problem with the cool thing with computers is they do exactly what you tell them to. The problem with computers is they do exactly what you tell them.
There is no, are you sure about that? Are you sure you want me to do that? Check if you're not careful.
That's why I hate AI. It does what you tell it, but like, sort of. And it also doesn't really know any better either.
It's doing its best. Probably.
It's doing something. Elf making copper.
What do you mean copper?
That makes sense, Blobbish. I definitely immediately start exploring magic and trying to apply, logic to it.
Yeah. $100% Blob.
I got a new little laptop from work that no one wanted because the battery expanded. I ordered a new battery. I'm gonna put Linux on it.
Of course you are.
Yeah. I wanted a really lightweight laptop that had a good build, and this is perfect. I'm happy about it. Now I gotta figure out what the fucking BIOS password, or like how to get to the BIOS. Oh, never mind. I boot it into my thing anyway. Yay! Oh, how do I get to whatever? I'm booting into Arch. They have a graphic now for it. That's cool.
You're a graphic.
Your graphic.
Yeah.
How elf today, by the way?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little sleepy. Didn't sleep too great last night, but
Oh, me neither.
it happens.
I survive. I just take a shower usually. It kind of resets me. It's true. Don't you just need XOR gates or something? I think there's only one you actually need.
Elif.
You would just need a shit ton of them.
Elif. I like Elif because it almost is Elf.
What?
Elif.
Oh, from Lua?
Lua and Godot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. For some reason, they decided that there needed to be a whole other syntax for else if.
I mean, you can do else if, it's just shorthand.
You're a
Yeah.
yeah. Man, what was the command? Oh yeah.
Ba 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 ba.
IWCTL.
Oh yeah, Vestige. The slop code that people are like pumping out with AI almost exclusively, garbage, twash.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty horrified by the whole AI code generation. Like, oh, good. Like,
But
let's just go further with having less skilled programmers do all the work.
Spicer, you know what that is for you though?
Lots of CVEs.
Job security, baby.
Pretty much. Although I don't want to spend my life fucking rewriting AI code, that's for sure. I just
If you'll
want
give
that
me a
like
job, I'll do it.
I just want like a middle. I want a middle of the road like Butlerian jihad where we get rid of the like human like thinking machines, but we keep the normal thinking machines.
No, I do.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's
okay. VI has a place. It's very useful. It is, and it can be so useful, and it can multiply human use and human tools so well if it's used correctly, and that is not one of them. Don't make it code. It
LLMs are really good for incredibly fuzzy things where you only kind of need to get close, and the model has a lot of variables. Coding is
or
I forgot to put a semicolon. Boom, crash. It's just like
I
like
see modern VIs, virtual intelligences, as the equivalent, like a thinking equivalent to a calculator, but more fuzzy. So like it has a lot more applicable stuff, but it can't do those things perfectly. So it's able to point you in the right direction. And that's what you need to do. You need to use it as help it like figure out where you should be thinking and then do it yourself.
I'm kind of the mind that you shouldn't use AI for any kind of thinking because it just weakens your ability to critically think.
That's fair. But there is also an argument to be made for the different perspective that's able to like help you understand or think of
Yeah, that's
a
what other
avenue.
fucking people are for.
Yeah, but sometimes other people are scary, Spicer, and they don't like talking to one another.
Our
Uh-huh.
civilization's gonna go down the drain.
That's pretty much it, Blob. That is an excellent way to put it. Double check it and use it like a very well-meaning but kind of slow intern. Homie just graduated college. He's got all kinds of book knowledge, and he mostly understands what he's doing, but just double check.
You ever wanted a thing that's just always a junior forever? Boom! It's like a cat, but a programmer.
Yeah, everybody likes cats, right? Everybody likes an unsupervised junior level dev in their code base. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
It's okay that they have full read-write access to your
One of
Git,
the
and they're not going
problems
to
with
call
the
it trouble.
boilerplate argument is it's boilerplate because you've written it a lot of times and you know that it's going to be there and like it's very familiar to you and it's just not something you're interested in writing. But if you let something else write that all the time, it
It
stops
becomes
becoming
unfamiliar.
boilerplate. Like humans really have tended to not do well when we offload our thinking, except in like an industrial sense
But
of
Spicer, I don't want to think. I just want to eat hot chip and lie. Yeah. Yeah.
Let's just end all progress of our species.
There you go. You're getting it now.
Like,
We don't need that
and
progress anymore.
there's
Spicer.
arguments that
We're
I
already there.
really. There's also arguments that I really hate. Like, oh, well, we have calculators. Like a calculator doesn't do anything. Like, you have to program it to do what you want it to do. Like, it's not autopilot. Like none of our recent tools. Hello.
Welcome back. And it shouldn't be used as autopilot.
How long was I gone?
I mean, Blobbus, that's just like good autocomplete.
Maybe like 20, 30 minutes.
I don't even use
some
autocomplete. I don't like autocomplete very much. It makes me forget stuff.
Oh, I left the chatty on. What happened to my picture? Did I not have that on the whole time?
No,
Damn.
it will sometimes deprecate it if you haven't talked in a while. And now you're back.
Why am I not
How long
connected?
was I gone?
20, 30 minutes maybe. Not long.
Oh, Jesus. I should have ended stream.
I think that's how long she was gone.
Oh.
You're okay.
I'm gonna be right back and get myself some water.
You're perfectly okay, Fairy.
Hugs Fairy.
Hugs the fairy.
Fairy is goober, but Fairy is good.
Nuts. Good noodle.
Oh, whoops. I'm just sitting here pinging Google like over and over again. Welcome. That's how I test if my internet's working. I just ping 8.8.
Tests you.
Arch install. Hopefully this keyboard works well. It's kind of being weird. It did have the battery lag blow up, so.
30 minutes? 30 minutes? Oh my god, I'm a terrible streamer.
It's okay. Something happened. You had to go do a thing.
To be a terrible streamer.
You're fine.
You just left them in the loving, like, hair of us.
Yeah, we rambled about code
so
stuff
fine.
for 30 minutes. Again, I don't know if it was that long either. Like, it's an inconsequential amount of time. You're fine.
It was 30 minutes.
It's not. Oh my god, I'm a really shitty streamer.
You are perfectly okay.
Good.
Stuff like that happens. It is not a problem.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to end stream early too. I had to do it yesterday because my computer was being a little bit of a butt, or at least I thought it was.
I'll go get some
If
stacks,
I
and
knew
then
it
it's
was
gone for
gonna
20
be gone
minutes.
so long, I would have ended stream.
It's okay.
Oh, I'm worthless.
No, you're not. You did good, Fairy. It is
Why
perfectly
would you want to
okay.
end stream? You have to like start it back up again.
Yeah, everybody was already here. You had a thing that distracted you, and you had to go help with. You were okay.
There's people who sleep literally 8 hours streaming. Yeah. And they make money.
I didn't even have my beer backup while I was gone. I messed it all up.
You didn't mess anything up. You had a thing that you needed to go do. It's fine. Kyle is correct. You're a great streamer. Extended breaks happen, even with huge streamers.
Yeah.
You are perfectly okay.
Asmongold just disappear for an hour. And he just comes back and says nothing.
Yeah, go for it.
Blobbus can convert binary to hex in their head?
Yeah.
How?
Science!
How could a human even do that?
I can do it over time. I'm just slow. I'm just
still really hot up. They're doing that. Aiglin hurt her hand trying to do that, so I was tagged in to help with that. We were able to get the couch back downstairs and not have to saw it up.
Good.
We're gonna try putting it on Facebook Marketplace or something like that. And I did a shitty job of that, and I think Julia's upset with me.
It's okay. You got it back downstairs.
It's a giant couch.
Yeah.
It's definitely a really big couch. We were gonna put it down upstairs
got like
and it got stuck and we couldn't even. We were able to manage to get it downstairs.
You did good.
yeah, that's
Not
really
that I
hard.
did any good.
All is
Yeah,
well.
getting a couch downstairs is no fucking small task.
Pain in the ass. Yeah. Welcome back, Fairy.
Yeah,
Thank you.
everything's good.
Yeah. Pats the friend.
Why did like 3 of you try to get a couch down the stairs?
Well, it was only 2 at once because there wasn't,
yeah.
They didn't want me to take it up the stairs, and in the middle of me watching them to make sure everything went safe, you had mentioned the starting stream, so I got on, and then Egwin came downstairs and said she had a hand injury, and then I was hoping get it downstairs, not that I did any good. Julia deserves to be angry at me.
Julia is not angry about that. You're okay.
Yeah, I mean that's not.
Yeah. Pats the Fairy.
That doesn't make any sense. But yeah, no. Trying to get that shit downstairs. My God. Or upstairs?
well.
Was it upstairs?
They were trying to get it upstairs, but they couldn't
Oh,
get it
that's even
upstairs because it
worse.
got stuck. So they were trying
So
to get
they
it back
tried getting it
downstairs, I think.
upstairs. It got really, really stuck. They thought they were going to have to break the couch with a saw to get it downstairs, but they were able to figure out a way where they thought it could be gotten downstairs. I was brought in to help, and I did a shitty job, but we managed to get it downstairs, and now Julia doesn't feel well.
It's okay. Especially after some physical exertion and stuff like that was something that you probably weren't used to doing. It can end up making you a little bit tired. Not feeling too well.
I'm hot and a little emotional.
Yeah.
This is probably obvious.
It's okay.
Yeah, that's probably a situation that shouldn't have been rushed in either case.
Yeah.
But
You didn't need to
Julia
rush to come back
probably
to us.
felt rushed because I was in the middle of the stream. Despite that, I was apparently slow as hell at getting it done anyway. What the heck was that? What is something throwing rocks at me? I'm not up for being thrown rocks at right now.
They're gonna get you.
What the fuck? Crap, I don't want to die right now. I'm already on edge.
You can run to my base if you want to, or like hold yourself up too.
There seems to be a stairway here. Is that okay?
Yeah. Ow.
My God, this computer has only 30 gigabytes of memory.
Isn't
You
it
mean,
like the
hard
doors
drives?
locked in your house?
I can open it.
Oh, thanks.
The ladder, right over here.
Where are you?
Look to your right.
To my right.
No more.
Oh, crap.
Look.
Oh, it's
Now look
dead.
behind you. over here.
I don't know. I can't tell a joke. Every time I tell a joke, it's because I got reminded of something.
Buh.
Hi. Thanks for the blueberries earlier. Thanks for helping me.
No
I
worries.
need to just go calm down somewhere.
Yeah.
That's fair. And I can't think of a joke off the top of my head. I have like an
That's okay.
endless slew of movie quotes and like
Huh.
Futurama quotes. I can't think of
Funny.
shit.
Movie quote.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, Auri.
You're
I'm sorry
perfectly
for
fine.
beating myself up too.
You didn't do anything wrong. You do need. I do want to like help you get to the point where you don't beat yourself up as much, but that's either here or there. You
That
did
probably
fine.
would require a therapist.
I mean,
it's-
I'm not a therapist, but I am a friend. We'll do our best. Yeah.
It's one of those things where the whole situation was only negative because of like emotions.
Yeah.
Like everyone got like stressed. Like you're just moving a couch. Just do it slowly and carefully, and don't think of anything else. It's your
I
the couch
didn't
is the
mean to
thing.
make you feel rushed, Yawn.
All is well.
There's an ant on my table.
I try not to be AFK for a long time.
And
I
all of
just
the
told
critters
her
here
if
were
I
okay with
thought
it.
it was gonna take more than 10 minutes, I was gonna end stream. I wasn't trying to like pressure her. I just try not to be AFK too long on streams.
Well,
Maybe
it's a good
that's
habit
an
to have.
unfair expectation.
Yeah, no, but there's precedent. Like, someone gives you a hard time for like needing to help someone move furniture. Like that's ridiculous. Like shit happens.
Yeah.
This ain't Walmart where you're like a slave.
Yeah.
Oh, funny enough, I actually got fired from a Walmart for taking too long of a break one time.
I
So
like
I
Walmart.
worked in a toy department many, many years ago, and I, clocked out for a while to go take a food break, and then I clocked back in, and one of the employees was talking to me after I got out of like the break room. And I think we were talking for like maybe 3 minutes. They had like a story to tell. It's like, hey, Len, let me tell you about what happened in my department. And I was like, yeah, that's interesting. So I got called in and fired for not doing my job on the clock. That I was doing something that should only be done on break time.
Awesome.
So
We
I
love power
literally got
tripping
fired for
managers.
talking to another employee while outside of my department
Woof.
for probably like 3 minutes.
Stupid.
Look.
Walmart's a terrible company when it comes to how they treat their
Yep.
workers.
Indeed.
I even talked to another employee.
They take out dead peasants insurance. That's how you know it's a good company.
Oh, and if you're fired, you literally can't apply for a different Walmart or a Sam's Club. Because I tried applying for a Sam's Club one point afterwards. They're like, no, you have a permanent,
Yeah,
ban
they'll
on
blacklist you.
working from Walmart Enterprises. So, I was like, well, can I do something? It's like, oh, you'll have to talk to your old boss to see if you can get that taken off from your record. If you can be and see if you can be rehired. Because they
Hooray.
permanently put you in a database.
Yay! Yay!
So yeah, I'm permanently disbarred from working at anything owned by the Walton family. Ever. Unless I can convince and find that person, convince them to take the being disbarred off my record.
Presuming that person even still works there, too.
Right, yeah.
Fun. Yay!
Micromanagers, is that what you call what they did to me?
I suppose it could be a micromanager thing, but that's kind of just being an asshole, too. Heck them people.
Heck 'em all!
You sounded a little bit like Mickey Mouse right there. That was kind of fitting.
Is this password can only... What the fuck? Oh, we can only
Kyle,
use
was I
plain text.
gone as long as 30 minutes?
I have no idea. I don't think it was that long. I'm really bad at telling time.
Yeah, like I said, maybe at most 20, up to 30 at the most. Like, it's fine. It is irrelevant. You did okay.
You glorious Gilbert!
I've had a lot of life experiences that led to poor self-esteem, beating myself up, and being very panicky and catastrophizing his personality flaws. I definitely blame some of my past family and work experiences for that.
Nuts.
They are a result of our environment. How we respond to it. Oh, neat.
I've had some real bad work experiences. I'd even call my time working at Walmart probably one of the better ones.
Yep. I've had some very shitty work
Horrible.
experiences too.
I worked at. Of course, I don't blame anyone based on anything. I'm not saying, oh, this is anything to do with Japanese food restaurants or anything, but or the people working there. But there was both a tax place. I worked at Liberty Tax one time, and I worked at a Japanese food restaurant. There weren't any Japanese people who worked there. I think most of them were Chinese Americans. And I worked as a table busser. I worked when I was really, really young at a Japanese food restaurant bussing tables because I wanted to be around that sort of atmosphere. They told me to work faster because they said I was slow and sluggish. So I tried working faster and faster and faster bussing tables even though I was tired after a long day of working. So I tried getting faster and faster even if I felt really bad. Because I was trying to go fast, I was a little clumsier and I broke one of the sake bottles. And they started really talking badly about me every day at that job. And at that point they said, "Oh, well, you broke one of the sake bottles, so we're not going to give you your payment for the month yet. We're going to wait on that." And weeks went by and they still didn't pay me.
Oh, that's illegal.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fun.
I have a redeem. Mian says, you were
Aw,
frustrated for the
thanks,
10 or 15
Bijor.
minutes you were there. Mian was struggling for 30 to 45 minutes. Their brain capacity was short. Eggy was hurt. They were hurt. And what you said made them feel bad for not getting it done sooner. But
I
they say,
wasn't
please
trying to
forgive
make
them.
feel
Forgive
bad. I was
yourself. Forgive them. Forgive yourself and enjoy your stream is the last part of that. It's important. That's the most important part.
No hard
okay?
feelings, you little shits.
I install the uninstalled files going on it. Bendy, you'll probably just want to do a fresh install then. Like,
that's
delete
cool.
the directory for it.
I wasn't trying to rush anyone.
You're okay. Everybody makes little things like that. It is okay. Fix it, Bendy.
That's just life.
Can I go through the trapdoor and go down? No. It stayed light.
Speaking of, help land.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Julia.
Okay.
Tucks Fairytale flap. Cats. Vintage story. Mods. What do you mean operation failed? Log in. Do it. God damn it.
Bah.
Log in. What do you mean?
Reinventing digital logic. That would be interesting. So you could write a really interesting light novel with that present with that premise. Blobus. That'd be really interesting. Someone should write a visual novel about that. That'd be really cool. You would be the true creator of magi technology. Magical computing.
Yee. It'd be a cool light novel, I agree.
Yippee!
I'm a computer scientist and I was born in another world. Computer scientist born in another world. So I reinvented computers with magic.
You gotta make it extra long, just like the classic ones.
Yeah, I guess you do. Except apparently one of the biggest classic ones, according to Agwin, is Mushoku Tensei. Okay, but how do I get down here? I still can't get through the trapdoor. Should I just jump?
Bendy, did you make sure to keep the normal vintage story ones in there? Because like the 3 basic vintage story things are marked as mods in that folder to make it show as a. I do not know them, Bendy. I had a similar issue, but it's been long enough that I forgot how to fix it. It's fixable though.
You're fixable.
Uh,
I don't know what that means.
let me check something.
Desktop. Laptop. Who?
Should I just jump to get down?
You should be able to just use the ladder, or did I close the door?
It's through the
I closed
trapdoor,
the door.
right?
No, it's the little door on the side there.
Oh.
But I did indeed close the door. Come over here.
Oh,
Bye.
there you are.
Yeah, door.
Alright, how do I get down?
Oh, that is door right here.
Oh, this was it. I thought it was through the trapdoor.
Nope, you're good.
Sorry, I'm not used to your house yet.
It's perfectly okay.
Profile? Oh.
You're a profile. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, is that a bunny? Can you have bunny pets in this? I think someone said you can have bunny pets.
You're a bunny pet.
You can
I would
capture
love to be a
bunnies.
bunny pet. But you can't have bunny pets?
I don't think so.
Pain.
Somebody once told me.
Let's just spice her over.
I live in U.S. Central. Install.
Oh, you do live in Central Time Zone? Well, I didn't mean to get down here.
Yeah.
Well, there is a bunch of bunnies trapped down here, but I don't
And
know if
so
I can.
it begins. I'll see how good his keyboard is. I'm not too thrilled about how not responsive it is.
It's been through a lot, Spicy.
Yeah, its battery exploded. It's
Speaking of battery explosions, my laptop's little wireless mouse that I use for it, the battery had exploded with it too.
Oh no.
It should be fine. We're gonna see if it works still. I cleaned it off with alcohol and a few other things.
It's doomed.
Wait, what's
Yeah,
doomed? What did you clean off with alcohol? Your keyboard?
No, the I have like a laptop that I use, and I'm trying to set it up so it can do like the OBS portion of my streaming stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But I was getting it out, and between the last time I used it and now, which is not very long, it apparently has had its battery go kapoof. So
Oh, dang. I bet it's not that cheap to buy a new battery, is it?
it just uses AA batteries for that one. The laptop's fine though.
Wait, the laptop uses AA batteries? What are you talking about?
The laptop is fine. It's the mouse that I used with the laptop that had trouble.
Oh. I have gummy bears. You guys want one?
Yeah, I like gummy bears.
Dumps in
I
a
haven't
bag.
had gummy bears in forever, but yeah, I do like gummy bears.
I like gummy bears. They're my favorite candy.
Are they
The best
really?
of the Haribo gummy bears.
Ugh, some's in my eyes. I think that was from moving the couch, not that I'm trying to make anyone feel bad.
Pet.
I'm gonna end up getting some paint off of the walls, and this is an apartment, so that's bad.
You should be
Trying
able to
to
touch
get
it
it
up
back
without any
out.
issue.
What?
Just touch it up with some paint.
Yeah, gonna have to do that. There's some damage that's happened to the house since we've lived here that the apartment owner's not gonna like. For one, our cat Eclipse, we got her when she was a kitten. She really wanted to go in a door to a room she wasn't allowed into. And she did not respond well, and she clawed up the carpet when she was not allowed in that room.
Patching a carpet isn't too bad.
Julia/Mion says it won't be good enough for the that there's not a way to do that that will look good enough that the that our landlord would accept it.
Nope, there 100% is. It just takes a particular set of skills. If you can find a particularly like a decent carpet repair person, and not just like a random person who says they can repair carpet, they can make it damn near seamless. Like
That would be probably cheaper than, you know, buying a whole new carpet.
yeah,
Especially since we have some extra in this house that's the same color. Where it came from, I don't know, but there's some leftover carpet that's the same color.
nuts, nuts, nuts.
I don't know why, but my brain timed that conversation right when you're saying the carpet's the same color, and I had a very different thought about what that meant.
Uh-huh.
Squints it, Spicer. Bap.
Let's see. Oh yeah, I need some wood. That's what I was getting out for.
Iron working. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for constantly helping me out, Auri.
It's fine. You're
Sorry,
near
I'm
my
so
house
hopeless
where
right
I.
now.
It's where I store all of my stuff. It's fine.
Where my things are.
It would be particularly poopy if I didn't at least offer some assistance. Imagine that.
I love
Imagine.
my house. It's where all my shit is.
Yeah, I store all my
I mean,
stuff.
I haven't been
like
able to
food.
do much for you in return.
Who cares? Aries,
I
why?
will just certainly like to help you in return when I can.
Mary, it's really ironic you're saying that. It's really.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
continue. I'm listening.
I'm not.
Cortisol
You know what it
receptor
is.
Southback. Wait, what?
Aries is stressed and she
I need
wishes
you.
me to assist her somehow.
Oh.
Aw, sorry you're stressed.
How's the dog doing?
To elf lap. No, not dog.
So,
Oh,
her
wood.
mom, for whatever reason, has decided that she wanted to adopt another dog as a foster, but appears to be putting no actual effort into, assisting with that.
Oh, that's fun.
They got
So
into a
here-
fight,
oh
didn't
shoot! Oh shoot! I'm in the middle of a portal.
they? Yeah, don't touch those. You'll get pulled into hell.
Your whispers. Okay. Needed.
What do you mean only fostering, Aries?
Yeah. Can that wait until after the stream? Maybe a little sleepy. Mostly. I mean, I got plenty of sleep. I'm fine. I'm mostly just tired. Sometimes I just yawn. That's my secret. I'm always sleepy.
I'm always sleepy.
That's my secret. I'm always asleep.
Did she say that, or did she deliver this information to you out of the blue, like she tends to do sometime, Aries?
I'm forgetting about this, but are Sam and Aries, like, together?
No.
That's a personal question. I'm trying to remember who Sam's partner was. Because they had a dog.
Sam.
Or have a dog.
Sam/Method is partnered with Penny.
Oh God.
okay.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't think I haven't seen that name with them in a long time.
The Spicer's thing. The lore.
I don't know all the names. I just know that there was plot.
Hi, Chillin' Chum.
Aries living the constant lesson that most people learn in life growing up is most adults aren't mature enough to be adults.
Yeah.
Not
sadly.
me, that's for
Right.
sure. I'm an emotional mess.
At least you don't gamble all of your money away pretty much immediately.
That's fun.
No. Oh, do you know
This is why
someone
you
who
never
did
see
that?
a poor person with tons of money.
Yeah.
Do you know someone who gambled all their money away or something?
Yeah, we're talking about. I don't know if it's something that you want me to mention, Aries, but yeah, it's has to do with Aries and the conversation that's going on.
Sorry.
It's okay. Hmm.
I'm so sorry for being such an emotional mess on your stream. I'm sure your viewers don't want to see that and it's stressful.
It's perfectly okay. Stuff like that happens.
Knock straight in the pocket. God, this
Mark,
thing's still installing.
are you
Go,
talking?
go.
Meh. Bees are doing fine through the winter.
Look at it go, installing things.
I wish I could go back and read. I wish I could use Chatty to go back and read the Twitch chat from before when I left. Cause it's I opened when I was about to leave.
Yeah.
So I don't know what I'm missing, and there's a bunch of messages I'm probably just missed permanently. Unless there's a way to go back and check really old messages.
I don't think so, unless you had the window up, unfortunately. X. Yeah, wait, no. Right.
I just ignore people.
Pap Spicer.
Thank goodness, Vintage Story. Does Kuma like Vintage Story? They said thank goodness Vintage Story.
Yeah.
Uh.
Kuma does not like,
Oh, God.
well, I'm gonna use this yeast. Kuma does not like Abiotic Factor, and that's what I played yesterday. Or, sorry, day before yesterday.
Oh, darn it.
Why
again.
not? It's
I
so
did it
full of
again.
viscera and horror.
I'm not a big fan of that either. Especially the viscera
Bug.
part.
But it's full of.
Oh, hey, hi, Bendy.
It's Bendy.
Hi, Bendy.
Why is it doing that? Shut off. Shut off. Shut up. Shut off.
No.
He's really unhappy. I unplugged the
Well,
thumbstick before I shut it off. And
hi, Bendy. You remember how to use the chat mod?
You're a chat mode.
I feel like
Nope.
even though said
Is
it's
there-
hard to wrap your brain around, I feel like I still have a harder time wrapping my brain around how binary works than most people. I know that's bringing back an old conversation, but
I mean, you're figuring it out. Most people don't get that far. Most people go, no, then not.
Nah.
do this. I mean, you're fucking went, oh, wait 32, I would have learned that. And said, no, whatever.
I mean, it does make me curious how you get around to doing things like making windows.
Have someone
that's
else
a
do
pretty
it, and he becomes the
significant leap.
sacrifice.
Having an interface that isn't just, printing out hello world is a pretty significant leap of learning the basics in comparison. It's oh.
So,
Because,
it's
that's
twofold.
important. Most games, unless you're
Hey,
making,
you're
a
Bendy?
text-based game, and those old games do exist, you kind of need to know a little bit about how that works.
Yep.
How you go from having graphical interface, having just text and saying hello world to graphical interface is kind of, a big leap. An important leap if you want to make games that aren't text adventures.
Port 52525,
Well,
Bendy.
Win32 is not going to do much of that. If you're going to make a game, you're just going to load up a window and then make an OpenGL context and then never touch the window thing again.
I think I do.
Besides getting input or something.
Yeah, we got
Which, most of
blueberry
the time,
wine, Aries.
you're doing control.
I mean, we ended up having to download it from someone who did it before with Ray Library. So someone had to figure this out.
Oh yeah, someone did it before. Although in a lot of cases, like
Hi, Bendy.
for one, you usually want to do stuff cross-platform, so you don't want to like spend all the time trying to figure out how to do this for every fucking OS.
That's fair.
And also, like, most people don't use Win32 directly with C. Windows was really favorable towards C++, so there's C++ libraries for doing Win32 that's nicer if you like doing C++.
Why doesn't Windows play nicer with C then?
I don't know. They used to at one point, but I mean, Windows has never concerned itself with like it didn't concern itself with developers until way later, right?
But I thought that Microsoft was about developers.
That was later. Windows has always kind of, I don't know, like, I mean, early on they were pretty favorable towards users. And like I say, early Windows was pretty good. Like DOS
Thank
and
you,
like
Aries.
early
you,
Windows 98 and stuff. Like that stuff, they put a lot of work into making sure like applications worked, even though they weren't programmed right and all that stuff. There's a lot of work that went there. And they did a lot to like try to innovate, although most of the time the things that they came up with were like stupid and were replaced by a bigger standard. Like we still suffer from fucking
Aries.
wide so most like a lot of text is like 8-bit, but if you want more than like 127 characters or more than 255, you have to use more than 1 byte to represent a character. So Windows started doing 16-bit characters, and they had to literally go through the entire Windows code base and change everywhere that they were looking for single characters and do like 2 bytes.
Thanks for the follow, Wix.
It was like a giant rewrite. And then the world went, we're gonna do UTF-8. And then, fuck it.
I do not understand most of what you're talking about. I am very sorry.
Well, early Windows was pretty good, and like the C libraries were pretty good, and they were pretty forward thinking with like backwards compatibility and stuff in ways that even like Linux wasn't.
That's crazy.
But like after a while, they just like I think like what was it, Windows?
I know that there's a lot of games that don't work well with DOSBox, especially the music. For some reason, I'm always hearing, I tried this game in DOSBox. And the music, it does not work.
Back then, really. Like, you either wanted, like back then, like today we just play sampled sound. Like
Bendy, do you want to join
MP3
voice?
files and stuff. But there wasn't enough memory back then on those computers to save all that music. Or let alone load into RAM. So most of the time, like there was some stuff that was samples, but it was usually small, and it was like at most like dialogue. That's what you would save it for, is cutscenes or something. Most early games like DOS and stuff were they used your MIDI like synthesizer card. So like your Sound Blaster 16 or
I remember Sound Blaster.
And everything just kind of relied on that. And there was all kinds of weird bugs that would happen because like you would have it set up wrong, and some games like the footsteps would become
Where's my wine bucket?
Whatever. Yeah, no. It's that era was a bit of a mess because there wasn't sound cards yet. But like thankfully that went away. But it made games small.
Bendy.
Yeah, it did make games smaller. With the games that use MIDI sound certainly were smaller.
Bendy, drink the
thing
wine.
Is that it really depended on how good of a MIDI card you had as to whether they sounded like garbage or not.
Drink it.
Sound cards are still kind of a thing, Blobus, but they're always just integrated into the motherboard now. It's like no one has an Ethernet board anymore, like PCI board. Like it's just integrated into the motherboard now.
You mean act drunk for funsies, Aries?
What, you mean you don't have a dedicated sound card anymore? Ugh.
Dedicated wham.
I would like a dedicated wham.
Dedicated wham. You're cheating, probably. Oh, the straight tunnel's curving.
Yeah, Blobus, I really don't like Unicode very much, and I totally understand why like a lot of code bases, they just take whatever the encoding is, convert it to 4 bytes, and just do that, and just don't care. They just want to maximize it so they don't have to think about it.
I like Unicode because I am a weeb, and though it is required to support things like Chinese and Japanese and Korean characters.
Yeah. I hate
Thus,
it
I
as a
am a
programmer.
fan of
It's
being
really
able
annoying.
to type in other languages. I don't know what alternative there is to Unicode, but I'm glad I can type in other languages and be a weeb. And learn my oracle bones,
There's
my
not
moon
really
runes.
an alternative anymore.
Moon runes!
Moon runes.
Drink until 3-dimensional straight line turns into 4-dimensional curly. Pardon us, Fairy. We're drinking through our wine supply.
Oh, you have wine?
Yeah,
In game
A
or
lot of it.
IRL?
In game.
Oh, this game has wine?
Yeah, we got a lot of strong wine too. Ooh, cranberry.
That makes sense. I whine a lot when I play this game.
Welcome back, Kuma.
Hey, Kuma. I'm gonna get myself some more water.
Okay, that's how that works, Bendy. Once humans are safe, they just drink. They just keep drinking. Drink more. We got 100 liters of wine to go through. Let's go.
Is there like a drunkenness system in this game? Is there a drunkenness system in this game? Sorry, I was a little away from the microphone.
Yes.
There is.
Yes. I'm experiencing it right now.
I should have put the thing where you're down here. Gosh, I've been a mess this whole stream. I am so sorry. I forgot to turn on the thing where it shows you on my stream, and we're over almost 2 hours in. Here.
Man, the suffering. Oh. Yeah, she requires attention. She's gonna cry.
Oh, hey, Mark. Did you come because I meowed?
Yeah.
Mark is like, I heard meowing.
I heard the sound of my people. What can I do for you?
Where? Yes, Mark? He's curious. He's a curious boy. Where do we even turn that on? It's been like 2 hours and this stream has been a complete mess. I am so sorry.
It's perfectly fine.
I was gonna show up there, you are. But
Fix
like
the
2
square,
hours in-
Bendy. Fix it. Fix it, Bendy. Immediate.
I know. Oh gosh, my TV. So I like have 2 computers going into the same TV.
Yeah.
Because I don't have multi-monitor. And like I got on my remote to like switch the TV input, and it did that thing where it's like, no, you're not going to inputs again. You are going to pay attention to us. You are going to buy whatever we're selling. And so like I had to go all the way back down, so just going 1 down. I like want one down, and it was like, oh yeah, 1 down. You should watch current sports game or whatever.
Sports ball.
Football.
Bendy, our friends and compatriots wouldn't be able to handle it though, because we have other people who play this server. Remember, they can't do it. Bendy, drink more wine. I'm drunk, Plastic. I just literally within the thing that you said right there, I drank 10 liters of strong blueberry wine.
Oh,
And I'm
blueberry
drinking
wine. That sounds nice.
Another 10. Yeah, we got red currant wine, we got cranberry wine, we got blueberry wine. You know what?
What
Still
happens when you
thirsty.
get drunk in this game?
Things get curvy.
I guess that makes sense. That's strange. I've been drunk in real life, as much as I'm ashamed to say that.
No,
A few I've never noticed things getting curvy.
You're curvy when you get drunk.
No, you. We do, Bendy. Yeah! Alcohol!
Speaking
Get
of
me my
alcohol,
alcohol, please.
speaking of
I'm gonna-
alcohol, have you ever heard of kava?
No? Question mark? Bendy, I'm gonna make bread while absolutely blasted.
As you do. Gotta do
Yeah.
something while you're smashed.
I'm gonna give this bread to Fairy so she doesn't die in the wilderness.
Oh, well, thanks. Let me head back so you
It's
can
gonna be a
find me,
bit.
'cause I'm
It's
out
gonna be a
here.
bit. You continue doing your thing. You're good.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Hi, Bendy. You're welcome.
I'm making a big bridge across the water right here.
Bendy, the thing that we should be doing now is probably working on that project that we discussed whenever we first started this game, because we have the materials and whatnot to preserve ourselves now. Now we must begin building a structure so that everyone and God knew that we were here.
What is the story of this game? Apparently you're playing as a seraph and not a human?
Yeah. Well, quit it, Bendy. Don't get bored.
Don't get bored. Have fun.
I mean, yeah, early mid game
Eat your
for a lot of games like
peas.
this is usually the funnest part, Bendy.
My favorite part of Outward is when I'm poor.
My favorite part of video game, yeah, it does, Bendy. Why does it not work that way? Build a structure, build something, become huge. Ugh.
Aries, how is that any different than when you're not drunk?
Wait, what?
Bendy. Oh yeah, do you two mind if I add Bendy to the call so he can talk?
Oh,
with
I
us?
don't
care. Do
mind.
what you want. You own this stream.
I do not own Fairy Stream. However, I do own this part.
It is
so.
perfectly fine.
Why won't my network work?
Your mama.
Hello.
Hi, Bendy.
Hello.
It's Bambi.
It's a Bendy boy. How you doing, Bendy?
I'm EP.
I can tell.
Stop being EP.
I'm not.
I'm always sleepy. I
Oh,
understand. I relate to the feeling.
I'm gonna be a good boy.
You are a good Bendy.
If you're
No,
a good
no,
boy,
you're
the
not.
bird gives you kisses. And then eats you.
No, that's just you, Spicer.
No! True. Ow!
What? What do you want, it,
Ow,
Rosie?
mommy!
What?
Ow!
What do you wish my tiny Bendy? You little shit.
Well, that's right. I've got plenty of stuff to make cobblestone.
Why isn't my network working?
You
Work.
better be able to place quicker, boy. I got an iron. Eh.
I don't want that, Aries. It's bad.
Nyeh.
What the I didn't elect to that. Or consent, or whatever the word is. I'm too tired to think about.
Pick this shit up.
I don't think this is
Clean yourself up.
Meh. Meh, Ma. Meh.
Man. I'm just a baby. I am baby.
Just a
She's
little
ba-
baby, Mom. Just a little baby.
Do something cool, Bendy.
Hey, it worked.
Bendy, build a thing. Why won't you build a thing? Come on.
Mm,
We had a plan,
No.
remember?
Yay.
I know.
Oh,
Perform
shoot.
plan.
Increase
No,
spoil
leave
rate
me
by
alone. I'm trying to
200%.
make thing. I'm trying to make thing. Leave me alone.
It'll be easy.
I
Easy,
mean,
or
we could do that, but Fairy is new at the game, so we're not going to increase the spoil rate and hunger rate to 300%.
but
I would
there's
Let
want
it
to
be
do that
fun.
anyway. That's terrible.
Bendy
That's for
craves
psychopaths.
punishment.
because I enjoy the game loop, and I get sad whenever you optimize your way out of the very game loop that you were playing.
It's true.
You know.
Yeah.
It's like if you enjoy playing the survival game, and then you could literally ignore the survival game for 20 hours straight.
Yeah.
You know?
Do we
Yeah,
maybe
don't
starve.
turn that off or something?
No,
Turn
no,
what
I'm
off?
I'm just whining.
Yeah.
I said I wasn't going to, but then
The
I did it
baby.
anyway.
Can I get in
Everyone
your
needs a
house,
baby.
Auri?
Yeah.
It's
Bendy, open
scary
the
at
door.
nighttime. Thank you. Excuse
You're
me.
welcome.
That's so late.
You're
Hey,
going to work the
Bendy.
fields
No.
forever.
There you go.
Hello.
Oh my gosh, what is this?
It's bread.
Whoa, those are some fat stacks of rye bread. Why, thank you.
Yeah. It is rye
Also,
bread that I made with flax oil, bone broth, and wild yeast.
I see.
you're trapped here. You're gonna be the house fairy.
I guess
You're gonna
so.
perform whimsical magic for us.
Whimsical
Hey.
magic.
Except
Daddy
apparently,
Ransom
according
needs
to
to do
my
some
name, I'm a
magic.
demon.
Yeah, close enough.
Wee. Have you seen my flower field yet?
I have. It was a good flower field.
Why does the fucking 6 key not work well? I'm mild.
Because it's funny.
Wee.
Does your Twitch still say you're playing Bellatrix, or did you fix that?
I think I fixed it.
Oh, okay.
I'm tired.
Apparently,
No.
Kuma's grandfather was left-handed. Did not
I'm
know that.
left-handed.
But left-handedness isn't real.
Yeah, people
I'm-
cannot be left-handed.
I'm
It
not
does
real.
not exist. And anybody who
I'm-
tells you that people can be left-handed is actually just trying to kill you and take your blood.
I'm
Yeah, they
gonna
work
make
for the
a
government.
Robinson Crusoe type mod
Yeah.
where you have a bunch of people you can configure, and you have to take care of
Love
them
theory.
because they're injured on like some shipwreck, and if any of them die, you lose. Yeah, and like their needs grow. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Do their needs grow, Mindy? Why do they do
I
that?
need to go use the bathroom. Excuse me. I'll
Okay.
be
So
right
like,
back.
okay,
Fairies needs grow.
one of my favorite game loops is progressively escalating needs, and to not lose, you have to expand your capacity faster than your demands. Like Factorio, you know?
Yeah.
If you
Hmm.
if you don't expand your production fast enough, them bugs gonna fucking get you.
And by expanding one's production, you expand the bugs.
Yeah, well, just make a tank and it's all good.
The factory must grow.
I'm sorry, I gotta give a presentation today to Congress. What are you presenting to Congress? We need to build a spider bot to deal with the bugs.
Yeah, that's fair.
What bugs? Like just insects? Yeah.
Have you been outside?
Definitely. There's definitely not going to be Starship Troopers soon.
I would use nuclear bombs.
Legalize nuclear bombs.
Legalize nuclear bombs. I don't go anywhere without my anthrax.
It would be silly to go anywhere without your anthrax.
For
Ori.
duck hunting.
Yeah, what's up, Mindy?
Let's abandon everything and start over with nothing.
I knew you were going to say that eventually. And,
Quais.
no. We've worked so hard, Mindy.
I want to
Yeah,
burn it
but-
all down and do it again.
But we can go like try to live in the desert or something, or in the Arctic.
You know what? You
Oh,
can
man.
do that, and when you come crawling back, I'll have food here for you, okay?
I won't come crawling back because
I've never seen
booty
you
man.
Because you will have died, yes. You will have died in the weird place that you took yourself.
I know. You'll have to pay escalating tax to your landlord or be killed.
Bendy, no!
Why not? He demands 3 copper hoes, and then your hoe.
Aries, you can't
Who
play...
the fuck's Copper and why are they a hoe?
That's a good question. Aries, you can't play without bugs on. That's against the law.
It's against the law.
You're supposed to have adversity.
To be fair,
Crying.
the bugs suck ass.
Nah, rude,
That
Bendy.
as soon as you get flamethrowers, the bugs become a trivial issue.
You're a trivial issue.
Not wow.
Yeah. Still trivial.
It's trivial. I say no and you cry. What are they doing? Oh my god, this computer has 2 gigs of memory. Wow.
2 giggle flops.
It's got as much hard drive space as I have RAM on my desktop.
Bendy, why do we play games to escape reality? Why are you attempting to impose reality?
I like game loops.
We do like game loops.
I
We're gonna have a
like
game loop in our
loops.
game, aren't we, Bendy?
My favorite cereal
Yeah.
is Fruit Loops.
It's
You're a
gonna be
fruit loop.
about being a sad lesbian. No, I'm just kidding.
Nah, it's gonna be about being a happy lizard. You're just a little goober, Bendy.
Wait, I
Yeah.
do want to make the. I think I have an interesting game loop, kind of.
Yeah.
But Cult of the Lamb already did it, but I was thinking about it first, so they stole from me.
Nah, I don't think so. I feel like you just didn't get there quick enough, Bendy. You failed.
Basically, city builder slash manager with intermittent four ways into the wilds.
Yeah, I kind of like
Support
that
it.
idea too. We could do
But
that.
I was
Have
the
them be dwellers building a dig.
well, it was yeah, it was the lizard people actually, but yeah.
That too.
But the big thing was is I wanted to have a board game type mechanic to it. You know how like in a lot of board games where you have to like Robinson Crusoe, like every fucking day
Hey.
something very bad happens that fucks up your plan
Yeah,
and you have to get around it. Thank you.
you're welcome.
I played a board game like Robinson Crusoe. That shit was crazy
You're a board
bullshit.
game.
I feel attacked.
You should attacks
But
you.
Well,
Yeah. You can make decisions and stuff and
I do like the idea, Mindy. It sounds neat.
I like making decisions. Like my favorite thing.
I think it's a decent idea, Mindy. Nuts. Attack on Spicer. Push
it
Spicer
would
over.
What? Why me?
Push it over.
I was thinking like one of the worst conclusions you can get is you provoke a full scale attack from the dig. And if you
Yeah.
win, you win the game. But like that's like the most difficult outcome to win the game with.
Like that. An earnest attack by a full dig.
Yeah.
Spooky.
Thousands of angry worm girls who know how to fight way more than you do.
I don't know where this is
And
going, but
you can chop them with a sword and they're still liable to strangle you.
Noodles. Everybody likes noodles. I am noodles.
I was
Sounds like
thinking
a
of
bandit.
something a little grotesque, but in like a pitch battle, right?
Yeah.
The worms you spill themselves actually become a hazard.
They nibble.
Nibble. Also, they're really slippery, and the dwellers are just capable of not slipping on them as much. Like they're already aware that that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Caesar won a fight once because he fought with the sun behind his back.
Yeah.
That man was good at killing people. Man, he loved to kill people.
Boy, that boy sure did love to kill people.
It's funny who becomes a deranged backward warlord and who is considered a great general.
History is written by the victors, Bendy.
Yeah.
some of them can't write.
He slept with Cleopatra. She actually probably had a son, which is nuts.
Kind of neat.
Who became Ra.
Rah!
Egyptian perfume industry is widespread, and it actually can be traced back to Cleopatra.
Yeah.
She used so much perfume that you could become rich if you could figure out how to make a great fragrance. And so lots of people tried.
What's your job? I make smells.
Make smelly smells that smell.
She would
Smelly.
apparently you could tell if she was in town because you would smell her ship for days before you actually saw it.
That is a potent perfume.
And
Welcome
Welcome back.
back to Game Grumps.
You love her perfume.
what?
She loved doing crazy spy shit too.
What? Wait, what?
I don't know the plot either here.
She snuck in, so her brother was laying siege to Caesar in an Egyptian city, and basically he was trying to like take power away from her and kill Caesar. So she hired like some guy to
Named
hide
Ray.
her
Some guy.
in a laundry sack, and he snuck
Oh.
her in through the port, and she joined Caesar and kind of more or less saved his life, but in exchange her life was saved because her brother was like dead ass going to fucking execute her if he was in power.
Yeah. You
And
know about the Caesar
That's not
or
an equivalent exchange.
Alexander?
no, it
The
was Caesar.
exchange should be if something happened to him, she becomes Caesar. That would have been a fair exchange.
Well, they exchanged something, all right.
I bet.
They after Caesar acquitted himself of the siege, she invited him to go on one of her famous Nile cruises, where she cruises the whole Nile.
Yeah.
Nile
And,
cruise. What are we
yeah.
talking about here? Like, which woman is this? Is this
Cleopatra.
Cleopatra.
Cleopatra? That's what I thought. Yeah. You were like, wait,
Yeah.
Nile? Are we talking about Cleopatra?
The Nile in Egypt, the famous river in Egypt
Yeah.
called the Nile.
Don't pay attention.
I
to
always
He's a
live in
little shit.
denial, so I relate to Egyptians. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, she
That's
absolutely
terrible.
loved to go on cruises, and so they were a
Moscow
power
has
couple.
a triple shot coffee. That sounds terrible for me.
Wasn't like Cleopatra like of partially Greek descent or something like that?
It's very likely.
I
Like,
think I remember
it
hearing
pisses
that.
people off, but both Rome and Egypt had rulers that were not ethnically from those lands.
I mean, there was a lot of things that happened during Egyptian history. There's a reason why there's people living in ancient Egypt, or sorry, in Egypt, well, even in ancient
yeah.
times, and like not speaking ancient Egyptian or knowing anything about how to read the hieroglyphics because there was a lot of rulers that and upheavals that caused people to just forget like what people did.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, history back in those days wasn't like how we like to imagine it. It's clean delineations of, oh, I'm Egyptian, oh, I'm Roman. No, it was like
That's
Romans,
true.
they cared about culture more of everything else. You could be from all the way across the world, but if you wore a toga and spoke the language and thought democracy was rad as shit, they would you could become
The reason is time
senator.
travel, Kyle.
And
Wasn't part of
it-
the Hellenization of Egypt due to Alexander the Great? He like conquered a lot of places. That's probably how that particular part happened.
oh
Or
yeah,
maybe I
yeah,
don't remember.
it was pretty much, yes. Kind of hard to have a vassal state if they hate your guts. So you trick them into liking you.
Of course, Egypt was always very multicultural. I know a lot of different cultures and people want to take claim to that because they had big cool pyramids and things. It's like, wow, civilization,
It's
we
always
did
been
that. But
that whole
like
area was super
they had
multicultural.
they had people who back then probably built a lot of the pyramids and stuff and probably look a lot similar to the Egyptians today, despite the fact that there's not a lot of cultural being shared with them after, all
Those
of
dudes
the
really like their piles of
Arabization of their
rocks.
culture. But like, there's the Coptic Christians, but still, it's not like the Coptic Christians who speak ancient Egyptian. Um, even the people they descended from didn't know how to read like ancient Egyptian. Just
Oh
a lot
god.
of stuff was lost. A lot of stuff was lost, even in like the times of pharaohs and stuff.
Those people really knew how to make something as simple as a pile of rocks into something truly wonderful, honestly. Like the fucking gargantuan size of those things is enormous.
Yeah, it's really impressive how things just kept getting bigger and bigger when various civilizations learned how to make structures.
Well,
Huge.
of course, you had to prove you had the biggest dick of them all.
Oh no. But what if you didn't have a dick? What if you didn't have a dick at all?
They
Like
just
pretended?
have the
Queen
most
Cleopatra.
cavernous.
The most cavernous law.
I didn't want to continue that thought, but it tracks.
It reminded me of like a comic I saw where dudes were like trying to get an operation to increase the size because there was technology to do that, so guys were just constantly trying to one up themselves, and women were like, fine, we're making ours bigger too.
What? They have bigger dicks than us? Bomb them. No, my poontang is the most cavernous of them all.
Slay.
Yas Queen, slay.
I mean, how? Like, I do agree that Cleopatra is like kind of shoehorned in as really like, oh, she was hot and that was it. That's all people had to say about her.
I feel like
And
that's what a lot of people have to say about a lot of like rulers they look back on that we don't have a lot of things we know about, like in Japan. Shoot, I'm dead.
well, Cleopatra was like super objectively like super baddie. Like we know that for a fucking
Aw.
fact. Even the people who hated her fucking guts was like, man, she's an evil witch, but god damn.
I hope I don't lose all my stuff.
I hope not.
I died, and I'm like way back up here at the base.
We're not that far. And I think it's like,
Well, last time something like this happened, I didn't manage to get all my stuff back, and it all despawned, including a bunch of copper tools that Auri gave me.
Yeah, you must run quickly. Hi, Bendy.
I'll do it again.
I know you will. Punk ass.
But yeah, Cleopatra, she admired Caesar, broke in, saved his life, secured her ruler's kingdom, and then fucked her crush. So she kind of won. Like, pretty rad, I guess.
The first recorded leader in Japanese history, and I know this because I'm a weeb, is like Queen Himiko, and the reason partially for that is because this was before Japan even had proper written records of their own. This was like from Chinese people who went over to Japan. And her name was Queen Himiko. And she like ruled over, what would be considered Japanese people today. There was other ethnicities that lived there that it's complicated, but anyway. They call them like the Yamato or Arwa people back then. To distinguish them from like other tribes that people would call the Ainu today, but I digress. But the funny thing about that is that instead of like other stuff to Himiko, there wasn't much known, so there's just like a beauty pageant in areas where people thought that the Yamato kingdom was. Where it's basically like just a like Miss Universe, Miss Japan or whatever type beauty thing, where people try to be like Himiko. So instead of people being like, "Oh yeah, you're like Himiko because you're this, and this," it's like, "Oh yeah, you're beautiful like Himiko." in Japan today. So it's kind of similar to Cleopatra when you think about it.
Since I heard that ancient, like super ancient, like before people, or I should say before like people that we know today lived there, that Japan used to have some kind of population of like pygmy. Maybe they were human, but like very short, at least short hominoids. And
Is that really the
shortly,
case?
I heard something like that, and then shortly
I
after,
thought some of
evidence
the
of human
shortest,
appearing.
earliest humans or human-like creatures, because we had like Neanderthals, and one of them was really short. I thought they were in Southeast Asia.
So
That there was one that was like super, super short.
there's over a dozen of species that all vanished mysteriously, and one of them was in Japan. And
Never heard
yeah,
about this, and I've done a lot of reading. I thought that they had like ancient Paleolithic patterns from both North and South.
well, I mean, like there was hominoids literally everywhere, so it wouldn't be a surprise if they were on Japan too. It's just they couldn't survive. There doesn't seem to be much evidence that they died out due to violence or anything. Not that we would be easily to tell that, but it just seems like they couldn't survive in a. It's hard to tell because human populations back then were so low that they couldn't really deplete the environment to drive people to starvation. So it may have been that they just weren't intelligent enough to survive some hardship, probably like some kind of ice age.
I've never
'Cause
really heard about this. I've watched a lot of videos about ancient like Paleolithic and Jomon Japan.
well, you got to remember that these creatures wouldn't even be Paleolithic. They would be even earlier than that. Like
Well,
this
they
is far
certainly have no
before.
relation to the Japanese people of today. We can tell that from haplogroup DNA.
Well, yeah, because they weren't even the same species. Like they have nothing to do with them. In fact, the people showing up there may have had something to do with them disappearing, but it's hard to
And
tell.
how do we know there were people even there?
Uh, fossilized bones.
Bones.
Like
Yeah, that
we
would
know
be.
that.
I've never heard of that. I've heard like Peking Man as like an ancient fossil record, but not anything about this. I thought Peking Man was found in China. That's the closest thing I know of to something like this found in ancient East Asia.
Mindy has a lot of interesting knowledge.
I have to be right back. I'm gonna be gone
Lay it on.
for a bit. I need to feed my cats.
Okie dokie.
Feed them. They
So I'm
require
actually gonna have my
you.
be right back screen up.
Mhm.
Wait, no. Why is it doing this? No, go away.
They will evaporate into goo if you don't help them.
See you all in a bit, chat.
No, you. Network ID. Oh god, I gotta enter this shit. I don't want to enter this long. 9.
Breaded spelt red meat. Yes. Yes.
God damn it! Why is 6?
I may be wrong, but who knows?
I'm creating, Bendy, I am creating the true mark of a civilization.
Hmm.
Deep
What's
fried food.
Oh yes, yes.
I get to the
Mm.
point where we get easy access to energy.
No, we're going for deep fried food.
I mean, it's one of the theories that why like the Italian peninsula and all that stuff got so developed was
You're a peninsula.
olives. Olive
Olives are
oil.
yummy.
Well, they're just such a good source of energy.
You're a source of energy.
I mean,
Punk.
yeah. Yeah, kinda.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
How you doing, Josh?
Booty meat.
Yeah, Bendy.
Yeah.
Pat's a bit.
I'm some loser, man.
No. Yeah, good
Time to
Bendy.
die.
You're
No.
bullyable.
Time to perish.
No.
What I deserve is death. Don't you understand?
No.
We all deserve death,
Yeah.
but that comes like later. It's like Act 4 or whatever.
Dawn of the
Dying
final
is
day.
gay.
Dying is gay. If anyone who dies is gay.
Booty meat. And
Eh.
booty cheeks too.
Jesus.
Can you imagine an imaginary menagerie manager? Can you imagine an imaginary menagerie manager? Imagining. That's not a word, is it?
You
That
had
one's
such
why
a
it's tripping
hard
me.
like
Imagining, managing
your
an
noise
imaginary
filter had
menagerie.
your noise filter has such a hard time understanding that it kept cutting you out.
It's whatever. Push your spicer over.
Mm.
Eh. You know,
Menagerie, babagerie.
blah 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 blah.
I'm a papagerie. I'm
Papega.
tired.
Go sleep, Spicer.
I don't wanna.
You gotta.
It's
almost 9 o'clock. Babies need to go to bed. Point.
How dare you? You're a baby.
Nah.
You're
I'm
the
strong.
baby.
I'm strong. Strong, bad, powerful.
Booty meat all up on my booty cheeks.
Don't want to play no more, huh, Bendy?
No.
Does that mean you're sitting on a booty?
I don't think what I said was true. But I heard something about it.
What part? What part?
I'm curious then. Find it.
Said a lot of things.
Is it the thing about
Oh, that
the
thing.
different peoples?
I got ice
Yeah, well,
with that.
apparently,
Hmm.
apparently, well, a long time ago, me and my friend were talking about, and something about how there was a group of people living in Japan who met a very violent end, like in extreme
happens.
ancient history. But you know, I'm been
You're a
gay.
Bendy.
Gay.
Yeah, you are a little bit. Yeah.
I'm not. I'm turbo street.
Sorry, Bendy. That's just patently incorrect.
Yeah, this is homophobia.
You're wrong.
And you're gay.
I've never even looked at a boy before. Gross.
Gross. I would
Especially
never look at those. Don't tell me where they're at.
especially cute twinkish cat boys. They can get it, but that's gross.
God damn it! Stop not entering sex. Thank you.
Little
No.
they suck because they won't give it to me. And they don't exist.
One day soon, maybe, Bendy. Who knows?
Genetically engineer me to have immortality and then be a twinkish cat boy. This is all I desire.
I desire.
And as an American, I have this right to dream.
I had a dream.
I have a
For now.
dream where I'm not going to continue that. I'm not gonna...
Yeah.
No.
Uh-huh.
That's gonna go.
Go ahead, Spice. Go on.
No.
Yeah. Jail.
Oh. I don't want to go to jail. I love my pooter. All my friends are inside it.
It's true. All of your friends are inside your computer.
Yeah.
All of my friends are
It's
inside of
also
my
where I make
computer.
all my
too.
money.
Also true. I like my
was
computer.
like-
That's where all my cash is.
For 5
like my
seconds, I
computer.
thought about falling for a phishing scam.
Don't do that.
Actually, I should check. I got an email that said that my online banking account had been locked due to unusual activity, but the email address it was sent from didn't make any sense.
Just go
I
log
should
into
just-
your bank account. Find out.
Yeah, but I almost clicked it and I was like, But luckily, what saved me was I just didn't really give a shit at that very moment. So
Hell yeah.
I was just like,
Anytime I get
whatever.
one of those, I usually go log in directly and like, okay, cool. Let's go find out. Go click
I
links,
think
kids.
I think it should be legal for us to find the people making these phishing scams and then have them publicly beaten and tortured.
No Bendy.
I agree.
Why not? I bet if you do that a few times, it'll stop. You know?
It's true.
Oh, I don't
Get
remember my
that
damn
man a
password.
true.
Does this not sound delicious? Fried, smoked red meat made with red currant syrup, spelt flour, salt, and like some breadcrumbs.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
It sounds like real food instead of whatever you guys have been eating.
It does. It does sound like really good food. Actual food.
No.
I'm frying actual food, Bendy, and you can't have any because you're not here.
No. Who made the fucking oil?
I did because I planted
you
all the
didn't.
stuff.
No, you didn't. No, you
I'm
didn't.
pretty cool. What can I say?
Get back to
I
work, Bendy. Get
planted
back
it.
to the fields. Get back to the fields where you belong and stop being
The fields. I thought you were doing all that. Oh,
not
interesting.
anymore. I had to show you how to do it, and then
Interesting.
I put you in there like a little automaton. So you
Interesting. Just seems like you just lied to me. Pretty typical of your kind, really.
Kind.
Yeah. Stop it, or I'll piss my pants. Is that what you want? No, brat.
Where'd that just go?
Back there. Willies.
Rude.
The fuck? What?
What?
The only times that I've ever almost fallen for some of the scam bullshit that you see on the internet is when fucking the start menu makes me open up a web page or something because I accidentally typed in the wrong thing or something like that, and it opens up Edge instead of the actual web browser I use, and I'm like, wait, is this? No.
We should be allowed to at least pull one of their nails off. Alright? On TV.
On TV,
Yeah.
pay-per-view.
I only believe in that whenever it's something that I would never actually reasonably do. You know?
Yeah.
Then we can cut loose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna cut loose on the dance floor.
Cut loose, foot loose, obtuse,
What happened to your foot? Why is it loose?
lava juice,
On that.
giant snake birthday cake, lava
Barry's
pies.
bag. Everybody kill her.
No!
No, why?
This was
Dying-
the
but
entire
dying
plan
is
the
cringe.
entire time.
You can't kill me. Dying is cringe.
Blobus, just use lytics.
I
Okay.
actually gotta
Dying
make my
is
start menu not
cringe.
change to whatever version is stuck. Yeah,
no.
I would actually very much appreciate that, Blob, because I don't like Flix Mindy's nose. I do not like modern Microsoft.
Microsoft can suck my ass.
I am like just barely not to the point where I'm aiming to switch to Linux.
What software do you use that doesn't work on Linux?
I don't have any software that I don't use. I just don't want to do it.
I was talking to Blobus.
Oh, Linux Philip.
Yeah,
we were
or-
talking to you.
Yeah, shut up.
You could probably get
I'm
it to
sorry,
work
I'm
on
sorry.
Linux too.
He's still talking.
Just shove it into bottles. It'll work.
I don't know if it's Adobe.
Auri, read the
room.
God.
Just shove it into
I'm so
bottles. It'll be
sorry.
fine. Soundless, Ben.
Half the software.
What'd you call me?
I said silence, male.
Silence, man.
Why do you get to use sexism against me? It's not fair.
Because.
Do you know how badly oppressed I really truly am?
When. Kind of. PG.
Whatever, you're mean.
Whenever
Love you, Bendy.
No, it's too late
Mom,
now.
she's being mean. My girlfriend's being mean.
Yeah, I'm gonna bully you back one day. And then you're gonna be like, wah. I don't know, I'm Bendy. Shut up.
Yeah, you wanna cry, pitch your pants?
Would it
Of course you
help?
are, that's what you do.
Oh my
No.
god.
I would if it mattered. If I mattered,
doesn't, though.
but I don't. I know, that was my point. I just
No,
don't matter to
I
you.
think you can make points.
Comes in a fucking email or like a text. Don't click on it. Go to the website.
Emails.
Click on this website. Go to skiing.com.
What software are you addicted to, Blebus?
Yeah.
So
What
does
software are
it
you
does it have
addicted to?
kernel anti-cheat? Or is it from a shitty company that you shouldn't be using software from anyway? Those are the two that I so far have not been able to get to work on Linux.
I wonder if you could like make something that would give kernel level anti cheat something to look at that it thought was a kernel.
Well, you can, but they usually figure it out.
I mean, eventually.
It's an ongoing
I
battle.
I use Windows and I just use Ubuntu with WSL to have
I
Linux
don't know if I've
features.
ever heard anyone say it like that, but yeah. Yeah,
Bumbo.
WSL is how I got
But you
started.
literally just did though. I just did it, so you did hear it.
Yeah.
Silly
Silly
goober.
Spicer.
Yeah, but that was a
God.
good point.
It
It's
wouldn't
been a
though.
while since
I
I've
made a
spoken.
noise with my voice and then you heard it and then you responded to it. This is called communication.
Use bottles instead, blob.
Yeah, I'm just kidding by the way. I'm
Wine
gay.
is bottles. Also,
It's
I found a
better.
better one than bottles, Lutris.
Whatever.
Bottles are awful for efficiency though. They're big dookie buttholes.
Man, I super don't care.
You're such a mean person to me, and I love you, and you just treat me like trash.
I didn't actually mean that I didn't care what you said, but I
Yes, he
meant more
did.
that I don't care about the
Yes, he did.
efficiency.
You mean Visual
Yes, he
Studio?
did. Or I
Shut
do
the-
use WSL for Visual Studios when I work with Node, because MVM just behaves fucking better on Linux.
No, it won't. But you could just use like, I mean, I don't know why you'd want to use Visual Studio on fucking Linux.
I'm not.
The
I'm
whole
running
point
a
is to get
Linux.
away from that.
I think
I'm running a Linux subsystem on Visual Studio, so I can
talking
use
about-
packages that were designed for Linux, such as NVM, and especially Node. Oh, my bad. I was like, Spicer, dude, I make money with this. Shut the
I'm
fuck
just
up.
sitting here not screaming at Bendy, and Bendy thinks I'm screaming at him.
I knew that was happening. I couldn't get a moment in there to say something. I was like,
Okay, Blebus, if you do a lot of C#, that is warranted. It's like Java, where it's like, oh, you love C#? Well, I hope you like using the IDE, because fucking hell if you're gonna write this language like without one.
I hate Java so fucking much. I'm sorry if you like it. I fucking
I
abhor it.
don't. Fuck
I'm
Java.
sorry if you like it, but you're wrong.
Java. You
It's
ever
not-
wanted to do like say 1,000 things to say 2 things? Boom, Java.
It's like,
right. One,
I'm
two,
sorry I
whatever.
didn't capitalize this folder, Java. Please let me run it. Like,
No!
please. Sorry, I was like,
You can
Bro.
do VS
Right.
Code with C#, and like you can add on enough extensions to kind of make it like Visual Studio, but it's still like not as good. And
honestly, having my friend, he does app development for C#, like, and he's like,
God save his
no,
soul.
bro, just get Visual Studio. And then he showed me, and he was like, type one letter, and then press tab. And I'm like, oh fuck, oh okay. Oh, it actually tells you what everything does. That's kind of insane.
You're gonna hate this, but I don't do any of that. I literally code C in GNU Nano on like a terminal emulator, and that's my happy place.
Hate Spicer for that. I don't know. You said I would.
All these
Am I
modern
supposed to?
languages, just for big softies and weaklings.
I use the Godot editor and I code in GD script.
Oh,
You're
it
very
has its own
close to
script?
coding in C. Yeah, it's basically C#, so as far as I
I'm
understand.
baby.
What?
Or
Yeah, me
something
too.
very similar to it. I don't really remember.
What'd you say?
I think it uses. I think
Spicer
GD
pulls out
script
knife.
is based on, or at least it actually run. I don't know. All I know is that
What are you talking about?
you can write GD. You can write C# instead of GD script if you want to, and it'll work
Yeah.
in Godot.
Okay, A, Godot is written in C++. GD script is just kind of an alternative to Python that they like rewrote because Python was too slow. And then they have a C# like side loader that can basically load and run C# as if it was like implemented the same way GD script was. It's basically a plugin. It's embedded.
You're embedded.
Oh.
But they just
I
literally embed like the entire .NET runtime in the fucking exe.
it can run.
All this nerd talk is lagging my laptop.
They should.
bet
They
it
should.
is.
They should. They should let you write GD script and JavaScript. I'm just kidding.
You ever wonder what Python and C Sharp? Here we
At
go.
this rate, I'm just going to get a job as a programmer and just simply make all of my stuff in script and Godot.
I
not
gonna
okay,
use that.
Ari, you need to understand that there was a year at my job where that was my philosophy.
I know. I remember. I was there, Spicer. You talked to me about it
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
hours because we had conversations about it because I was wanting to learn to code stuff. I was
do
there,
everything in
Spicer.
GD script.
I was there,
look,
bro.
Look, I forget all the like tumultuous like arcs that people observe me go through, and then like completely change my mind on like a year later.
Slowly see you spiraling down the toilet bowl of becoming more and more Linux oriented and going more and more granular on the programming
From a Windows guy.
thing. From a Windows guy. Yeah. We've been there
It's
for that
all about
whole arc.
Windows.
I just
That
don't
was
get
me.
Windows. They
Oh, I
created
hate Windows.
a perfect system and then decided to ruin it.
Literally,
Money.
my boss makes a joke out of this where, like, when I started, I was like, I don't want to deal with all these Linux machines. I'll find little mini Windows PCs and do everything on Windows. And then now I'm like, I don't want to touch Windows. Let's do a little Linux PC.
Let's do a little Linux battle.
Just
There's a
full
tweet.
circle. Just...
The Navy still uses Windows XP.
I mean, yeah. There's
Well,
actually a very good argument to be made for stuff like that. However,
Well, so there is an excellent argument to
Pure
be made
shit.
for it because they contract Microsoft to give XP to give their version of XP security updates. So good fucking luck figuring out what the vulnerabilities in that shit are. It's not like you can just Google it.
That's true.
So by
Touch
being
Kyler.
so fucking esoteric, it actually becomes slightly secure.
It's true.
Kind of like how Apple used to be before,
it
they
was trash.
dominated.
Dog shit.
So, I think,
Mm-mm.
yeah, I do
Uh-oh.
think actually. Shut up.
Oh shit. Hold on, let me get my seatbelt on. I love you.
Thank you.
Nerd.
Let me
What a
say,
screen.
Boy kisser.
gay.
You're all gay. Shut up.
Make the wind
I'm
go
gay.
faster.
I'm very gay.
Whoosh!
I'm gay in certain circumstances.
No one's allowed to be gay.
No,
Gay's
but
illegal.
I can't stop. What do I do?
It just keeps happening.
Well, there's a prison cell over there.
Happening.
Fuck. Okay, I guess I'll spend the rest of my life drawing on the prison walls.
Gay
But
art.
But you better not be drawing gay stuff.
Yeah, if you draw
You
you
gay,
can't stop me. I'm already in prison. You can't prison me twice.
No, if we see you doing that, we get you over to the Gestapo.
Yeah.
That's literally probably gonna happen at this point in the United States of America at this rate.
I got that joke from a person who makes shorts, and it was, hi pizza. It was a fellow making like a gay future or
sex.
something like that. Shut it. Come on, wind hammer.
Well, I guess for me, it was like I no longer want to feel like I don't have control over my computer, just like because it's like one of the most important things in my life, besides people. And like I got so sick of that from Windows, and Linux provided the alternative. And also, Linux is so much nicer as a developer.
Booty
My
meat and booty
God.
bowls. Sorry. Now be
Barrel
quiet.
mouse.
Behold the
Oh.
deep
Said
prison
I don't know
inside
what
the
that
prison.
is.
Yeah, like there's with some of the moves that Microsoft is making, because it's a major company, because of course they are, moving into like the co-pilot stuff and like the
Ugh.
AI things. Like I don't want that. I don't want that. I don't want to have that on my computer. I don't want you to force me to put in updates if I don't want to.
You know what's sad?
What?
Is there is a subset of the Microsoft development community, at Microsoft itself, that's actually pretty based. Like the people that made .NET, and okay, so in recent time they're porting the old MS-DOS text editor called Edit back to modern Windows. It's really cool. There's just a guy just working on it at Microsoft. And he wrote it 4 times. He wrote it in C, Zig, C++, and Rust just to weigh them all and see how he felt about each one, and decided on the Rust one just because the Zig one there wasn't enough chain of trust in Microsoft yet to use Zig in production. But a big goal of it was he wanted to get it in the standard Windows distro. They're so picky about what goes in there that he had to make it 200 kilobytes in order to fit it in the image without anyone caring. So he did it in Rust so that it would be tiny. That guy's a fucking boss. And he's part of the Windows terminal team that's been
cool.
making a decent terminal for Windows for the last few years.
I hate PowerShell.
Yeah, I hate PowerShell too. I don't know why the fuck they made that.
What's
You have one in
PowerShell? Is that
C#
the terminal that's on Windows?
Yeah. If I have to use a
that's right.
Windows
It's not just shell,
terminal,
it's PowerShell. I keep accidentally
If-
calling it shell.
if I had to use a shell on Windows, I just let me use command prompt, please.
Yeah.
It's the one I'm used to. It
Shells
makes sense. PowerShell is so fun. Dude, okay, so I will be in administrator privileges PowerShell, and it'll be you don't have permission to do that. And then I fire up command prompt, it's okay, boss, on it. Shut the fuck up, PowerShell, you bitch.
Yeah. The problem with PowerShell
Do what I
is
say.
it's so much more complicated and so much more
Yes, dude.
syntax, and there's so many commands. It kind of defeats the point of having a text-based terminal. The reason Bash is so nice on Linux is because it's so simple. You can just learn 10 commands, and then now you have God power because you just understand how to put them together to do whatever you want.
Venti,
Not have
what's
to, what's the exact command to do X?
Venti, what's
Maybe
the
we're
program
using-
you're using to clean up Windows? Because I might be interested in.
Maybe one of the reasons that I like Bash so much is because if you know command prompt, I don't know, it just feels like if you know command prompt, you almost already know Bash.
Well, Bash is just better command prompt.
Oh, okay, there you go. Whenever I'm in VS Code, right? If I'm wanting to be in a Linux subsystem or whatever, I run Bash. But whenever I'm not, I just use command prompt, and sometimes I forget which one I'm in, and I have to look. But when I'm in PowerShell, I know immediately. Anyway, complaints. Also, the fact that command prompt has a black background and PowerShell doesn't is another reason I don't like it.
Why does that bother you?
Because I want to have the feeling of a cold, dead machine.
Just
Okay.
use light mode like a normal person.
No.
Programmers don't use light mode.
They don't.
I don't care what people do. God damn.
It hurts your eyes.
I've opened up
Does
a
it
YouTube and it's
really?
I'm gonna teach you how to program, and it just opens up fucking white ass notepad, and I'm like, what the hell? What
Yeah,
the-
go for it, Ventil.
But, I don't know who you are.
On Twitch PMs.
It does actually increase eye fatigue and stuff.
Does
Yeah,
it really?
right.
I mean, everybody tells me, ooh, light mode, so I do a lot of things in dark mode just because I share this computer. But I don't like
It
it.
does-
I don't like
That's
using
okay.
dark mode. It makes me feel like I'm in some seedy bar.
Dark
Feels
mode
like I'm in
good.
some
CD
like
bar.
neon lighted. I feel
Dark
like I'm
mode
in like
good,
Las
Barry.
Vegas or something. It's like
Dark
I'm
mode
half
good,
expecting. I'm half
CD
expecting.
bar in Moss Isley good. Just embrace it. Embrace the CD bar in Moss Isley
I don't like.
and just crouch in your corner and do your code stuff. Don't use light mode.
the
no,
reason
I
I don't
I like light mode. It makes me feel like
Light
the
mode
life is
isn't-
full of sunshine and happiness.
You were meant
And
to
light mode
bring
makes me
balance
feel
to
like
the
I'm in
force.
cyberpunk dystopia. Dark mode does. It's like, oh yeah, life sucks. Oh, light. There's light. Sunlight. Sunlight is good. Sunlight is hope for humanity. Sunlight is
I
the
don't
source
know.
of life.
Using artificial light to trick you into thinking everything's normal and natural is pretty dystopian.
Maybe. I don't know. My brain is built to
High five,
enjoy
pizza. Nice to
the
meet you.
feeling of sunlight, though. That's kind of how people
So-
work. Also,
You're not allowed.
on the other hand, I would say that the humans have invented and used light in every capacity that we could to extend the nighttime. And before that, our civilization was destroyed and dictated based on the sun. Like, we
Yes,
didn't become
but
in
this.
any way remotely civilized until we created our own light via fire or other means. Before
Yeah,
then,
but
we were
counterpoint.
just
We go
we
to
were
bed at
just
whenever it's dark.
well, whenever
I
it
was
start.
Also, I don't do the light. I don't dislike light mode because of eye strain or anything like that. For me, it has to do with like sensory load. Like, it's usually it's easier to like focus on what you're doing if it's kind of darker around you, and having a bright light in front of you makes that harder. And then also having a bright screen in front of you like is kind of distracting in a way. Like,
Yeah.
it's nicer if there's like no sensory like pushing on me and I'm just reading.
There's also no
That
right or
makes
wrong
sense.
answer.
But also,
Like,
if
It's just having in
I
a car.
like,
If you have a bright light on your HUD, it's just shining at you in the fucking dark. It's not actually hurting your vision at all. Like, there's no reflection on the window, but just having the light there constantly is distracting.
What industrialization does to a motherfucker.
I've
That's fair,
got
Pizza.
a solution to this problem.
Is it gay?
Use
Never
it
mind.
like paper ebooks. You know those ones where they have like a paper mode, where it's not like a bright light. It's actually just like
I-
digital paper,
I
Looks
and
actually
kinda
then
dark
it
really
can
one.
be
Not
white
good.
and black
No, shut up,
text
Vinny.
on a white surface, and then you can use an external light to read it if you're having
So-
trouble because it's not lit up.
Pizza
Like
makes
a
a
Game
good point
Boy.
too. I think the main problem with stuff like that is contrast more than it is white or black or anything like that. It's the switch in between them that ends up causing you eye strain. Because like whenever I'm on my computer, and I'm on my computer a lot because I'm a you know what you're watching. I'm a streamer. I if I don't have my light on and I just have my monitor on, my eyes will get tired. But if I have my light on and I'm just trying to, and I have my monitors and stuff on, then it doesn't hurt my eyes. But if I'm working in something really dark and my light is on, then it'll mess with my eyes too, make them strain and whatnot.
Are you
I
talking
think
about? Oh, sorry. my bad.
contrast. Which is
Are you
Pizza.
talking about like the e-paper displays on Kindles and stuff like that?
Yes,
Yeah. That's what Harry's
Well,
talking about.
that's what I have at least.
One advantage of those is that they don't use LEDs,
Hmm.
and I'm in front of a computer a lot, and so blue light fucks with me a little bit. So dark mode reduces the amount of blue light I see, because white light is interesting. It involves blues, and blues are
Oh, you like
fairly
blues,
unnatural.
huh? You don't like
So-
blues. It's a bad
well, blue-
genre.
Blue
Yeah, thank you.
LEDs
You
is
prefer jazz? Sorry.
oh,
Sorry.
I prefer progressive metal.
Hey,
Oh,
Pizza,
okay.
do you have full RGB range on your monitor enabled? Because this is why I don't like white mode. Is I always get monitors that have like good contrast and like brightness, and I also turn off the like reduced RGB mode. So whites are just fucking like headlights on most of my monitors. So I just don't like having them because I really like having the deep blacks, but I don't like the bright whites because they're fucking bright. That's usually what kills it for me. It's just they're too bright.
I use TV. I'm not even
And
joking.
if you have a reduced RGB mode, like whites on blacks are going to be harder to read because the color difference is smaller.
So
lower.
I think
Big booty meat.
I've been playing Vintage Story for probably a couple of years at this point. I
Wow.
usually stream it every once in a while. This is currently a little community server that I have going for my beans to jump on if they want to. I think the first time I played Vintage Story was probably about like 2.5 years ago. Yeah, ish.
Domestic life simulator.
That's actually
Pizza.
really cool, Pizza.
Is it C# or C++? I forget which one Vintage Story is. I thought it was C#.
I know that Minecraft is Java.
Is it? Probably. I don't know. I'm just saying words. Just saying shit.
I'm gonna check on my food real quick.
Okay.
Be right back in just a moment. I know I keep leaving because I'm a
It's
terrible
okay.
streamer.
No, you're a perfectly fine streamer. We're gonna have to click her train fairy whenever she doesn't like puts herself down.
Yeah. Oh, I should become
Oh
a
my
thirst
god, this took
trap.
so long to build. Wait, why is it building? What is it
Yeah,
building?
Bendy.
Yeah.
Is it building GTK 4 like it was for me last night?
No, this is a new computer. It's building Rust
I
something. I don't remember what I
so
said to
speaking of
install.
building, someone advertised something called Turbo JavaScript, which is like a compiler. It's supposed to be really quick. And so I opened up a boilerplate. So like you can run a little command and it'll give you like a very basic boilerplate, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, all right, we'll compile and run this bitch. It took whenever the compile time hit 10 seconds, I immediately fucking uninstalled it. That shit pissed me off, bro. Cause like
Yeah.
I used what was the other one? Damn, I fucking forget what it was called. But I used another one and it was like it compiles in like 1.5 seconds, even whenever it's fairly big.
I use
And
Turbo Pascal.
and I was like, well, see, the thing is like the whole point of it is every time you update, a file or whatever, it'll recompile, rerun, and restart, and you can see the changes. Like you don't have to like manually rerun it to see the changes. It was automatically live update. And this bitch was like wanting to take 30 seconds, and I'm like, I ain't waiting 30 seconds every time I hit Control S.
You
Do you
can
know
do
how many
hot
times,
reloading. Oh yeah, in a minute. It's like,
bro?
oh
It's like
man,
I
it
I
defeats the whole
press
point of hot reloading.
I press Control S out of paranoia. Okay, I'm not gonna fucking wait 30 seconds. This is
30
ridiculous.
seconds? What the hell are you talking
I
about?
save on keystroke and I push on Control S.
No, no. If you press, I can. If I go to save, it's Control S, Control S, Control S, or also Control C as well. I like to spam that a lot because one time it didn't copyright, and I've never forgave it. Also, booty butt meat.
That's fair, Vanteel. I plan to show it to the others and whatnot, but yes, Rosie, catty key cat. I plan to show it to the others, but we may not glimpse it on stream and whatnot. But maybe.
Show it to me.
Look
Show it to
in
me.
our trio chat.
Why?
How's the code base pizza? Is it good? Also, what do they use for like the graphics backend?
I'm bending.
Okay,
Welcome back, pizza.
Aries, I actually defended C# this morning, so like out of a lot of those
Turn in your
languages,
badge
yeah,
and gun.
it's one of the better ones. Oh, really? So they like do all their own like creating a window, getting OpenGL context, or is it using Vulkan? Yeah,
Yeah,
I imagine it's built as a modding API. It's basically just like like a framework engine, and then they build the game on top of that with the same tools.
pretty much. Like even
The
the
the right
core
way to do
file
that.
splicer are literally just mod files that you can drag and drop in and out of the mod section for
Yeah.
it. It's really neat.
Yeah, it's a good thing I checked on my food.
You're a
The
mod
water was
thing.
getting pretty low boiling. It had been boiling way too long. It was getting pretty low. Not good.
That's
Uh,
good. Oh.
there are a lot of people who know that Vanteel. I don't know if I'm one of them because I'm still kind of a baby coder, but yeah, there's a lot of people who know what they're talking about here.
You're gonna have OpenGL for like OpenGL is like C. The standard is so open and simple that it's been implemented basically over and over again. I mean, like OpenGL is implemented on Vulkan. Like it's so easy to do. Like you're never really gonna run out of that.
You
Except
were
for Mac,
implemented
because
on Vulkan.
fucking Apple. But the main thing to go to Vulkan is to optimize, because OpenGL just makes a lot of assumptions on like the graphics model and stuff, and doesn't make it easy to do a lot of optimizations.
Oh
I believe
yeah, Spicer Bendy. If you look in the chat of this DM here, where we're talking,
Mhm.
Ventile shared something. If you wish to look at it, you can. Though, yeah, you know,
I don't know anything about it.
fair enough.
It looks like it's a Windows debloater. Those are cool, but they break often. Like
I like
there's a reason
booty
they
meat.
keep getting made is because the previous ones get murdered
Big fat booty cheeks.
or they stop working.
Enormous ass meat.
What on earth? Well,
You just got to do it, Fairy.
That
You
and
just
Windows will
gotta get in
actively
there.
break updates when it detects certain things. It's really weird.
Fat.
Windows is very fucking like Nintendo-y when it comes to modding.
Fuck Nintendo.
Yeah. No, they usually go for a couple of years, but long term they don't.
No, yeah, like Fairy. Let me say this again. Spicer has specifically and explicitly told me that if he starts talking too much and you need to say something, just talk over him, or just like Spicer, please be quiet.
Yeah.
that is bad. That is bad advice to give an autist like me. Don't give an autist like me that kind of advice.
Spicer, you just sometimes you just gotta like just like flick a grape
Pizza,
at
I
him.
feel that there's an RPG that came out like what was it, like 2 years ago? How long was that? A couple years ago? It was a
Which
while
one?
ago. Outward. And my friends wanted all play together, but it was only 2 player, so I started modding it to make it multiplayer, like with extra people. And yeah, I got really involved in that community and like made a major mod. And if the company that made it wasn't in fucking Quebec, I probably would have tried to work there. I didn't want to move to Quebec though.
I heard there's Canadians there.
Yeah. Most obvious thing I could point out that I did was that the block names the center aligned instead of left aligned of the box at the top of the screen. If it has the info, it makes it wider than the name. Huh.
Block names are center instead of
Little bugs like that. I like that.
It has info that makes it wider. Yeah.
That's what it is.
There's always so much polish that has to be done in that stuff. It's crazy.
Ori, I'm being meanie.
I know you are, and you are the perfect
Wah.
example of the silly femboy coder catboy.
Whatever. Fucking nerd. I'm
What?
too.
You against
I'm
being a
too-
femboy?
The pit collapses. Nice.
Is no question mark? I'm Bindi.
That's a really fun way to start. Like, have you had jobs before this, Pizza? Programming?
I remember that pizza.
I need the fat puppy.
Oh, nice. Okay, so yeah, that's a really good way to like get into stuff, and like get started. Okay, yeah. As a career though, that's a fun first career. My third grade talent was HTML. That's a meme, but
My first programming language was
that's
Scratch.
awesome.
I made a
Oh,
game
I
with
sadly
Scratch.
didn't have computers till later.
What is
that?
Scratch? Or is that just
it's
like, oh, I made it from scratch? You made it from binary.
It's
That's
a
like
No.
language
thinking
from
starts-
scratch.
I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily fair to call it a language, but anyway, it's basically this GUI where you can like take logic blocks and plug them in together, and it flows into one another. And it's a
Oh.
way to
It's
introduce
visual
kids into
programming.
yeah,
It's like
introduces
Lego.
kids to the concepts. We were supposed to make a movie with it, but I made a game with multiple levels and stuff to flex. And this is how sad I was. I wouldn't go to recess because I had to go to the library to work on my game.
You got me beat. I'm
That's
on
adorable.
29.
No,
No, it is pretty adorable actually.
no.
You guys are all coders a long time. I'm just now kind of learning it.
I'm not.
Yeah,
same
I haven't
here.
really been a coder a long time. I've like touched it several times, like after teenage years, but I didn't really. Get
Oh yeah, I
into it until the
forgot.
last,
Spicer's a
like,
financial
5
main.
years.
I'm afraid of not being able to find a job in the industry and not being able to conduct my stuff.
I wish you
Yeah.
the best with finding a job.
Thanks.
I think you'll do fine, Mindy.
Are you still with the crazy ass fucking boot camp thing?
No, I graduated that thing. I'm looking for my job now. But
You still have to
Bad.
pay that thing? Because that thing was crazy to me.
well, so I don't pay anything until I get a job, and then what they do is it's
That's cool, pizza.
15% of your paycheck for X amount of years, or it's just some maximum amount. And so if you get the minimum qualifying job, you'll pay the same amount
Check
as
out
if
my
you'd
food
paid in
again.
full. But if somehow or another, if you land like $150,000 per year job somehow, you'll end up paying twice what you would have paid in full. But I don't care about that system because if I land a $150,000 job,
Yeah,
it
I was gonna say you're
can.
not gonna care. That's kind of the whole point of the system.
Yeah.
What were you saying, Barry?
I'm gonna go check out my food again.
Okay.
I think I hear it boiling.
Okay.
You hear a boy.
Boiling.
Is he cute?
Don't get excited, Bendy.
What? I'm not. I am.
Gay.
I love being strictly heterosexual. Don't go silent
Pizza,
on me.
that's really awesome.
It is. I
went to college, but I did not study programming, sadly. I wasted a lot of time doing finance. And then I realized I didn't want to fucking do that shit.
The first formal language I learned in college was C++.
Classic.
And then they teach us all this shit, and then they're like, and so now we're going to introduce this new language called JavaScript. And I'm like, this shit is so fucking different. What the fuck?
This is weird.
And then JavaScript ended up being, I would say, maybe 40% of all the code I've ever written has been in JavaScript, but the majority of code I've written professionally has been in PHP. Mostly just server shit.
you're a PHP.
I like writing requests in PHP because you have to install no nothing extra.
Yeah, PHP is really nice because it's self-contained.
But
Unlike Node, where
Oh,
it's
I
like,
remember
oh, don't
ActionScript.
worry, guys. I'm gonna go to coffee break while this resolves 12,000 npm dependencies.
to be fair, I've actually not had any problems working with Node like that. Like, it's like, yeah, do
Gotten
you have
slightly better.
well, MVM has pretty much solved all that shit. It is probably the most reliable fucking dependency manager I've ever used. Like, I just fucking run the bitch once and never ever ever have to worry about it again.
Yeah.
Like,
And I think in my experience, Rust is like the best package manager there is.
I haven't used it.
It's crazy.
Either way, I
I-
will say looking into node modules and seeing 800 items is kind of shocking.
Oh yeah. No, Rust is that's why I stopped doing Rust. I was like, I want to make a web app, and then I like installed a library to make a web app, and then I was like, oh, I should just delete the cache, and then I deleted it, and it was like deleting 18 gigabytes of dependencies and caching. I'm
shit.
like, what the fuck?
What the hell?
Okay, I think I'm done with Rust. I don't want whatever that like. It had to delete like 3,000 dependencies. I'm like, what the fuck? Why? I was just making a web app. Anyway, I'm gonna go code C with like 2 dependencies at most.
To be fair, like with Node, I mean a lot of that is made available to you, but you don't necessarily have to include it in your project.
Well,
But
the problem is you'll be like, I want this one library. Like, so this is the problem that always happens with this stuff. If you're like, oh, you don't have to do it, or like in C++, you don't have to use the abstractions. I'm like, yeah, but then I want to use one thing, and now that thing has leaked everywhere. Like, oh, I want to use this little Rust dependency. Anyway, it installs 800 other tiny little dependencies for some fucking reason because this guy can't just write code. It has to use all 800 other people's code. Like, my God. It's kind of why I hate package managers now because I'm like, oh, good, they automated dependency hell, so I can have lots of fun with dependency hell.
I like PHP.
Yes, the dev
Yeah.
for Rainworld, Vantil. That is, I love how the Rainworld devs did their stuff. That is like an aspiration. I want them. So Bendy and I, and the
Ass.
cat boy on the far left
Shut up.
there, we're working on a video game,
Rainbow's
and
based.
that's kind of the sort of thing that I want to channel. Like, I love Rainworld, and we have a lot of cool biology stuff that we can include. It'll be neat.
Blubbus, I wish I enjoyed C Sharp's package manager because I have to deal with it at work. I have never once in my life had a good experience from the C Sharp package, like NuGet. It drives me fucking nuts. I don't know. You like touch one thing and then now it doesn't build, and now you gotta like slap it different ways until it starts working again. I don't know why, but I've had so many horrible experiences.
So right now, pizza, because I am not an experienced coder. The first coded language that I've really messed with has been GD
Oh.
script and Godot and whatnot. I tried Lua a little bit, but
Ugh.
we side graded. We side graded to
Side
GD
graded.
script to try and do that sort of thing.
Can't stand Lua, bro.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't mind Lua. It's just God damn the
So-
2D fucking library we tried to use. God almighty knows. And
So right now, what we're trying to make with it, pizza, is probably like a little
Is it like love?
Metroidvania-esque 2D side scroller. Something simple for my first project because I am Babby.
no one's ever made such a game before.
Yeah.
No one. We're the first people to ever attempt
Yep.
an indie Metrovania like.
Yep.
I bet if you look on Steam, you won't even find one example of such a game existing.
You're getting censored again, Ventil.
Yeah, I don't know.
Censored by the man.
Also,
Oh.
shark lungs. I see you, and I feel you.
Hey, booty sex.
C sharp, yeah, me and C sharp is like a long history. My dad wrote it a lot for HP, and like I just ended up using it a lot, and I kind of hate the fact that I did end up using it a lot. And a lot of games used it
No,
when I was
more
modding
wind!
them,
I
Wind!
am not.
My
I'm
work.
alive.
and all the other
Unfortunately.
programmers at my work use it.
Pizza, why is the wind stopped?
So Blobus, the thing I run into with the C Sharp package manager is it's really not very. It's kind of fragile. So when people do crazy fucking nonsense with it, or
Okay.
like don't set up a Git correctly or whatever, it just explodes and is a horrible experience. And trying to like put packages together or put projects together or update projects from the old
Your
like
project.
packages.json or whatever to the new one and all that stuff. It's such a fucking mess because it has so much legacy that they didn't handle very well.
He's getting
Dark
banned.
legacy. I learned PHP in a week by googling it on the job.
PHP has the best keyword of any language. Explode.
Explode. You also have my favorite is die.
Yeah. PHP. Have you ever wanted like Erlang but a scripting language? Boom. PHP.
I
So
was
what
so
you're saying
fucking
is that
sad.
PHP is a language where you make things explode and you tell people to die.
Kind of. Yeah.
Well, so it's PHP drives some of the best websites out there. So yes, which is kind of crazy actually. Like WordPress, as much as I fucking hate that platform, is PHP.
Yeah. It's also
I
like
hate-
80% of all
hate
websites on the internet.
WordPress so much.
Vivi,
Why do
get
you-
out of
why do
here
you
with
hate
your fucking
WordPress?
your ISO langs, all right?
I hate WordPress. You know what I also hate? I hate OpenCart.
What about
My
What do you
first
dislike about
job-
WordPress? That's just a blogging website, right?
I
It's a
hate trying to
platform.
fucking customize that bitch.
WordPress is a platform for making websites. It can do all kinds of shit.
Oh,
I don't
Like
mind.
most websites are made in it.
I just
No, VB. No.
I just hate
Get out of here.
when some I just
Brain
hate
fog.
having to like look up how I don't know. I just don't like it. I don't. Also, okay, my first job, Spicer, they had us making a fork of OpenCart. Do you know what OpenCart is? If you bought, it's shitty, is what
I
it is.
imagine I know what it is, but I've never messed with it.
It's an open source e-commerce platform.
Yeah. That's
And,
what I assumed it was.
My God, working with that is such agony to do anything.
If there's
Anything.
anything you need to learn is that any financial web service that exists is dog shit and very breakable, like Stripe.
Well, that's because the
That
managers
doesn't
who
make me
run
feel happy.
financial services are easy to trick. I'm like, nah, boss, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I don't feel like doing that. I don't know. I'm
Spicer,
joking.
Why you gotta mention Stripe? Because that's.
What do you mean?
Someone said Stripe. Or Stride.
I don't think I know what
Stripe.
IBCM is.
Oh, I was like, Guilty Ear? You're talking Guilty
mean-
Ear?
Maybe.
Guilty
I don't know.
ear.
I don't know that name.
Something ICBM. Spicer, speak up more loudly. You're
Yeah.
quiet to the
I'm
creatures.
trying. Let me
Louder!
check my.
You're at 200% volume on my end, so
Mom
I
said I was
also had to turn
artistic.
Spicer up a bit.
you are bending.
What about now? Then
No
just-
change.
Stop being nice to me, by
Okay,
the
cool.
way.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, it worked.
That shit's strictly not allowed.
Input.
Yeah, you can't be nice to me. You have to be.
Good boy.
You have to be like
Source.
alluringly
Good
mean.
boy.
Volume.
Oh. Oh.
Auri's a nerd, and she's kind of funny, but kind of a, you know,
Oh, I'm at 75.
you know her types.
My game just like all tabbed back into a program without me doing or telling it that. And I had
Okay,
to
how about
struggle to
now?
get back into what I was doing.
It's
with the
pizza.
hack.
It's pizza. He's I don't know. The joke was there. It's
That was
Sean.
weird.
I'm about to fucking
Itty bitty computing machine. Lol.
itty bitty titty committee.
Yeah. Yeah, Bendy.
No, I haven't programmed that, but I've messed with stuff
Yeah.
like that.
Itty bitty baby. Itty bitty
Itty bitty
boat.
titties are cute.
Oh, well, thanks. I guess that's what I have.
You're all fired.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ori. I'll take it back. You know, ew, little
Flicks
titties.
nose.
No, you started it.
Spicer, talk as loud as you would if someone said Java did nothing wrong.
Java did nothing wrong. Wait. No.
When I'm bored, I
I
defend
mean,
JavaScript.
I turned up my
online.
volume. Is it better now?
Yeah, you've come in a little bit better.
This is max, so. I mean, I can add gain.
Gain.
Is it actually using? Is it using my headset? Right? Is it using my headset? Yeah, it's using my headset.
I don't know, Pizza. I don't know. I'm not sure if I believe you.
Yeah, there's a lot of. Yeah, VB. I've seen a lot of languages like that. Like a lot of virtual machines that are designed to teach that stuff.
I have a hot take.
At some point, I need to write one.
All right.
For-
Sure.
Oh, little better, everyone listen. They've got a hot take.
Cool it off.
People who complain about JavaScript not being strictly typed are almost certainly not using it correctly. You know
I mean-
why? It's supposed to make funny animations happen on web pages, dork. What are you
mean-
doing where you need TypeScript?
Or it could be statically typed so that like you don't have to run it to find out it has an error.
I mean, V,
Nah.
in that
Caught.
context, if your goal
Nah,
is to
just-
fuck everyone, then
I'm just saying, you know.
Saying
If you
Java
consider-
works on every platform is write once, debug everywhere.
Look, hey, if you know
Run.
what, every language works everywhere if you know, install the fucking. Hey man, I'm just gonna install Windows on your system real fast. All right, look, it runs on your Mac. Amazing. I mean,
I
to
never
be
did
fair,
try making a Hackintosh.
Kill
I
me.
considered doing that one time, but never did, and I haven't heard of people talk about it in years, so I guess it didn't work very well.
one of my favorite hobbies is getting mad at companies for exercising their legitimate legal rights in a way I don't like. Looks at Nintendo. Fuck you,
listen,
Nintendo.
Nintendo can
Oh
go
yeah, fuck
suck a
Nintendo.
dick.
Seriously.
A whole dick.
themselves.
I will say the whole thing where it's like if we detect okay, like first of all, I'm not so sure I believe that companies should have the right to tell you that you can't alter their machines. I don't
I
really
don't
believe
think
that.
anyone
That
should
That's
not have the
ridiculous.
right.
Right
You
to
bought
repair.
a machine, you have the right. Exactly. You paid
What
for
I
it.
think
You're
they
not
ha-
renting it.
I think what they have the right to do is to deny you access to their networks. You know what I mean? So if they decide, hey, you hacked your machine, we're not going to let you connect to like Xbox Live. That's fair. Fine. Whatever. You know, you don't have the right to connect to their servers, right? But like whenever they took it to where we have the right to brick your machines, they can just get fucked.
Yeah, that's
I'm not-
mean. Is that for the Switch too, or are they going to do that for the Switch one as well?
Switch 2. If they can do it for the Switch
Two.
1, they probably would, but it's just a Switch 2.
You know what's hilarious about that is it's just gonna cause people to jailbreak it.
Here's the best little phrase that I've heard when it comes into stuff like this. If Buying isn't owning.
Crap.
Pirating isn't stealing.
Oh, bans Auri
Yeah.
for criminal thoughts.
Symmetric
Personally-
legality.
Personally, like I am of the opinion that like piracy, blah blah blah, bad, whatever. Like whatever, right? Like it is as long as your enforcement is of a reasonable nature. I don't really give a shit if you enforce your intellectual rights. But like to call it stealing is so stupid. Like, oh, I got illegal ones and zeros on my machine.
You
Oh, I have an
wouldn't
illegal
download
number.
a car.
But at the same time, like I get it. Like I'm kind of ambivalent on that on piracy or piracy. Personally though, I think if you're pirating abandonware, then no one has any right to complain at all.
Agree.
Like if I want to download the original fucking file for Super Mario, they shouldn't give a shit. Now, if you pirate like a new game that just came out and they fucking nail your ass, I don't really care. You know what I mean? Like, come on, like, just show a little bit of sense.
Pizza, you
let the
don't
people
have to,
make their money.
Like Pizza, you can hate Nintendo and like their games. Like me, Tears of the Kingdom is my favorite game of all time, and I hate Nintendo, but I keep letting them get away with it because they made Tears of the Kingdom. It's a love-hate
And
relationship.
I still really like a lot of Nintendo games. They have a brand that is hard to find the same sort of thing you get out of Nintendo elsewhere. Much
make
as
my own
that
Nintendo.
Yeah,
sucks.
Blackjack and hookers.
They're also very good at programming games.
Yeah, apparently. Satoru Iwata was a freaking genius.
Unless the game's called Pokemon.
I mean, they got Tears of the Kingdom to run on a phone. Actually, less than a phone.
Game Freak needs to step up their game, low key. Like Vindy, yeah, like
Game
Freak really
needs to step
step
Well, I
up
just
their
hate their
freak.
attitude.
Game needs to step up their freak.
Yeah.
Like, I hate the way Nintendo treats their community. Like, Nintendo
Oh,
does
yeah.
not give a shit about their community.
That's
Like,
hell
oh,
is
you want to do a
Pokemon?
Smash tournament? Fuck you. You know,
Yeah.
you want to like play your older games? Fuck you.
Man,
Oh, you want to make like a little Metroid fan game? Yeah. Sue.
They're real aggressive.
that's
They're
fair.
real
Game
aggressive.
Freak
People would
really
love
isn't doing
Nintendo
a
a
lot of
lot
time.
more, and we wouldn't be here bashing on Nintendo if they just had some fucking chill.
if they just calm the fuck down for a little bit and make Mario games and Mario Kart games, stop doing stupid shit, you will continue to make money. You will continue to print dollars with Mario's fucking face on it if you just calm the fuck down.
Nintendo
it
in the
won't
background.
stop.
Pokemon games.
Read.
Pokemon games are sad because like on the same console, you have like Link's Awakening, like this awesome, like artistically stylized game with a lot of thought put into it. And then also next to it is Pokemon Arceus, which looks like dog shit, which looks like on the same
So
console
disappointing. So disappointing.
with like the same amount of money behind it. Like, ugh.
It's amazing how they got away with it. Also, fat booty meat cheeks.
Yes, Bendy?
I
So,
love butt cheeks. All right, sorry, I'll shut up.
Looping back to the you wouldn't
What
download a
the
car
fuck?
thing, I 100% would download a car. I agree with what you said. Yes, I would download a car. I will 100% download a car. That would be rad as shit. I
I mean, yeah.
love to repair and tinker with stuff. Like I have a Roomba that's so far beyond its shelf life that it should be dead by this point, and I just keep fixing it. If I had a 3D printer, just like a small one for like little tiny pissant parts, I could make all kinds of stuff. I'll fix so many things.
Or you're just gonna wear the pants. in
Mom,
this
Elf's getting
relationship.
intense again.
Yeah.
Big booty meat.
True though.
All up on my booty cheeks.
That's fair, pizza.
And give me that butt cheek.
Yeah,
So
I have a
here's-
thing where I'm like, I want to understand how computers work and software, and anyway, the car, I'm just going to give it to the dealership and pay $1,000 and then not think about it. I want cargo placed the end. I want
I do not want to engage
further
with
thoughts.
the broom.
Also, you wouldn't
No thanks,
download
I
a
don't
car
like
doesn't make any
stuff.
sense because, like, when you steal a car, you're depriving somebody of something that, But like, I have illegal ones and zeros. Ooh,
There
Oh,
is
no.
So
what will we
I
do?
use my throne to like keep track of stuff that I want to try and save for, and like things people have recommended to me. There's like a little tiny 3D printer and whatnot on it that
Oh.
I could make so much stuff. Little shit like that.
Off getting
It's
violent.
like the
I saw
biggest bottleneck that I have with a lot of things that I can fix and do things are these tiny little pissant plastic parts that are worthless. You cannot
PP
get
pants.
just that thing. And if I could just make one of them,
I
like,
know, right?
pop it in there, and then
Mhm.
it works fine.
But companies have to.
No!
I saw a
Why are you
machine
throwing
that
stuff away?
I saw a test of a 3D house printer, and the house collapsed.
That's
In
fair.
the
You
middle of
have to be
printing.
very, very, very careful with that sort of thing. But I've also seen some of those very large, like concrete 3D printers that actually work quite well. That seems
Nice.
cool. That seems like you need to be a little
Yeah,
bit.
it's just the
You
problem
need
is,
to
it's like as expensive as just making a house,
Yeah,
but they're
you
better.
need to refine the tech. You need to refine the tech a little bit more before you get into that sort of thing.
Also, 3D printing that's not a good use case for it because like
No,
it would be cheaper and faster if you just made a mold and poured concrete into it. You know, I mean, like, here's our house mold. Now you just need 3 tons, or 3 tons, more like 10 tons of concrete.
that's
I, I,
like
I wanna,
that's
I
how
wanna resist zombies with a concrete spray gun. But anyway, go ahead.
that's how a lot of concrete structures are made, Bendy. You make like a
Yeah.
frame out of wood or something else, and then you pour concrete in there with some rebar, and you wait for it to set, and you break off the wood, and you smooth it or whatever. That's like one of the primary methods to build with concrete.
It- Yeah.
Like I
Oh
think the
well.
only reason you're seeing like a lot of the like the construction stuff and whatnot with these is that there are companies wanting to phase out physical labor and like not have to pay for people. You know, as always.
Which is bad because
I don't like
people have to
paying for
make money.
people.
Okay, I know how to explain my thoughts on Nintendo. Look at virtually every other AAA company. They all also charge too much money and they all suck, but their games are also trash half the time, too. So I'm willing to say that as long as Nintendo makes good games, they can keep being Nintendo because there aren't any other AAA options anyway. If any games could be as big and polished, it might be different.
No, my opinions
I just
on
want
Nintendo
Zelda,
have nothing.
man.
My opinions
Or is
on
that just
Nintendo
your
have nothing to
opinion?
do with their games.
That was in chat. That was from chat, Barry.
My opinion on
Listen,
Nintendo comes from their litigious fucking nature.
Hands. I
Yeah.
am really not doing a good job of responding to chat ends. I am so sorry.
Stop
I
beating
need to
yourself
do a
up,
better
or I
job, but I
will.
don't want to talk over everyone. I feel that I'm talking over everyone right now.
Talk over us. We like it.
Also
Hey
ruin
Fairy,
your
I think
stream.
our chat's
Do unto
disconnected,
others
too.
as they do to you. Oh, it did.
Yeah. Yeah, our chat's disconnected. Let me get that
I
working
did.
again.
That sucks.
Twitch. Amazing.
Twitch is crap. Let nobody tell you otherwise. Let me restart it.
Or VB, you can just get a PC and you can also get access to every game.
Let me accept again. So I have that.
Mhm.
I have a
GTA
lot of chat
6
missing. Also,
may
I
not
kind of
come
need to
out
go
on
use the
PC.
bathroom again. I'm so sorry.
I have a hard time believing that.
I did make my food. My food is me. These rice noodles are delicious. So good.
Pizza.
But
Quick
anyway, I have to go
question.
use the bathroom.
What's your favorite programming language? Use the bathroom. Eat your pizza. I don't know what we're talking about.
Also, my opinion on pineapple pizza is valid. I have tried it. Thank you very much.
And it's delicious.
Yeah, pizza.
No, it isn't. I don't like it.
It is. You're wrong, Bendy.
No, no. Disgusting fruit splash in my mouth. Like, damn.
Yeah.
Texas Instruments Basic. That's funny.
Let's put some raw fucking apples on that
That's a
bitch while
cool
you're at it.
answer.
I mean, I try it. An apple pie pizza sounds delicious.
Ori,
Don't Ori me.
just be quiet, darling.
Apple
Okay?
beef
I
barbecue
don't
sauce
think I
is the
will.
base. What the
Big-
fuck? That sounds horrible.
That's
Big-
delicious.
Big Daddy Poppy right now.
That's awesome pizza. I've had
Uh,
barbecue pizza and I almost threw up trying to eat it.
Oh yeah, actually, dude. The only
I do like
sweet
pineapple on pizza though.
was I had cinnamon bun pizza once. It was pretty good actually.
Oh, for Fairy's chat, we may not be able to
Oh.
hear you for a bit, or like see you for a little bit because the chat sharing thing's being a little bit goofy. My apologies.
Unacceptable.
Goofy ass Twitch.
Yeah.
Okay, I wait like 7 minutes to log in my computer. I may need to cancel
No.
that order for that battery because this keyboard is fucked.
It's Pizza Sharks. Replace the keyboard. It's Pizza Sharks. You just don't want to acknowledge
I
that
don't
it's
wanna
pizza.
I don't want to replace a whole ass laptop keyboard.
Oh, it's pizza. You know, like the Pinto was a car. You know what I mean? That's just a bad one. Or
Lenovo. What the fuck is this? Idea pad
hey, Ori,
100.
Yeah, what's up, homie?
Yes.
why do you like pizza that makes me rich? Okay, it's not that bad. I'm joking, but
Because it's better and your taste buds are wrong.
uh huh. Why? How do I deal with
That's
uppity
cool
elves?
pizza. That sounds
I
like a
like
lot
that
of work. Trying to generate like human prose with like programming is like, oh, good, that'd kill me.
That's actually really cool pizza. I appreciate that. Pinto bean!
Ori is a goober, and she's kind of gay.
Pushes Bendy over.
Hey, don't you dare, you stinky
Pushes
butthole.
Bendy over.
Stinky butthole.
Pushes Bendy over.
There's like a whole art to doing natural language like display and understanding with like programming. It's fucking nuts. How deep
I want to
that
write
goes.
code in Uwu language.
There is, in fact,
That
a
exists,
language for
probably.
that.
Yeah,
You
there
can
is.
also code in Elvish if you want to.
Yeah.
But I'm not gay.
Yeah, you are. Don't lie to these people, dude. We're on live.
I have a
Twitch.
girlfriend.
Yeah,
But
good
true.
cover, gay wad.
Pizza, did you ever code C?
Nice beard, lol.
Nice.
Nice.
Whatever. He's a nerd. I'm gonna make my game in assembly. Oh well.
Oh, that's cool.
I like muds. Muds are fun. I played.
You're a mud.
Pushes Spicer over. Pushes plastic.
I
over
ain't
too, why not?
plastic. How dare you?
Pushes plastic over too. Why not?
Don't make
I-
fun of me when I do that.
When I was before I'm gonna be
Uh-huh.
honest. When I was working my bank job, I played a lot of fucking the Lord of the Rings mud that's online.
Nice. Nerd.
Yeah.
I didn't realize Ori was gay.
Pushes B over.
Did VNC and program it? See, in Linux, it's fun because you just SSH into someone's computer and start programming. And then you run like a shared session.
You know, every time that I think that like I'm catching up to the conversation and I'm able to like understand a little bit more about what's going on, somebody comes up with a new fucking term that I have no idea what means. What's a
SSH is
telnet?
me.
Telnet, baby.
What's a telnet?
It's like an older internet protocol.
It sucks, wiener. No, I don't know.
Right.
I just said that.
It's
What's
not
SSH
used anymore.
Okay,
What's
good. I just
SSH is
guessed.
secure
Socket something.
secure shell host. No.
Oh, yeah, whatever.
Secure shell host.
It lets
It's
you
basically
connect
a way to
computers.
like
Bendy thinking about secure socket layer.
well
That's true, actually.
secure socket layer.
Secure
That's the
socket
protocol.
layer, more like ha. Got him.
Naked mud.
I remember
Telnet is
there
like
was
mailing a
a
letter
mud.
without an envelope. Who needs envelopes? That's just bloat.
So, like, there was this mud that had to be shut down because it was basically what it was is there was an AI, like actual like Chat GPT or whatever, writing
Telnet
the.
is like pre SSH.
It was writing the story for you, and it kept the story like no matter what you did, the story always
No.
came back to you killing children,
Jesus Christ.
among other things that were unsavory,
Oh God.
and like they couldn't get it to
Sounds
stop.
terrible.
It just wants to kill them kids.
Like I think there was one where a guy like literally entered a tavern and a kid picked his wallet and it says, "Do you want to kill him?" Which I mean, but like I get why I was,
No, V, do not let it cook.
Maya.
Hi, Maya. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome into this moderately cursed conversation. It is a pleasure to see you, as always.
I
If
don't
you
see
need
what the
to
problem
raid,
is.
if you need to raid and run, please do. Go do some
Like-
self-care.
How are they going to learn? You do it
Hi,
once, the
Shades.
rest will see what happened, and they won't do it again.
No, we do not use whoever's left learns the lesson kind of thing. Yeah, I am.
And this is why this age generation doesn't know how to act.
Shut up, Bendy.
Look, if we could just do just a few random acts of violence would solve a lot of our problems.
Just a few random air quotes acts of violence.
Okay, yes, deliberate, but whatever.
I got deep into C in the last year, and it's become like my favorite programming language because I just love the sheer unadulterated chaos and low levelness.
Vintage Story
And
is
having
awesome.
to learn like operating system APIs.
Vintage Story is better than Minecraft.
Oh wow, I climb back
Yeah,
to an
by a large
absolute
margin.
hot take. A banger, some might say.
Absolutely. Welcome back, Fairy. You should be
Why
able
is
to join our
Vintage
chat
Story
again.
better than
Fairy.
Minecraft?
Vintage Story is
It's an
cooler
actual
than Minecraft.
game.
Yeah.
Because Minecraft is a game until you get diamonds, and it's not really much of a game anymore. Or you kill the dragon or whatever. Which is
I
like
would
a
say-
boring-ass boss.
Typically, I would say Vintage Story stylistic direction is superior, in my opinion.
Well, it has a vision. Minecraft doesn't have a vision. It has a brand. That's it.
Block.
I will say,
Minecraft
I've really
has
We
chicken
have
jockeys.
creepers.
That's what Minecraft have. They have chicken jockeys.
Chicken jockey.
Yeah, I know that one, Ventile. So if you open the thing and type in... If you look in the upper left of our screen...
Alright, guys, I'm gonna hop off for now, okay?
Okay,
Bendy.
see
Thank you for hanging out.
you.
You have a good night, Bendy, or else
You too. Oh,
we will
dies.
send Burb to swoop down and acquire. Oh, damn.
Hope you had fun.
I was listing my plan.
Oh wow. Haven't gotten comments since that one the Duns did. Am I still connected to your
Type
chat?
dot not
no, you are not.
Minecraft.
You should have an invite
No.
for it, though. You'll have to double check.
I pressed accept on that right before I went to the bathroom.
Click it harder.
I don't see it anymore.
Fuck.
Here, let me click the one that says leave stream altogether and then try to rejoin.
Okay. Shared
Maybe
chat
it'll
started.
work now. Did it work?
It said shared chat started again, so somebody
Oh,
say
okay,
something.
nice.
No.
Not you, Spicer.
Don't
Pushes over.
Sounds of several glasses
All right.
breaking and a shelf falling over.
We vibe. It's good. It works.
You're a vibe. Oh yeah, my food I gotta put in the fridge.
Hi,
Can I
Zio.
share
I've just been in
my
this chat
opinions
talking
on
for like
piracy?
hours.
Oh.
Yeah, you may continue to do so. Remember, you just kind of have to talk. Like if you see a gap, Fairy, you gotta fill the gap. Get it? You gotta talk.
This chat is a
Talking,
fight.
though, like,
You cannot
the gap
be passive.
is very small.
You cannot
Like,
be
I'm
passive.
used
I
to waiting
understand.
until someone said
I've been fighting
pause
for my
for
damn
like a
life
few
this whole time.
What, this
Fight
whole
for my
time?
damn
Capture
life.
grinning.
The whole
gif.
time, Fairy. You gotta do it.
I guess.
Fight for yourself.
I gotta fight for your rights. Row, fight the power. Sorry.
Row,
No, I
fight the
prefer it
power.
when people just talk over me because it means I can talk over them. It makes it easier.
Unbreakable. Whoa, fight the power.
Break the unbreakable.
Don't bring that memory back.
Row,
That was so long
fight
ago when I
the
watched that
power.
anime.
Yeah, it's
That was like the first
similar.
anime I ever watched.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, it got me into anime.
You're an anime.
I watched. I wish.
Fight for your right to
I
party.
could be a cool weeb.
Nah.
We like to party. We like to party. Kill me.
Pat's the
I can't
deal.
read
Pat's
chat
the
right
button.
now, so I don't know if there's any cool stuff. There's Bun. I gotta hurry up and get back to the chat.
Yeah, you gotta grab Zeal, pat him. They just did a
Pat
health
the
check
bun.
for us.
I have a lot of
already
controversial hot
moving
takes
around.
to say about piracy, if I may return to that conversation.
Sure.
I think it's
Do
a
it.
very, like,
And by that I mean
people have,
do
like,
it.
ooh, piracy is wrong or piracy is good. I lean towards piracy is good, but I think that it's very hard to simplify piracy because it's a very, it depends sort of
Press one.
situation.
Pet. Continue, Fairy. I'm testing you. Go
I
on.
think that people should try to give money to support things that they like, whether or not they are even getting a product. I mean, I think that it's good to even, like, you know, there used to be things like, gosh, it still exists. What's that crowdfunding thing called?
Kickstarter?
Kickstarter?
Yeah, Kickstarter. Like, I used to, when I had free income, I supported a bunch of games I wanted to support on Kickstarter, whether or not I was gonna get the game tier, just because I wanted to support game dev
Correct, Pizza.
for
That
games I
is-
wanted to do. I think the important thing is to try to give back and not just take.
Mhm.
And
So-
I think it's a matter of
I'm proud of her.
there's some people who just can't afford these games, like not even just because they're like not in a position, like if you're in Brazil, buying a lot of these game
Yep.
systems and consoles is simply out of your range.
Bad localization.
All right, so
Like, I think Brazilian
Pizza?
people ought to be able to play games.
I
Even
agree
if
with
that
that, too.
game is like way out of their money range.
110%. Pizza also brings up a really good thing too. I think that's one of the next paradigms, I think is the word for it, that Earth needs to go through. Like, hey, look, I'm an elf, I'm a VTuber. I also am the political leader of a civilization referred to as the Tyranian Federation. UBI is probably one of the next paradigms that your civilization needs to reach so that you can actually start looking beyond the ends of your own noses and hurting each other.
When you had a free moment, I just needed to ask you something.
Okay, do you want me to mute it?
Sure. I just need to know if you have a micro USB to micro USB-C extension cable. Well, micro USB-C to micro USB-C, rather.
Oh, that? Gosh, I don't know where one of those is right now.
I have
Might have one
30,
somewhere, but
and I
that would
have
take me,
one
like,
USB-A to
searching.
USB-A,
It's okay. I just
and I
thought-
cry every time I gotta find it.
If you've been using one already, I thought I could scavenge it.
I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
So I will make a point.
Do you mind if I
I
look through
think-
some of these at least?
An argument that kind of
Okay, just try not to knock
overreaches
anything
and
over.
I won't go through that.
gets rid of the whole piracy problem
Mhm.
and a lot of other societal issues that needs to be thought about more.
I'm gonna try
Elf, can you
to
remember the
describe
name of
something
this?
that
Go ahead.
actually has a good D-pad.
It's
Ooh, the Mister. Can I borrow this?
it's kind of
Yeah,
like
sure.
it's a form of like when you're civilly not following the laws. What's that called? There's a term. It's like civil non. It's like when you civilly are kind of like
Civil
on
disobedience.
strike against some. Yeah, that I think that's what it is. Like I look at piracy as just a form of civil disobedience, and it's
Yeah,
not
in
even a
the
costly
process.
one because like you're not going up to someone's store and fucking chucking fire into it. Like you're just
Molotov!
playing the game without paying them. Like you're not damaging them. Like you don't cost them money to play their game, so you're not damaging them. You're just not giving them profits. In the same way, if you abstain from going to a store,
He's becoming a
because the
sovereign
game doesn't
citizen. Get
have
him!
a material. Yeah, if you went to a store and stole food as a form of civil disobedience, then yeah, that's a whole other different story because you're stealing a material good. But copying ones and zeros is not. So in the end, it's a form of striking.
Arguably,
So it's
stealing
like-
food is one of the only instances where I'm very much in favor of stealing. Because if someone is starving,
Yeah, I
I would
think
much
most
rather
people
them
are,
steal
actually.
food than die.
Yeah, like civil disobedience is a very important thing, and it's something that really should have become stronger in American like society
it's
in terms of our
getting
culture.
a little bit
but
stronger
it-
as we're going now.
Honestly,
it has in the
if
past
you want
before, it's
a
gone up and
really
down.
hot take, I think this is gonna make me sound, you know, about as
Right.
politically radical as I probably really am, but I do think that a group of people should in fact take all of the food that these companies throw away, which is actually in fact not allowed, and preserve that food and distribute it to poor
Yeah.
people.
Listen,
Yeah,
all right,
but then
all
they
right.
wouldn't make as much money.
Here is
Yes,
the
yes,
flat.
sir.
Here's a flat answer to
One
that.
is that in order
Currently,
to prevent that, a lot
right
of
now,
companies outright destroy their product before disposing
or poison
of
it
via crushing or burning. The other thing is some grocery stores, such as the upper Midwestern Meijer, actually do participate in programs in which some of the food they have gets donated out instead of destroyed. The problem being, though, that legally not all of their food is allowed to be distributed. Even if there's some produce that may look questionable and I would probably eat it, legally they're not allowed to distribute that even for free.
Yeah, it's because there's laws against that are lobbied by the
exactly,
companies
And
Ventile.
that
also,
don't want people
depending
to
on
do
the
this.
states, things like
Ventile-
expired vegetable cans, which we all know to be safe. Some are, in some states, they're considered, not safe, and in others, they're like, fine, whatever.
Ventile brings up a
I mean, it
an
could be
interesting point
Montana.
too,
It's a
and one that I was
complicated
about to
piece
make.
of
Currently,
law gets in the way of doing good
Earth
things.
civilization, not the different countries and whatnot, even, I mean, America, honestly, you have enough money and resources
too
to
much to
feed
say?
and
No.
house and help every single living person on your planet. The only thing that is stopping you from doing it are the essentially bad actors in your world that
Feed.
love profiting off of that stuff.
Well, it's all tribalism. Most of human history has existed in a zero-sum game, and now we're starting to not do that, and having a bunch of greedy assholes that don't care about it. Because the fundamental thing that makes these problems is that if you have someone making decisions that doesn't that they don't see the effect of on other people, they're just going to make decisions that are bad for other people. Like anytime you have 10% of the populations that makes most of the decisions for everyone else, it turns to shit. It doesn't matter how good natured they are. They just don't even
Do you need
see
the
what they're
power people
doing
for this?
because
Does
it's
the
not
specific
relevant.
power
They're making
people?
decisions
I
for
was
other
looking
people.
for, controller stuff and also the
That's always how it's been.
micro-USB-C extender if it exists.
Most
There's
rich people don't
also-
even know how bad poor people have it.
Yeah,
They're like,
what
just
could a banana
insulated
cost?
from it.
$10? That's a
Yeah, I know. Is it milk like $100?
Okay, so I mean, possibly Ventile, but it really wouldn't work out. The barter system would break down immediately. It's not feasible at this day and age. You need some
Yeah,
sort of
bartering
medium of
never
exchange.
existed. That's like a lie. Bartering has never really existed. That was a myth in early economics. It's there's not really any good evidence of it besides because the earliest evidence was the little totems or little knickknacks that trades early tribes trade. But the more we look into that, it's more that people just kind of they gave things to each other, and mentally they each accounted for how much they've given to each other because they knew each other well because tribes were small. And those trinkets were more just gifts as a good faith thing. And you tended to not trade with people that you weren't going to see again, like travelers and stuff.
I agree,
Because
Seppi.
you couldn't keep up in accounting with them. There's too many other people. But as soon as you left the tribal situation, you immediately had to develop some kind of currency to deal with
No
people you don't
problem.
know.
After the stream's over, I'll take a better look for you. Sorry.
That's okay, don't worry about it.
So, looping back a little bit to some of the stuff that Ferry brought up, one of my little aspirations that I'll try and execute if I ever end up becoming the hashtag big streamer is something that I don't know what it's called, and I don't know if there's an actual term for it, but I'm calling it like a garden company. So, a company that exists specifically to subsidize people taking a shot at a dream or something that they want to try and do. So if you want to try and make a game, but you literally are not going to be able to without a certain amount of resources or a certain type of resource, then that company would assist for 5% of the profits in perpetuity. That's it. That's all it asks for. And it will pick and choose people. You put in an application and do something like that. You build it up. That is something that I kind of want to end up doing because there are a lot of people with a lot of interesting ideas and a lot of cool things that they are able to do and would be able to do if they could just pay for it for at least a little bit of time.
I know, right? Also, they're talking about copyright, and I'm really deep in this hole. Um,
Nah.
yeah, Pizza's right. Most of current copyright that's really screwed us over, especially with like pharmaceuticals,
Disney.
is just fucking Disney. It's just
Yeah.
Disney.
Yep.
It freaking is.
Fucking Disney, ruining
They're the only
everything
company
for
that
everyone.
seems to be even worse than Nintendo in terms of copyright. It's like
Yeah. So, I think
it's so
copyright.
bad.
I think early copyright law was good. I think a way to do it even better that would have been more in the American spirit than just the limit is that would have helped with competition a lot. Is you have that time period where you have some kind of control over it, but a rule is for during that period, if so, like let's say you get protection for this idea for like say 30 years, but if anyone uses it, you can dispute them using it, and they have to pay you a royalty that is based on the duration left. So if it's like at the very beginning, they have to pay you a very large like profit royalty, basically, to copy the idea. And the advantage of that is, if you're a large company that came with an idea and someone else is going to try and copy from you, unless you're taking too much advantage of it, and they can actually sell it for a profit despite the royalty, which keeps you in check, puts a ceiling on it, what the actual cost of the thing is, that stops big companies from like pushing around little companies that maybe have a more efficient way of doing their idea. And then the other way, flip side of that, is if you're a small company that came with an idea and a big company comes in and outscales you, it doesn't really matter. You make a shit ton of money because they're outscaling you and they're paying a huge royalty to you to basically do better than you are at scaling. So either way, the correct people benefit or get punished, depending on scale. Which is the whole point of these systems, is to protect like little people from not being able to compete with big people because they just have more leverage against them, which is wrong. Like you should be better off against someone because you're more efficient and are better at implementing an idea, not because you have more money.
Agree.
Yeah, exactly. Pizza. That was the whole point. Yeah, no. Early copyright law plus like some kind of and the idea of this royalty thing is it's enforced. Like you can't stop someone from copying your idea, but they have to pay a royalty to do it. So it always lets people have competition.
Nintendo owns the rights to pocketable monsters. If it's a monster in your pocket, you're stealing the idea. No one else can have a monster in their pocket. It is their trademark.
Yeah.
Agreed,
Yeah,
Pizza.
and so that's the idea, Pizza, is if you write a book and someone else copies your book and sells it, they have to pay you a royalty. And if you both have printing presses, but they somehow have more scale or more efficiency, and they can actually sell it for cheaper or a larger scale than you, then like that's what the market wants. But they have to beat out the royalty. Like they have to sell it cheaper and also with the royalty on top of it.
I feel like
so they have to be really efficient to compete.
I feel like the only thing that I would add onto that to make it more acceptable to a lot of the folks that would end up arguing about it would be that in addition to the royalty as part of that, if they're going to end up copying something along those lines, they need to connect it to the actual creator as well. So like,
oh well, yeah, that's a
it's
given.
A book, you've got to. It's not a given, dude. You've got to actually connect it to the previous person who made it, basically.
Yeah, no, that's like basic licensing and copyright. That's
Having a
supposed to happen.
copyright or something like
Okay.
in perpetuity is too much. Like, even
Yeah,
that
no,
little
doing
company.
the in perpetuity. Well, I think you should attribute the original creator of some kind, but like, yeah, I don't think you have to like pay them, or you can't do it. I also agree, Pizza, but I'm more trying to hit like a middle mark. And the problem is with the whole 15 years thing, that's a surprisingly long amount of time, and there's a lot of cases where that got abused, especially with pharmaceuticals. And the idea is to like, you need to protect people, but you also need to make sure that like good, efficient economics happens, and making it so that there's a royalty there where if a big company wants to compete with you on your idea, they have to actually bring a lot to the table in terms of efficiency to warrant it.
Or they're just not going to be able to make
And
a
no matter
profit.
what, if someone else sells your idea, you get paid for it. Dude, our society would be dramatically different if like patents weren't a thing and like copyrights were what they were. Like it'd be nuts. The amount of like things that could have been developed more quickly. And
Yeah,
just
it's almost
widely
like it's
used.
a stupid system that's just slowing humans down.
Modern computing came from this. So early IBM and stuff like that, they're the ones who came up with the old PCIe like
Pieces into
cars.
ads, so he won't be able to hear you for right now.
Oh. Damn. I guess I'll shut the fuck up then. And cry.
No, it's okay.
That
That's my
means
thing.
you're
Actually, I'm gonna go to bathroom.
unwanted. How dare.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom out of shame.
Push his Spicer over.
Eats elf.
Eh.
Did he say he's muting himself?
No, he said eats elf. He
Oh.
was messing with me.
But yeah, I've gotten into law arguments and banned from a lot of websites where you're not allowed to defend piracy for whatever reason they have that as a rule. I've sacrificed my accounts on multiple forums and other websites. Just not doing anything but like defending piracy and sharing my actual feelings. I want to make something like a video game that I'd be pouring blood, sweat, and tears and thousands of hours of my life into. And then people are like, well, what would you feel if someone pirated that? I'd be like, I don't know. Why are they pirating it? Probably they have a legit reason to pirate what I'd done. Probably more than likely they'd have a legitimate reason to do that, so I wouldn't care.
That's a big thing too, Fantio. Companies steal and use our personal info. Like,
oh yeah, for sure.
Give me all your info.
Give me any informations.
You gotta stop there from being.
I'm gonna sell it for $12.
They gotta steal all your info. How else are they gonna stop more of Luigi Mansionis from being born?
Personal
they gotta know
information
your
about
every
you
move.
should
You could
be copyrighted.
It could be Luigi. They gotta stop Luigi from Luigi's from existing. The only way to do that is to record and catalog your every move.
Nods at pizza. Ads over. Sorry about that.
I agree. Pizza with copyright.
No.
Where's my blanket? Pizza. I agree with copyright. Sorry, I sometimes get them mixed up, but yeah, I agree with copyright. Like if it's an artistic work or like, you know, it's a work of a very particular nature, then yeah, that makes sense. If it's a patent, then yeah, that should have royalties, and they should always you should always have access to copying a patent. It's just you have to pay a royalty. It shouldn't be elective.
I stand the patron and patroned person. I'm going to adopt artists and I'm going to keep them in a nice, comfy place so that they can do art for me.
What are you, one of the old houses that used to hole up poets?
Nice, cozy art dungeon. Making me art.
Elf is Gertrude Stein.
But I would subsidize Zeal's existence if I was able to do so, simply so they could do art
Zeal.
stuff. Yeah, they're scurrying around in the background.
Zeal. I do appreciate that you want to do something that would help support artists.
Mm-hmm. And I will get something out of it, but I don't really care. See, I have a smartwatch on my wrist right now, Mancio, that's recording everything I'm saying and sending it directly to Xi Jinping.
Oh, good. I was fixing to worry that they were sending it directly to the CIA.
That's the other thing, Pizza. I agree on a lot of that. Also, you don't have kids, and the kids live. Yeah, no, I agree on that too. Yeah, for copyrights, I think the old 15 years or 20 years or whatever is not bad. or maybe even just the life of the artist. But the thing is, that needs to be non-transferable. Corporations can't fucking buy copyrights. It's stupid. Like at most they can license it. But
Only
I don't think
you
it should ever
can't
be
use
exclusive.
anything that this person has done, or they're whoa, I got disconnected.
Yeah, I think. Oh yeah, too many errors detected.
Oh no.
I'll ping Matcha.
Am I gonna be able to get back on?
Oh.
Huh?
Am I gonna be able to get back on, or is the server just messed up?
Unsure.
Yeah, I agree, Pizza. Like our
Corporations
current
aren't
system
people.
for corporations. Yeah, our way
How
of doing
dare you
corporations is
dehumanize
just
these
like
corporations?
this echo of the like East India companies and stuff like that. Like that shit needs to go away.
Corporations are not people.
Patents being owned by corporations would be fine if they had the royalty thing. Because if they're misusing it, then someone else smaller and more efficient can come along and compete with them. Like that's all that needs to happen.
It's
You just
almost
got to
as if-
allow people to compete.
It's
I love
almost as
how
if there's
corporations
actually...
own their actors to the point that they have the exclusive right to use some of these actors' likenesses to recreate their roles after they're dead, such as Disney with Star Wars.
If
That's
corporations are
amazing.
people,
That is
If
so amazing.
Seffi's like, if corporations are people, then you can draw the corporations pregnant.
I mean, people draw a lot of things pregnant that aren't people.
Oh no. He looks like you can get back
Alright,
in.
let's
I've been
see
on
if I can
DB9.
get
I know
on.
how it works. Why the fuck is in Hyperland my cursor like the Hyperland logo? When has this ever been a thing? What's happening? I don't. Oh,
Your cursor is the Hyperland logo?
yeah, I'm confused, but I think I actually know what it's doing. I think it's because I don't have like Edwada installed or something.
I think I mentioned my impression or thoughts on UB earlier, Van Deal. It's probably one of the next big progress points for human civilization. You need to do that. There's no reason for you not to do it.
I have an
Because
old quote I
greedy
used to
people
say a
don't want
lot.
it. Because people like, you didn't work hard for this money, you don't deserve it. Like, people are
Fuck them
literally trying to
people.
take away Medicaid right now. The universal basic income would be a nice extra band-aid on our economic system, along with things like Medicaid and unemployment and Medicare and Social Security and other things, SNAP program. It'd be another band-aid along with those things. That being said,
Pizza, if they would
there
actually,
is a huge number of people who want to take away every single one of those things because it's like, you're undeserving. You're undeserving of a handout.
yeah,
And I don't trust people to be anytime soon. At least not in the
Screw
United
social
States. Like,
services.
Finland tried it.
The American medical system is a fucking sham and it needs to be retooled. UBI,
Oh, yeah, for
get rid of
sure.
insurance.
universal basic income, and retooling the economy and whatnot to work a little bit more alongside that sort of thing would solve basically all your current problems.
Just get rid of insurance, and then make it so the hospitals can't be owned by a company that also owns the insurance. Like, insurance should be illegal. That's just bonkers.
Insurance
put
is
them
fine.
for-profit
Medical
insurance.
insurance.
No.
You just put on a
For-profit
list.
insurance should not exist.
There you go.
Yeah,
Like,
that's gonna put you
having-
on a few lists.
Having a co-op like policy where you like mitigate risk by collecting money together, yeah, that's normal. We used to do that for thousands of years. But like, for-profit insurance, no, that mathematically doesn't make any fucking sense. I make profit because I'm really good at not paying people money. Like, okay, I don't think that should be
I mean, yeah,
profit. You're not doing
that's
anything.
how our system works.
For-profit insurance has
And then in
a
some
niche
cases,
that
it's
can-
literally illegal.
that can work. Pizza. So for-profit insurance and whatnot can work, and it is a feasible solution
In
to a
what
lot of stuff.
case?
But not in its current state. No. Like
No.
insuring something like a yacht or a car. or
Which
something
state
like
are
that.
you talking
No,
about?
I'm saying
California,
there is
Indiana?
forms of insurance
Well,
There's forms of insurance that aren't a scam. Like, just have a group policy where you guys do a pool and you mitigate risk by having the pool. You don't have to pay for it. Like, you mitigate risk by doing collective pooling of money.
yeah. How are you going to
Like,
organize
those
that?
exist. They exist now.
And how are you going to pay the people?
Yes, you're
That's
going to pay people
that's
to
part
run the
of,
thing,
that's
but
an
that's
insurance
not for
company.
profit.
That's an insurance
That's
company.
not an
essentially.
insurance company. An insurance company is for profit. And they're
Okay,
structured
fair.
differently.
I suppose you can make that delineation, but it's
They're structured very differently.
mama's structured different.
That and the group policy system usually has really specific rules, whereas insurance fucking don't. Yeah, that's generally how it works. That's welcome to anything. Like, if there's enough of things that need risk mitigated, then there'll be a pool for it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's probably not going to be a big pool for fucking yachts, because, like, if you can own a yacht, you probably don't care.
BRB.
Did you say BRB?
I said exactly V.
Verb.
Dang it, there was like more clay than I needed earlier, and I was like, oh gosh, there's all this clay. I don't need all this clay right now, but that's cool. Now I'm like, oh gosh, I want clay, and now
Pizza,
I don't see it.
Pizza, this is going to be really ironic, but there's a term for this. It's a yacht problem. Like, I don't think people that have the money to afford a yacht, especially because, like, the other problem is most people that, like, own a yacht that would want insurance on it, like,
Not really, Kuma.
they probably can't even afford the yacht. Like, they're probably on a big loan. Like, if anything, the bank's going to take the insurance out.
The way the Tyrrhenian Federation's economy ends up working is a hybrid of that. So we have UBI. We have UBI for all of our citizens. You're actually also provided basic necessities and whatnot as part of it as well. And we maintain what is essentially a postal service. We have like drones and freighter ships and whatnot that keep all this supply. It is an infinitesimal part of our production. Like, it is nothing. It may as well not exist in the great scheme of things for all that it affects every other facet of our function. Likewise, while there are things such as for-profit medical facilities and whatnot, they are their own thing and they're not very big because the state, as in the government, maintains medical facilities and maintains the health of the people and whatnot for it too. If you have something wrong with you, typically you could get treated within a day if it's something non-fatal or not an issue, and almost all of our planetary hospitals have enough space in order to treat at least half of the population at once.
Yeah.
Gosh, it is
And,
really
like,
lagging.
if you work out the economics of a lot of this stuff, like, one of the bigger problems today is we have a very, like, vampiric health system because of insurance and everything. And then on top of that, we have, like, a food and car industry whose only goals is to make us not move and eat garbage. Like, that's, as cheaply as possible. And so these two things together make a huge ass problem in our economy. Like, the amount of money, like the amount of GDP that is spent on just fucking medical bills is, like, insane. And then on top of that, finance bills. It sucks so much out of our economy. And it's one of those things where it's like, if these two things would stop happening at the same damn time, it probably wouldn't even be that bad. But if they work together, like, most of our economy can handle, like, most of people's needs. Like, industrialization is crazy efficient, and how much energy we produce and how much material we produce. We should probably stop doing the thing where we, like, hire up child labor and all that stuff, maybe, but
the child's yearn for the mind.
And that's the worst thing too, is, like, if we actually develop other countries, like, it goes really well. Like, historically, it has always gone really well if you just actually go into another country, help them build infrastructure and systems, and then we all profit from it. The issue is that a lot of these companies, don't think that way. They think of profit, like short-term profit at that.
Exploit
And
the poor people.
they see resources and cheap labor to extract them, which is not really that efficient, but it makes them rich in a very simple way because the economy just right now kind of incentivizes this short-term, immediate sort of profit creation versus because the thing is the human mind doesn't understand how to make the world better is like the issue. And like this is so people can hate on capitalism, but it did a really good job of getting people that have no idea what the fuck is going on to do things that helped a lot of people.
Yeah.
Like based on self-interest. Like the reason Steve Jobs became a billionaire is because he organized people to make a device that everyone wanted more than fucking toilets. Like literally iPhones are more ubiquitous in the world than toilets. And so it's like he made a bunch of money because everyone wanted the thing he made because it changed their lives in a way that they appreciated. And like that's how you grow the pie. We can actually grow the pie so much now because of technology and innovation that you can become a billionaire by just growing the damn pie.
The pie can become big enough for everybody to have a big piece. It turns out.
No, you see, we're in a system where
Yeah.
we have to force people to starve and be bombed constantly.
And like a
Oh
capitalistic
yeah,
system.
no. It's
can
a very
function.
long-term thing, pizza, yeah.
Yeah, a capitalistic system
But
can
it-
function,
it's-
and it can
it's-
do a lot of really good things, like Spicer was saying. It's part of the TNF stuff.
Yeah.
Like it's there.
It's
It's
also
just
a
not-
weird paradox where like in order for you to live in a better world, the people before you had to think about the future. And so like it's kind of like a hypocritical thing where it's like you want a better world, but at the same time people today aren't willing to think about a better world like in the future. But in order for you to have had a better world, the people before you had to have thought that way. So it's like, And this is actually a joke I make, like to kind of counter
Are you
my
getting
like
a bunch of
dooms,
dropped
like,
frames?
Yes.
Like, I keep getting dropped
You're a
frames
dropped
playing in the
frame.
server. I have gotten rid of a bunch of background processes, and it's still happening.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the server is struggling for some reason. The reason it kicked us out is because it was getting a whole bunch of errors for whatever reason. So there's something out there that is fucky, and it will continue to cause us problems.
It's
Should I
it's
just
also
give
annoying
up
pizza
for
because
now?
like
It's fine.
It's working well enough, I
it's
guess.
just drop frames. It's fine. It's just fine. You drop frames. Don't worry
Sorry,
about
continue
it.
with what you were saying, Spicer.
It's also bad because most of the time a lot of these decisions don't really make like the vast majority of people's lives worse in any tangible way. It's just that it involves like thinking and work. Like humans like to like the brain is designed in a way where it just tries to figure out the least thoughtful, lowest energy way to accomplish a goal. And right now, it's push a hole into the ground, oil comes out of it, burn it, and then just sell stuff as cheap as possible. Like, and it's also like a cultural thing. Like America used to not work this way. Like America was very big on quality, long lastingness, and like all these things. Like we had very strong like values when it came to what we produced in the economy. To the point that stuff made back then is still lasting past the things made now. So it's like, yeah, it used to work that way, but like
Don't make them
there's
like
this,
they used to.
They don't.
But the thing
literally.
that a big thing that changed is so humans are very just environmentally sensitive, and the number one thing that changed, like more than other things, is our financial system. So we went from like having a pretty static amount of currency, it being gold backed, like there wasn't much lending really, and all that stuff. The interest rates were high, and so usually you had to make pretty like frugal and like thought out decisions in order to, make money, and you couldn't do things quick because it took you time to accrue funds, and it was risky if you didn't pay them back fast enough. So you tended to work off your own dime more. And
I have 3.
the problem is we're actually running into the exact same issue that happened like fucking 200, 300 years ago or whatever. So one of the big innovations that happened, like in capitalism and everything, is Adam Smith's, The Wealth of Nations. And literally at the time, the reason he wrote the damn book was because like England and shit was deep into mercantilism, which was basically a financial, like economic philosophy of gold is the only thing that matters. I must have all the gold. Like that's the power of the country is gold. And Adam Smith wrote the book and basically said, yeah, but all gold does is buy the collective labor of, whatever economy you spend it in. And that was such a fucking revolutionary idea to all the rich people in charge and the aristocrats that actually a lot of them started passing new policies that made it so labor had a better time, and could, be paid more and work harder and I have better conditions. Like the rich asshole nobles literally like, oh, he's right. We should do things this way because we'll make more money. Like it's true because money buys material goods. And if your material goods are garbage, your money doesn't buy very much, which is the problem we run into right now. We've lost this connection between like in economics, wealth literally means material goods, like the quality and everything. It's a comprehensive term. It has a specific meaning. Money isn't wealth. Money allows you to buy wealth like at some rate. And we have disconnected those two things to the point that the inflation rate today is probably like 100 times more than what we think it is because of we started thinking of money as the measure of wealth, like literally GDP is a thing, which was stupid. That was a shitty invention. Like, God, we've probably lost decades of economic innovation.
Nobody has food or jobs or medication, but the GDP is up. GDP is
yeah,
up.
exactly.
Got that GDP.
GDP is a perfect example of, no, money doesn't really matter. It's material wealth that does. So we're running to the we're basically just in mercantilism, but we're doing it with fiat currency and like stock markets and shit and GDP. Like we have totally disconnected material wealth from actual money. And now
that was weird.
And it's to the point, and like this is how backwards it is like there's some cases where they modify the way that we do GDP inflation. There's ways that we modify like inflation measurements to try to account for.
We do love you.
Like, okay, so if a car was like $20,000 one year, and then a few years later it's $40,000, but it's like the same kind of like, in terms of like the range of models available, it's like still in the same place. They'll go, oh well, it costs a lot more, but it's in the same place, like in terms of the market range of high to low quality. But it also has a lot more features now, and like there's innovations on it, so it should cost more. And I'm like, dude, the entire point of like our economy is that like productivity growth increases and money supply doesn't. Like that's how the world gets better. If things just cost more and people's wages aren't going up, then you're just hiding inflation. Like you crazy bastards. And it's like so antithetical.
I'll need to do something real quick. Points at Pizza. I believe Van Teal too. Follow me. I know that might be a little bit forward for a streamer to say that outright, but I am really enjoying these kind of conversations. Please stay around. Continue.
That's loaded once. What the hell just happened?
Thanks, Van Teal.
Oh, there we go. Pizza, why the fuck do you have 4 monitors?
Why wouldn't he? I have 3 now.
Well, there's not had room for that many monitors plugged in at once.
Stick them on the wall.
I literally use 1 monitor.
I'm generally doing that recently because this is a big TV and there is not room in here for like another screen.
I used to use more monitors, but I got tired of it because I would go to a computer that didn't have them.
If you want to, Pizza,
or I'd work on a
feel
laptop.
free to do so. It would be a pleasure to see you hopping back if you want to visit us occasionally.
Yeah, I like a fellow developer.
Yeah, we have a fairly high concentration of very smart people.
Yeah, I know.
In
actually,
my
it's weird.
Except me, I'm not smart.
Lies.
No, you're pretty smart too, Fairy. We've already disproved that claim. Thank you. You're pretty smart.
I've literally went to like
it took me
Elf and
like
was
it took y'all like 30 minutes to explain what binary was, and I still don't fully understand it. So no.
And people take classes for this sort of thing, like multiple
quiet about
weeks.
it. Yeah, no, this stuff isn't easy. No, I was literally talking to Elf, like, she scares me.
I broke all the copper tools. I'm sad. The copper
Do you need-
tools is busted.
Do you need more tools?
Why do I have this installed?
I mean,
Bring
I
me the
wouldn't say
broken
no.
ones. Bring me the broken ones.
Aw, thank you.
You're welcome. I can repair stuff too.
What the
Yeah, I wish that
Oh.
that must be a mod, because on the official server, they're broken, they're gone. You don't get
Yeah.
anything back out of them.
Yeah. What tools do you need?
Yeah.
The shovel, and more importantly, the pickaxes.
Okay.
Oh, I should probably go back to the other thing.
I like that little waterfall in your house. It's pretty.
Oh, thank you. All right. If you have the broken tools, go ahead and drop them.
Oh yeah.
Hi,
By the-
Zori.
I will say though, a big reason I did start doing multiple monitors was because
one's back in the
I
treasure chest. Here, I'll throw you this one.
It's okay.
And rush back and get the other one. I'm so sorry.
It's fine. I'm just gonna follow
They're in
you.
a treasure chest.
It is like
So-
Minecraft, but not quite Minecraft, Wix. Hi, Zori. Welcome in. It is a pleasure to see you. Thank you very much for the raid. Go get a good eat and do some self-care. Be a good noodle.
Yeah,
we
thanks
hate
for the raid.
ISPs.
the only thing.
Thank you for the follow, Pizza. Pizza, if you
The only good
want
thing that came out of
to-
ISPs was AT&T Bell Labs.
Ice
you go,
pizza?
pizza.
Is that what you said?
His name is Pizza.
You're an nice Pete.
Right, Vantil? I appreciate that. All right, here, take this and this and
Oh,
this.
thank you.
and
Really
this, and
appreciate that.
Here's some other copper pickaxes. but
Oh
they're
my
almost-
gosh.
They're almost
Minecraft
fucked
stopped
up.
trying to
you,
improve
you're
a
awesome.
long time ago.
You're awesome. Whoa, that's all my stuff. I have to go put this in the treasure chest over here.
No worries. I
What was I gonna
processed.
say? Oh yeah.
I processed 48
reason I
iron
stopped doing-
ingots.
Wow.
Oh my
that's
god.
much.
Go home.
Anyway, thank you. Oh, this
It's really
doesn't
neat,
look
like-
like it belongs here. There we go.
Yeah.
And another one.
Thank you. I can reprocess these into copper. Enjoy.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thanks, sorry.
Your inevitable debt to me only grows. Soon I will clean your soul.
That's true.
Ah.
That's true, though.
Your soul is mine. Oh.
Fair. Oh, this one's almost broken,
Isn't it
too.
just called Steam?
Oof.
Yeah, the copper ones that I gave you are like older tools. They don't
What the
have full
fuck?
durability. But if they break, just bring me back the
Oh,
stuff. And
Yay.
the bronze ones should be pretty good on durability.
I mean, if you do want me to help you with anything, I will.
Maybe. I'm gearing up for something in particular, so we shall see. I'm going to try and make steel.
Oh, yeah, so anyway, why was I wasting my time learning C? Probably not the best and ideal, because I should probably learn Godot, but I kind of have still stuck with it for
Godot's fun.
reasons, I guess. Because it's fascinating. The
Spicer, you
C
are being
is
addressed
what
by
it
the-
is.
It's like I gotta catch up with the whole C thing because I'm very opinionated.
I'm
Is-
very opinionated, he says.
Oh, it's.
I
Wait,
should
where's
probably
the
be
C comment? I don't
using
see it.
Godot for what I'm trying to do. My goal is that I want to write a story about a character
Where's the C
and an
comment?
OC that I really became fond of, and I want to, not just have them be that, but I want to like write a whole world and a whole story. Like a fantasy world that has some potential sci-fi origins, but it's on a ridiculous level that these alien civilizations are basically gods.
Pizza, I'm afraid
it's a whole thing. But the basic gist of it
You're
is
gone.
it is a fantasy story. And I want to write a story about someone who is a succubus, is a demon, and is actually a really good person. And I wanted to write the story from the perspective in this world of good versus bad demons, basically. Some of them are going to end up really, really good people and are going to be treated badly, sort of like tieflings are in D&D. And some of them are still bad people, and there's entire, bad societies and demon lords and things like that. But that doesn't mean all demons are bad. So I wanted to write a story, a fantasy story in a fantasy world, and I suck at writing. I'm like really good at like telling. Like I can write down huge lores. I spent like one day, like 24 hours straight, just lore dumping. And telling and telling and telling all this lore about my world, and then people keep telling me, yeah, but you need to like show rather than tell. Come on, you get to the tell part, and I like write like a few paragraphs of showing, and then I'm like, I got writer's block. I can't even come up with another sentence.
I mean, that's part of it. You just got to keep going.
So I kind of want to make an RPG to help with that. A very visual novel-esque RPG.
Oh my god.
That's my goal. I want to
normal.
make a game that is one part very, very RPG, but with so much dialogue and so much going on, it's basically going to be a visual novel. That's sort of my goal. And I need to do whatever will make that most doable. Probably Godot. Would you recommend Godot or RPG Maker? What should I do?
Godot, good.
I recommended you Godot. I recommend.
Yeah, you did.
Godot. Godot. Duh.
And then you
Sorry.
asked about C, and of course I'm not going to say no to that.
That's true.
I'm biased.
There is part of my
I
brain
am
that
a
thinks that
C
is
and
pretty
evangelical.
cool. You are, though.
I mean, I think there's a. So do you know the game Animal Well?
I've heard of that. I want to play it. I hear it's got like a crazy plot twist, and that no one has spoiled for me yet.
It's
Thankfully,
an amazing game.
But I've not played it. I've heard of it. I've heard it's really good.
It has such good game design. It's crazy. But yeah, so that game, I think his name's Billy or something. I forgot. He's got good interviews and stuff. But a big point he makes about like writing your own engine from scratch and all that stuff, like kind of doing the C++ way, is you really get to understand like what your game actually is. It's like if you make a piece of art and you don't even and you're using a bunch of like complex tools that you don't understand and like methods you don't understand, like all this stuff, it's like it's not quite your art in a way. And there's a craft to making games that if you just want to make the game and ignore the craft, like you can, but I think the product will be different for it, and it will not quite be the same amount of like expression of like you,
like Minecraft pizza,
and there's
pizza craft.
And there's so much stuff that you learn from how a game actually works, like at a deeper level, that teaches you a lot about how to make games and how your ideas should actually work. Like there's an insight that you gain from that helps you make games at the higher level, big time. That and like it helps you make a game that's you. Like if you use an engine, it's like the Unity problem. Like you can usually know if a game's made in Unity, unless it's by a very good game developer that probably didn't even need Unity, kind of thing. What is it? Clair Obscure is like a good example of like an Unreal game that I didn't even quite realize was an Unreal game. And like Lords of the Fallen, I didn't even like if they didn't tell me it was an Unreal game, I wouldn't have guessed. And stuff like that. It's the same thing.
So does that mean I'm better off not using an engine?
Man, I don't fucking know. It's an art thing. Like it's artistic. There's no right answer because it's trade-offs.
There's
Like, do
always
you
a right
just want to make a
answer.
final product, and do you not want to concern yourself with like the underlying craft of what you're doing, or like do you want to concern yourself with the underlying craft
Kind
and figuring out
of.
how all these things work?
I
You know,
have
like
I have many
how
minds
much of
on
an
this.
artisan do you want to be, kind of thing. Like me, I am so fucking gung ho on like programming and the art of programming that
You're
I
extra
go so deep.
artisanal.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No.
Artisanal.
I like when the AIs take over. I'm gonna be the guy writing organic, grass-fed, artisanal C code on like a Linux machine using fucking GNU Nano. I used to try to emulate what it was like programming like in the 80s and stuff, just to feel like how they did and the limitations they had. That's why I love C, because I don't have to go onto the web to look at documentation for C. In Linux, you have the man pages system, which is just basically manual pages, and the entire C and POSIX and like all the standards for it are in there. So I literally just open a terminal, type man, and then like standard dot like io.h, and it'll just show me the documentation for standard io.h, and like I
Bash
can
is
go look at
cool.
the. And so it's really nice, and I like using like Nano, and I used to use a window manager called Rat Poison that was written in like fucking 1998 or whatever.
Rat
Um,
poison, huh?
yeah, it was one of the first like, it was when mice were starting becoming a thing, and the guy didn't like them, so he made a window manager that didn't need a mouse.
Don't like
And
the
so
mice.
like literally you have one screen at first, and if you press a button, it'll open a terminal, and then if you launch something in the terminal, it'll like, go in front of it. But if you want to split the windows, like, have two windows visible at the same time instead of having to swap through them, you like press a button, it'll vertical split or like horizontal split, and now you have two places where you can put windows, and you just like swap them out, like you like effectively alt tab, and so it's like really, but it's all with hotkeys. There's no mouse support. In fact, the default mouse cursor in that thing was like an X. And what's funny is the hotkey that you use to like start. So there wasn't, you didn't use Windows key or anything. What you would do is like if you wanted to move over to the window like to the left, and have it in focus, you would hit Control T and then left arrow. So you'd have to escape your hotkeys by hitting Control T and then you hit the hotkey. But it's funny because Control T, when you write it out, it's like there's usually a dash because it's Control in the like binding system. It looks like cat. C
Well, there
dash
you
T.
go. It's cat that hates mice. I like
Yeah,
mice. They're
exactly.
cute and they're
I
useful.
Me
loved
too.
that emulate. I loved that window manager. I'm sad there isn't like a good Wayland replacement that works as well.
You're a Wayland.
You're a Wayland. Yeah, no, I used that for a while and it was a lot of fun. I even got it. I got my terminal emulator to exactly match the style of the built-in like Linux TTY that you like boot into, the terminal that gets booted into. So, and it got to the point where I actually couldn't tell which one I was in, and I tried to launch a graphical application in the TTY, and it like crashed. I was like, "Oh right, yeah, I'm in the wrong one." Whoops, switch. Go back to the other. Go back to the actual graphical interface. Yeah, I use Hyperland now because it's just Wayland is such a mess that Hyperland is the only one that works well. Because the dev actually knows what he's doing and is really dedicated to getting it working.
Wait, so you're supposed to use Hyperland rather than Wayland?
No. So Wayland is kind of just a protocol for like how applications should interact with a graphical environment, and Hyperland implements it.
So what I would probably want to add to some of the stuff in the handbook pizza is maybe like, not like a screenshot, but maybe some sort of like little doodle or something, kind of like the character made it in a journal for the actual layout of the thing. So like steel making, you have 3x2 floor grading. In the middle of it, place both stone coffin sections and in opposing directions. Maybe like at the bottom, a thing detailing that and showing what you're actually trying to make. Or Xbox.
Open RCT to I feel like I've heard of OpenRC too.
I got some slaked lime.
Yeah,
but
custom
I
engines
don't
are.
lime.
I've seen the game Banished Pizza. Yeah, no, I love old custom engines. There's so much cool stuff that they like would try and then also be just terrible at. It's so funny. Also Shark Lungs. Yeah, I did awesome early on. I learned pretty quickly. I really don't like configuring shit with Lua. I prefer really simplistic config files, which is why I really love the like GNU style RC files, where it's like just kind of a series of commands that are very like shell-like. I like that, like the way you configure Nano or the way Rat Poison would be configured and stuff like that. Hyperland also has a really good one, but it's just a TOML file. It's just fancy JSON.
Where the heck
Rebuilt
did
a
I put the
function by
fire starter? There you are.
function. Oh yeah, I remember hearing about that. Yeah. No, some of those like rebuilds and stuff, like those recompilations and everything that people have made, that stuff's crazy. I'm trying to remember. There's a really legendary one that has like one of the nicest code bases out there. And I'm trying to remember what it is. Is it Age of Empires like open source rewrite? I don't remember which one it is. There's one out there that's like, or not. Can't wait till they
Animal
redo all of
Crossing.
Animal Crossing. Nice. People are crazy. Yeah. No, I love that stuff. It's cool. Yeah, I know. It's really every year I'm more depressed, Van, by that like we went to the fucking moon with nothing and now we can't even make a calculator without it being an Electron app.
An Electron app?
Yeah.
It's like I remember explaining this to you at one point. It was it's like a web browser that's like running as like a native application. Like the Discord application is based
Mega
on
Animal
Electron.
Oh,
Blackjack and
everything is
hooker.
like
It is-
made in like
it
internet
uses-
Java, HTML, and stuff. Like higher level things. I gotcha.
Death to Electron, Pizza says. Also, Pizza, if you're interested.
Yeah, we're about protons in here.
Earlier, I put a little thing in the chat. You can join our Discord if you want to. You don't have to. You can if you wish. But keep the web developers off my desk. But Electron.
Yeah, for me, I like the web in terms of HTML and JavaScript, like vanilla, like no React, no nonsense. Because like so at my work, I've been getting really into making web servers for different stuff, and I literally just write that shit in C, and I just like write macros and things to do all the HTML and JavaScript, and it's really fun. Like how little code I can use to make a full web app, like that has web page and everything, and it's really I love the minimalism, and I think the web is great if you're minimalistic about it. And yeah, Electron's dog shit. There is cases where I do use a web UI as my app front end, but I do not use fucking Electron because like the problem with Electron is it's just running JavaScript. I use there's a really cool C library called WebView that lets you spin up the native web view of whatever platform you're on, so you don't have to fucking ship a web browser. It's just using like Edge View or WebKit GTK or stuff like that, or Safari or whatever. And so it's very small. It's actually tiny because it just uses the built-in. But it's not running like JavaScript for all the logic. It lets you interop between the little bit of JavaScript you put on the client and then the C running on the other side. And it's been really fun doing that to make UIs, because in the end, like native UI is just terrible. Like GTK is kind of nice, but it only really works on Linux well. Win32 only works on Windows, really, and it's annoying to program. And like, I mean, there's Qt, but I don't want to fucking deal with Qt's licensing and like the C++ code base. And so I end up just using the HTML front end install that for the UI because it's just the best there is right now when it comes to making like a powerful UI. And it's
Pure
not too
comedy.
slow as long as it's not a bunch of JavaScript that's running the whole damn thing.
Yeah, I kind of need that light. I feel like
I do agree
complaints
that
of-
apps should adapt to the OS, but
Adapts your app.
it's so much work. And the individual platforms just make it so dog shit to do that. Like, I don't want to have to buy a Mac to develop for Mac, which is why I never develop for Mac. I do not support Mac in any way. I will never make a fucking Mac release for anything. I really dislike the Apple ecosystem and how close they are.
But you don't have the right to repair.
Yeah.
Why would you want the right to repair? You bought an iPhone because
I'm of
you
a
want
s-
us to repair it. Please
I'm of
don't
a
learn
similar
how to
mind,
do
Pizza,
things
but
yourself.
like in the end, the platforms themselves aren't even that good at their like self-integrating, and in the end, people are going to want it either way. Like, if you don't make an app, someone else will, which is like Linux. The Discord client of Linux is dog shit, so Desktop makes a
The
better
list of
one.
redeemed games, Azori. If you're on my Discord, it's in the announcements channel. Just scroll up a little bit.
Someone trying to join your server here?
I think Azori is either wanting to know the list or planning to redeem one to put on the list.
Yeah, Pizza, that's like the exact reason to buy an Apple computer. If you do not want to fuck with it in any way, and it doesn't stop you from anything you want to do, you're the perfect customer.
Or face tracking.
If you're anything other than that, it's dog shit. Ventile, yeah, Ventile. That's a big thing right now. Like,
Night Night Sharks.
most companies are not willing to actually spend the time and resources to optimize games like they used to, and that kind of art has been slowly killed off because everyone just fucking uses. Have a good night, Sharks.
I plan to
Good night,
revive.
Sharks.
My sea brother.
I plan to revive.
And everyone just uses
optimization,
Unreal or
honestly.
whatever.
I don't like not optimizing stuff. If I'm gonna make a game, it's going to be an optimized game as far as I can make it.
All right, no Godot then.
Boost a game, Environmental Station Alpha.
No Godot then. Yep, you gotta quit Godot.
It'll be all right.
Can't
I'll
code
figure
in
it out.
Python.
I'll figure it out.
I launched Godot. It uses 200 megabytes of memory immediately.
I do have a lot of good games on the list. All right, that goes. Whoops, to the next.
It's actually pathetic how like unoptimized fucking games are now. It's absurd.
It goes up.
And the solution? Upscaling.
Upscaling?
That's the solution. Yeah, like DLSS and shit.
I hope
Or
so, Pizza.
TAA. Looks like dog shit.
Also, hi, Everpants. I think I
so
said hello,
hate-
but
I so deeply despise the way rendering has gone, like using deferred rendering and stuff, and all these post-process based upscalers and like anti-aliasing and stuff. It's so garbage. Yeah, Ventile. It's like games should just look worse. Like if they can't actually run and optimize, just make them look worse. But yeah, it's whatever.
that's actually really neat.
Is that
Especially for
700 megabytes for 200 players? If that is, that's good. That's pretty good. If 700 megabytes is the baseline, I don't know about that. That's high.
So a game made in Python is something you consider decently optimized?
No.
there's a lot going on with
No,
this one. Pizza.
Python is like dog shit slow.
Is
Don't
it?
worry.
Huh.
Okay,
Don't worry.
okay, yeah. No, well, also, I was thinking like idle, like people weren't playing. Yeah, no. If you got a load of those, if those blocks are loaded, yeah, no shit. Pizza, yeah, 400 megabytes is literally the baseline for C#. So you're good. You can't really go lower than that. that's just the you're never gonna get below that. That's just the C# runtime. Welcome to C#.
And
I am
here's
very
someone
obsessed
trying
with
to
low
talk
memory
me
usage.
out of- Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm very obsessed with memory usage. I really like it when my app uses like 5 megabytes of fucking memory to run a web server and load a page. I really enjoy that. See,
And
I don't
here
really
I
hate on
was-
C#. What?
I was
Say
like
it.
being talked out of C by one of my friends, just like, yeah, you're going in on the deep end. Learn Python instead. But I don't want to learn something that's not going to be well optimized. Is the thing.
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
like, there is an argument to be made that going for C is basically like going for a large amount of them because you're going to get a foundation that'll let you kind of sidestep
if you learn
to pretty
C,
much
any
any
other
other
language would be a
language.
cakewalk.
However,
Everything uses C semantics. Like everything's built on C. Like Python's written in C, and when it wants to do things that isn't dog shit slow, guess what? You write a library in C and you bind it into Python and call it. Welcome to Python. Like everyone uses C. It's the bedrock of modern computing. Have a good night, Kyle.
Oh, Kyle.
But
Hi,
yeah,
Kyle.
pizza.
Oh, good night, Kyle. Sorry I hadn't responded to most of what you said in chat. I have a lot to go through.
Is he
Takes
even
time.
I'm
talking?
so sorry. Good night, Kyle.
I think he was lurking.
Probably he was. Oh, little Yui was there. I'll miss you. Who did little Yui said I'll miss you to?
Linux is easy, they said. Raspberry Pi was kind of depending on how early you got into Raspberry
Miss
Pi,
you,
that
Yui
would be
forever.
dog shit to do. Raspberry Pi was kind of a mess early on. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I actually defended Python this morning. Or not Python, C#. Like, if it wasn't a Microsoft product, had a package manager that didn't blow up randomly from just misuse, like it shouldn't be that easy to break that thing. And wasn't so heavily designed around being like in an IDE, I would like Python, or I would like C# a decent amount, and like no exceptions, fucking exceptions. I hate exceptions so much. Such a shitty way. The happy path programming, such a bad idea. But other than that, like C# is impressive when you get down to it. Like it took the ease of Java and then made it actually easy because Java was terrible. And like just to point out how like it's not that memory efficient really. I mean it's about as good as you're gonna get for a runtime language with a garbage collector. It is very performant in terms of speed, like crazy so. They actually really leverage the JIT compiler in a good way, like better than most languages. And to point of fact at how good it is, the two main Switch emulators, Yuzu and Ryujinx, Yuzu is written in C++. Ryujinx is written in C#. The only reason that Ryujinx is actually slower than or than the Yuzu one is because Ryujinx explicitly tries to have accuracy over performance, whereas Yuzu will cheat a lot, which is the main benefits they have for performance is that. So if you got rid of that, it'd probably be like a 10% difference, and it's great. Like they were able to get an emulator of a modern console to work well in fucking C# because C# provides a lot of tooling to let you write really performant, like close to C native like performance. And
it is
I give him
pretty
credit for that.
fascinating to see Spicer go. Continue, Spicer.
What? Oh,
No,
for exceptions, errors as values. Like exceptions were such a terrible idea. They have performance costs. You don't know when they're gonna fucking throw. And it turns into happy path programming. Like you just stop. You don't think about errors the way you should think about them when you want to represent the state of your program. It's really bad. I've seen so much bad code come from it. and it's not better. Like exceptions take performance. Like they have to literally allocate memory just to make one. Like it's bad. Like just return fucking like an enumeration, and then maybe have like a side channel like thread local variable to maybe get a message out or something. Something that if they want to go through the like get a message about what happened, then they can go through the allocation. But other than that, don't make people allocate for exceptions every time they fucking happen, because some code literally uses exceptions as a way to do state. Like
You're an
it's
exception.
terrible. What programming even is Tron based on? I mean, based on the era, probably C. I don't really know what that question means. I only really know NREs.
It's based on
What's
like a Disney
NREs?
thing. It's a Disney thing. I think that they're Disney now. I think Disney owns Tron.
I know in the no reference exception. In that case, you need to be checking for them. Like that should be part of the error state of your program. It's just like any other exception. Pizza, that's a mood. Like argument out of like what is it? Index out of bounds and null reference exception is my life. Welcome to C#. Fuck you. God, I hate that so. The amount of like projects I've had to maintain that's just like user clicks a button, prompt comes up, says null reference exception, and doesn't even tell you where in the fucking code. It just says the function. Like, why is that error message so bad? Yet it's the default, and then I have to fucking figure out what happened. It's
Conjunction.
Oh, you guys don't have nullability on? That sucks.
I'm glad you remember that.
Yeah, nullability was such a good change, like for C#. So that's good. You guys are doing that. That was a very nice thing they added. There's another language that, yeah. I mean, welcome to Java. I hate Java so much. Like, why did Java have to come into being? It just ruined like 2 generations of programming.
That's fine.
Dude, Pizza, I'm still on like .NET 4.7 or whatever and like 8 on so much stuff. I hate it. Because all of the code bases at work are like there, and it's probably never going to go past that because we use a bunch of like old like Win32 stuff of like Dev Express and like UI stuff. Yeah. No, the newer .NETs are really good. They've been doing good work. I think the language is becoming a little like rusty, where it's just so many fucking features. But I will say, at least they're just convenience features or performance features. It's not like C++, where it's like, anyway, we added virtual like constructors, and we added like 5 new ways of doing the same damn thing differently, like, and totally new abstractions. Like, it's most of the time when C# adds something, it's just like a convenience or like a performance thing, like adding more support for different types of records and stuff. Yeah, .NET, the later .NETs are better platform support. Nice. I will say I do hate how fast it moves. It's I don't like technology that changes like that all the time. It's really annoying.
Change.
That's why I like C. It changes once every like 10 years.
Change.
And then it takes another 10 years for it to get implemented. I'm still waiting on fucking the latest GCC compiler to come out that supports embedding files.
Change.
I want that. So I'll have to use CMake to do
You're
that.
an embedded file.
Thing dot
I don't know
stuff
why that
equals
keeps making me
thing. Yeah. C# has added a lot of good syntax for null checking and stuff. It's really nice. It's a lot of. It reminds me of Rust. Honestly, Pizza, have you done Rust?
Your pizza.
I'm curious.
He's getting better at ignoring me.
If you have it, I would. If you have it, I would try it. You might like if you like C# at all, and you want something that's like really. Oh. Yeah, you did say you did it as a hobby. Well, if you want to go deep, Rust is an interesting adventure. I went on that adventure. Fair. I hate it, but it's mostly because I have to maintain like a what I call a go horse code base, where the guy did not think about stuff very much, and I'm maintaining it. Thankfully, I've got a badass Russian programmer helping me. Hey, same pizza. I like low level. I don't. Yeah, I agree. Like, the whole reason I do C is because it's basically the language of the gods when it comes to machines. Like, everything's just written in it. So, like, there's other languages that I am interested in. Like, Zig is a really cool programming language.
That's a programming
that
language?
I think
thought it
has a
was just
really...
a compiler you gave me.
No, it's a programming language, too. It's very unique in that it's designed to replace C, but it has very, very good support for C, to the point that it's the easiest C compiler to use.
Huh.
Ad
break.
Well, there's an ad break on your stream, Auri.
Yeah.
Vifs, are you in an ad break?
Oh, is Vifson? Oh,
Yeah,
Vifs is
Ventu,
here.
I'm not
That's
too
what you're
happy
talking
about the whole AI thing
Talking to
either.
his Vifs.
Okay.
Hey, Vifs.
I don't know
Restarting in a minute.
like I don't know your opinions on Rust, but it is an interesting journey whether you like it or not, kind of thing. It's a very different way of doing programming, and it can teach you a lot about what you do and don't like. Like, I ended up really fucking bouncing off Rust, but it was a very fun journey, and it like gave me another perspective, which I think is really important with like doing this kind of stuff, is seeing like how other people do things in the other like cultures and
30
arts
seconds.
of, like, programming. Personally, if I think if AI keeps going the way it's going to go, it's basically going to be a giant like skill and knowledge collapse that will probably
It's
cost
gonna
us
be
few
a
decades.
bubble that bursts, and then there will be a lot of programmer jobs to fix all of those incredible problems.
Yeah. I don't see it taking. I don't see the technology as it is. Like, I think we need another 50 years before we get anything useful.
Hey, question.
Yeah, they're alright.
Frick! We got disconnected from the server!
Fairy, I warned you like at 5 minutes and at like a minute. I told you. I warned you. I warned you, Fairy. I warned you about the stairs and you can't walk it towards.
How dare you?
All right, I am going to take a quick break.
How
while
could
it's
you have
restarting.
done this?
How could this happen to me?
What was I even talking
I
about? Oh, yeah. I was
Spicer,
asking a
continue
question. I'll
rambling
wait
to
until she gets back.
BRB.
Okay.
Ray Harvey.
There's
Somehow
uses
gonna
for
be here.
AI in like certain fields, but a lot of what they're doing it for now is like just a bad idea.
Hey, Spicer, I got a question. If there was going to be an AI that was meant to be like human level, they were trying really hard to make AGI, and they were like, well, we got an algorithm that's going to scan your brain, and you're going to be able to become like the new, be part, your memories and everything be part of the new AGI. Would you say yes or no?
I don't know. I'd have to really get into specifics of it, like what it is and how it works.
Yeah, fair guess.
I mean, to be fair, I would just like to be uploaded.
Right, I'd like to be uploaded too.
Kuma,
Be
I
very
only
cool.
have one computer with Java on it, and it's the fucking Minecraft server I host. The end. Only time I'm going to install Java. AI art is like one of those things where it's just like entertainment, but it's not art.
What's entertainment but not art?
Like
Java?
it's like a fart joke. No, AI art.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, calling it AI art is a misnomer too.
That's why
It's AI
if I
output.
become an AI, should I not make art since it wouldn't be real art? If I become an AI and replace all my brain with computery stuff, should I stop myself from making art since it wouldn't be real art? Just give up
Like, I
on the
think
potentiality.
God, who's the guy that said this? He's like one of the best. Stephen King. Like writing is magical because it's basically telepathy. Like I can sit here and describe like a white bunny on a red table with like a black top hat, you know, in like a certain configuration, and you will literally imagine that in your head. Like that is what art is this communication between two people that may not even exist in the same place or time. Like you could read a book written 1,000 years ago, and that author can be talking to you through it. Like that is what art is human communication in a way that's like not directly talking, and it's an expression to each other. And AI can't do that. It's just a gray blob of like stochastic human like output. That's all it is. And it's why I hate, like as soon as they started making AI art, I hated it because I looked at AI art and my brain automatically tries to like see the person on the other side. And every time I like looked at AI art for more than like 2 seconds, I just felt like whatever was on the other side of this is like an amorphous, disgusting like amalgamation of like human, I don't know, thoughts or whatever. It was like a great blob, and I hate looking at AI art. And it's how I immediately notice AI art is because there's just no thought in it. It's just stochastics, and it always
You're
is a bad
That's
taste in my
another
mouth.
word I've heard before, but don't know exactly what it means.
You
What is
probably heard it from
stochastic?
Spicer.
Probably.
No, I've heard the term because of the word stochastic terrorism.
No, interesting.
Oh, okay.
Define
A
your words,
lot of
I don't know
people
what
in the
that-
sphere have been using the word stochastic terrorism as of late, so I'm just like, what's a stochastic terrorism? What's a stochastic? I don't know what stochastic is.
All
It
right.
just
But I hear
means
the word a
something that
lot.
it just means something like being random or probabilistic. And
Um,
usually it means just like modeling something kind of random.
So I think the technical is like having like a unknown or like random ability that's like a distribution or a pattern that
Yeah.
you can analyze it with
Like,
like statistics and stuff. And my tracking is
but it's
fucking
not knowable.
but you can't predict it precisely.
Yeah. So like a term for AI is often it's a stochastic parrot. It parrots humans, but it does it in kind of a chaotic, random way. Like, or I should say, human output is random and chaotic, so it just tries to closely match it statistically. It tries to be similar without actually being the same thing.
Server should be back up, by the way. Very.
Yeah, I'm on.
Yeah.
It is still
Yeah.
a laggy mess.
It's why I
but
don't.
I'm on.
I've probably talked to an AI or used it in some way maybe 4 times, and it was only when I was at the end of my fucking rope and desperate to solve a problem, and I turned to it, and I just sat there for like 10 minutes trying to get it to even understand what my problem was, and then I just got fed up and just kept trying to figure it out. Because like the other reason that AI just doesn't interest me is anything it does is not something I want an AI to do. And anytime that I am desperate and want help and I can't find any help, you know, from a human, I'll turn to the AI, and the AI will obviously not be able to help me on my really fucking niche, difficult thing. So it's like, it's just kind of pointless.
If I became an AI, would you still like me?
What is that? I don't know what that means in this
So
context.
let's make a delineation here. If you became an AI fairy, you would be a standalone, actual sentience and sapience, meaning that you would
Mm.
still essentially be yourself. You would just be organized in a different structure, essentially. What the thing that we're
There we
referring to
go.
right now, the modern
Generative
thing that's
AI.
called the modern thing that's called AI isn't an AI. It's a VI. It's a virtual intelligence. It can kind of represent what an intelligence is, but it's just a bot. It's just a really complicated chat bot.
Yeah, I know. I'm just making dumb jokes.
So yes, we
I'm
would
just
still love
being
you
a
if you were an
dummy.
AI.
You're a dumb joke.
So we would still love you if you were an AI. So
I couldn't resist because it seemed like the perfect time to make a "would you still like me if I was a worm" joke.
I mean, I am a worm. Remember? Would you
That's
still like me
true.
if I was a worm?
It's true.
Would you still like Ori if she was a worm?
She is a worm. I like her now, so yes.
Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Hello, it's me. I'm a perfectly
I
normal
am
elf
worm-like.
creature.
Why the fuck can't I install Steam?
I don't know. Because you're on
You-
Linux, that's why.
You insulted the Steam AI, and I was like, no.
Steam really likes Linux. I can't find it. It's weird.
Steam launched Steam OS recently, which is a Linux distro.
Arch Linux.
I may actually be switching to Linux soon, Vestige.
Oh, right, I got
Microsoft and Windows continues to piss me off. My daily driver
Same.
on my
Do it, it's
laptop has
fun.
been Arch Linux this entire time, and like it's fine, it's cool. I actually like how customizable it is. It only does the things that I
You're
tell it
cool.
to, even if those things that I tell it to fuck it up. But if I fuck it up, I can just be like, all right, we'll start over then. Back up the data.
I'm cool and I know what I'm doing until I don't.
Yeah, that's basically me. Yeah.
Look, like to put it in the words of PewDiePie, Windows is like, oh, you're a little baby, you can't do anything. If you want to do that, you can't. You're a little baby. Linux is like, hand you a gun. You're God now. You can do whatever you want. Do it.
No, you want to.
PewDiePie's video on Linux was
No, you
fucking
want to.
unhinged and very based.
Like you want to.
And he's probably going to get a lot of people to switch to Linux, which is impressive.
Oh, he's
Dude,
definitely a popular
I so
figure.
wonder. I so wonder what would have happened if AT&T didn't fuck up Unix, and like, would we all just be using Unix? Like Bell Labs was so
Maybe.
dominant
AT&T bad.
that if, because like the real reason Microsoft took over was mainly because of. So it's actually ironic. AT&T was trying very hard to control their platform. And Microsoft back then didn't. They thought of their platform as open, and they were going to make money off people like building stuff on it and using it, rather than trying to control the platform itself, which is like why Microsoft exploded, is because like there was Unix alternatives, but like the one being done by Berkeley was locked down in a fucking legal battle for like a decade with AT&T. Linux wasn't there yet because it had just started, and like all the other ones weren't there either. And then Microsoft comes around with like their dog shit thing, and then it works because it was an open platform and it worked. And they pushed it so hard that everyone bought it, especially businesses and schools and all that. But it's like, I wonder what would have happened if they didn't do that and Microsoft didn't have that edge over AT&T, because AT&T was a giant. And Bell Labs was like probably one of the most innovative organizations in history. Like so much shit got invented there that we rely on today.
I'm gonna go ahead and say, Spicer, is that if it hadn't been, it would have been Micro Bell, and it would have been just as bad, if not
Micro
worse.
Bell.
It would have just.
I mean,
been
yeah,
worse.
knowing AT&T, yeah, it probably would have been worse. But no, it's just so interesting. Like, well, the thing is, it might have gotten rid of the whole split platform problem.
Nah.
Yeah, it's really true, Pizza. Like Xerox, like, guys, look at what we did. Oh, you guys are also making an OS? Oh, that's cool. Anyway, bye. And just everyone fucking copied them.
Hey, what is that giant
Oh,
cube by your
man.
house, Ori?
Huh?
What is
That's a
that
cube.
giant cube by your house? There's
That's
like
the
a
cube.
giant cube there.
Yeah, it's the cube.
It's true, pizza.
Who made it?
Cube.
But at the same time, if Unix wasn't so under control by AT&T and like
Do
they
not
weren't
question the cube.
But I have to know.
that they
Do
should
not
all
question
be
the cube.
built. Like if Unix was like if people couldn't make alternatives to Unix and stuff like because like, that was the problem is people wanted to make alternatives to Unix so that and stay compatible with Unix, but they literally like weren't allowed. And so like AT&T just pushed everyone out of a really good idea.
No, Vistas, we're
which
not
is
here
how
for
we got all these
communists.
splits.
We're not here for communist anything. Socialist, maybe.
And
no
so, like,
communism.
So like what would have happened if AT&T didn't do that and Unix became an open platform? Like it probably would have been really great because everything would have been based on Unix and then we would have not have all this crazy nonsense. And there would still be multiple platforms to compete with each other, but they'd be Unix. And right now, like,
Socialism.
there's not even a single Unix standard. There's two. There's X-Open and
Awfully pat-faced.
like POSIX. There's two.
Like, there's two. Ah!
This is a Unix system. I know
Like,
this.
Shut up, Jurassic Park.
That thing was weird. That was a weird interface.
It was a plot device.
Well, it
and
was visually
cool.
appealing.
It was a plot device. And it was cool.
Yeah, it is actually really funny that macOS is pretty like is very POSIX heavy. Linux is surprisingly not, and Windows surprisingly has like pieces of POSIX, but like not really.
What was the first Linux OS?
Jurassic Park's fantastic, pizza.
What do you mean?
You said
know what I
that,
mean.
and during those days with Bell Labs, that Microsoft took over and the Linux was like in its infancy. So what was the first Linux kernel OS, whatever?
Oh, like distro
Yeah.
of Linux itself? Because Linux and Unix are two different things.
What's two different things?
Unix and Linux are two different things.
Oh, I know that. Though I've heard that Linux is based
Yeah.
on Unix. I
But-
wasn't saying that. I was saying,
Yeah.
during those days you were talking about with
so
Bell
you're
Labs
talking
and
like Arch
Microsoft.
Linux
You
and
said that
Ubuntu.
Linux was in its infancy.
Yeah, so the GNU project had started. So
GNU.
when Unix, like when people started hating how closed off AT&T was about Unix, people started trying to split it off and like make their own kind of copies.
Gnome.
The Berkeley tried to make their own called BSD, but they got fucking hounded by a legal battle forever. And so, but there was a project called GNU
I
where they
think
basically
BSD
wanted
is-
to
isn't that the one
rewrite.
that like Nintendo uses in other consoles?
GNU.
Oh yeah. Everyone that the other thing that kind of screwed over BSD was their license was MIT, not it's a form of they changed it a few times, but it's a form of MIT. So if you make changes to it, you don't have to make them public. If you distribute it. In Linux, if you make changes to like the Linux code and you distribute it, you have to provide source code for anything you did, so that it can be recontributed back. Which is why Linux is such like a monolith of support, because anyone that wants to use it and make changes to fit their needs, they have to contribute. They have to effectively allow people to contribute back anything they did back to Linux, so it can be improved. Which is why BSD is kind of stagnated, because there's just no incentive for companies to they're not forced to improve it, which is why
what was
Nintendo
the
and
first
PlayStation
Linux
love
distro?
it.
What
The first Linux distro was Slackware, and it's still around to this day.
Slackware. That sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard the name
Yeah,
somewhere
it was like
before.
the first one. It was literally distributed like by a dude at college on CDs,
Ugh.
because it was just the easiest way to set up Linux at the time, and it was kind of the only one for a while that was big that people knew about. But yeah, it's still around to this day. It doesn't get very many updates, but they still make versions like every few years.
Why they call it Slackware?
Copy
What's
left.
the Slack for?
I don't know.
I've heard of
lazy.
copy left is like the opposite of copyright, huh?
I get it.
I just study a lot. I really love computing history. I wish I grew up like doing computing like back in like early days of C and Linux and like all this stuff because it was just such an interesting time.
I've learned most of my computing stuff from Spicer.
It's kind of true. It's kind of true. I watch a lot of documentaries and read a lot of articles.
Why do they call it Slackware? Why
'Cause
is
you're
it
a
called
slacker.
Slack? What's the Slack?
I don't. He's a slacker. Well, the idea was it was supposed to be easy. Because used to, if you
Oh.
wanted to set up Linux, you basically had to like build the kernel, build all your software, and like put it together yourself. Whereas this
Oh,
guy
that
just
makes
built it all
sense.
for you, put it on a CD drive, and you just installed it.
Back when that was considered lazy, they would know nothing of what things were to come. And how lazy computer users would be in the future.
Yeah, no kidding.
I don't want to learn
Um,
anything even remotely technical. That's for nerds. I'm normal.
Nerd. Imagine
Like
being
that
a
was
dork.
I
back
don't
in
need
the
to learn
day
how to
when
drive a
people
car.
couldn't
Car
possibly
just takes me
imagine a
places.
normie using a computer. It was like a normie using a computer?
Kinda,
What
yeah.
magic is this?
So there's a really good article I love. Like it's really old. I think it's from the late 70s or something.
You're from the late 70s.
Maybe early 80s. I think it's early 80s. It's
Might not be right.
real programmers don't use Pascal. And it's supposed to be a it's based off another article of like real men don't eat quiches or whatever because that was like quiche, like being a quiche eater was a old colloquial term for like
Milk drinker.
yeah, well no, like
think
well
quiches
it
are
was like it
delicious.
was hating on the Silicon Valley movement to like the soy people or whatever is what we kind of more refer to it today.
Soy boy.
But yeah, it was a parody of that, but it was basically a guy that he mostly written machine code and like some Fortran, and he didn't like Pascal, which Pascal was kind of like the high level language of the time, and it was kind of slow. And he basically just went on and on about like, real programmers like write an app in Fortran, and then when the boss needs a change, like you don't even go and edit the Fortran, you just go to that machine like output binary and edit it because you know what Fortran outputs, and you can just change it and like, or or you're a
Wow,
programmer
that was
that
a lot
knows
of
the
drop
like
frames. That was a whole
like
many
you're a
drop
programmer
frames.
that knows the rotate. Twitch, cease.
That's fine.
Well, in this
Or is
time,
that-
it's the server that needs to cease.
Or is that? Wait.
Vintage Story had like
Wait,
so
why
many
would the
drop
server-
frames that it was like a good 30 seconds that the game just froze.
That's solid.
Why does it freeze when you get dropped? Like when the server is going slow.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Pizza,
It's
answer the
happening
question.
to both of us, so I know it's not just me.
Pizza. French fry. Pizza.
Should
French fry.
should server problems not cause my game to freeze up for several seconds?
Probably not.
Oh, an XKCD.
Well, if that's not something that should happen, should I restart my computer? Maybe that's the problem.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. That might be a good idea.
Butterflies.
Are you having a
Open
lot
their
of
hand,
drop
let their delicate
frames?
wings flap.
Not right now.
Weird.
Good old CXMCM butterfly. Oh man.
He's just making up words
Oh,
now.
that's amazing.
So you're
I'm
not
just
having a
reading the
bunch of drop
XKCD
frames
article.
anymore.
Nope.
Okay.
Yeah, Van, that's a vintage story, Dev. He's like one of the main ones. He's really important.
Who?
Like,
Who's the one of the main
He's
Vintage Story
the reason
devs?
there's any problems with the game.
Who?
Huh?
Who's the
El
main
Lab or
Vintage
Tape?
Story dev?
Pizza 2005, the vintage story dev.
Really?
He's
Oh,
not one of the main
crud.
ones,
Yeah.
from what he said.
I had like whole conversations with him about it.
You talk to the
Maybe
Vintage
pizza.
Story dev?
Pizza.
I have a hard time
she
using
is a
anything
dev.
other.
gestures.
Sorry, I have a problem where I just kind of say he and dude, to, like everyone.
They are general terms. I will die on this hill.
Dude,
Wait,
I
you've
refer to
met
everyone as
one of the
dude.
developers for Vintage Story?
You
Vintage
you
Story.
met them now. They're in the chat.
Really? That's
Yes!
insane! Oh my god, I'm nervous.
Pizza's been here like the whole time.
And
We've been
they've
talking-
actually been talking about changes that they made.
Oh my gosh, I missed so much of that. I'm so sorry. I feel like shit now.
I guess it's been like 2 hours,
The
Pizza,
3DS
by the
games.
way. You've been here for
Yeah,
a
it's
bit.
been longer than an hour, but it's been longer than...
That's crazy. Who all developed this game?
Well, apparently there's 4 programmers.
So at least 4 people.
I'm gonna try restarting it because it must be my computer that's messing up.
Pizza, like, randomly coming into the chat is how I got here. Like, I was a huge Outward guy, and she happened to post her Outward stream on the Outward Discord, and I just happened to click on it, and I never watch streams.
And he
I've
just
been
kind
here
of
Yeah, I
for
heard
years.
about that.
phased into the thing like, hello.
Well, I'm gonna try
Hey, you just
restarting my
ate it?
computer and hope that it helps. Oh, exit
So
out of all
Linda,
these.
there
and
are a
please
lot of
find
games
history.
that are being made with that PlayStation 1 style right now.
Yeah, it's sort of like the new indie thing. Finally, people move past
Yeah, like
NES graphics.
people for some reason really fucking like integer like vertices and affine texture mapping. Even though that was the only console that ever did that because they needed to like optimize the shit out of it. Because they were trying to do so much. I need to get more into it, Dread Delusion and all
You're
that.
into
And I was waiting for it to be finished. There's also some other games in that style, although some of them are more N64, like Regalia, what was it? I don't remember. Something Regalia.
Pseudo regalia.
Why is my computer on an
Pseudo
underscore
Regalia.
for
There
this
you go.
long?
That's
Tell me it's
restart
gonna
video.
start
Yeah,
up.
there's a lot of games. There's a lot of games coming out in that style. They're really good.
I don't like this. My computer's
Tyrant
been in
and
an
Life
underscore for
Serrated.
like a good while. There it goes. Jeez. What's wrong? If
Pizza,
this is on SSD,
was it-
Windows should load faster than that.
Agree.
Pizza, wasn't Tyrant and them like, were they part of Hypixel and they split off, or are they the people that did like Terra Firma Craft and then made a game? I can't remember what the story was with Vintage Story. That's pretty fun, Vestige. Gotta do a code review. That's always fun. I knew they had some affiliation with like the Hypixel team that went on to like go to Hightail. Yeah.
Right,
Okay. Yeah.
hopefully the
That's checking
game-
out.
Hopefully
That's
the
the
game
story I
works
remember.
good
Like they
now.
were part of Hypixel and they worked on Hightail and then they didn't really like the direction and they went off. I don't know why. I maybe they were inspired by Terra Firma Craft or something. I can't remember. There's some kind of relationship there. I just don't remember what it was.
Yeah, what is the relationship with Vintage Story and Minecraft mods? What are you doing? What are you based on, Pizza? What kind of pizza are you? Are you a
are
pineapple
you?
on pizza?
Vintage Craft. Vintage Craft. That's what I'm thinking of. Okay. It was so long ago when I learned all this stuff, and I'm kind of falsely connecting things. I was like, Terra Firma Craft? Because it's like kind of similar in gameplay. Yeah. That makes sense. I didn't do a lot of Minecraft modding either. I just didn't want to do like Forge was terrible. It was so slow. And then Fabric like just kind of came too late and has a lot of limitations. And then I didn't want to do any Minecraft modding myself because Java.
Minecraft has definitely taught a lot of people Java, that's for sure.
Yeah, sadly.
At least they got started somewhere with programming.
That's pretty awesome. They went like from a mod to a game like that pretty quick. That's awesome.
Yeah, pretty cool.
I
What
got
does-
Hyperland working on my crappy laptop.
Good.
What does Hyperland ARPS? What does Pizza work on in terms of the vintage story development?
It looks like bug fixes and polish and stuff. Like they've been doing a lot of work on the like UI and the like handbook and stuff like that.
That's cool. That's neat. That's
It's
really
pretty
neat. I
fun.
can't believe I've been talking
Why can't
adjacently to a dev for this game the whole time.
Just been lurking in there.
How did they end up in here? Do you like know them, or did they just randomly show up in the chat for your stream?
They just kind of
randomly
showed up. I like
That's really
that
cool.
pizza.
I guess it makes sense since they're a developer for the game, and the game's not like super huge or anything. But still, it'd be like you have a Minecraft stream and suddenly Notch comes and is like, "Hey, I'm Notch." What? What do you mean
Hey,
you're Notch?
Auri, the most viewers for the category.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
And I lost most of the chat that I was reading because I had to restart the computer. And hopefully I
is that
don't get a
what you
bunch
were
of drop
doing?
frames now.
Is that what you were doing? Reading back on chat?
I mean, I was doing some of it, yeah.
That's why you're so quiet.
I mean, I'm also not wanting to interrupt people. Who is it
We've been
that's
over this.
attacking me?
We've been over this. You gotta say it. You gotta keep saying things.
I'm sorry.
You just gotta yell at
Brain is
Spicer.
trained to not be rude.
Spicer, be quiet. Shakes.
No, don't make Spicer be quiet.
I'm not even talking.
I know, it was a joke.
I know, right?
Pads.
I don't take jokes. I treat everything seriously as a punishment
I'm almost
for
dead.
jokes.
It's a punishment. I have been punished, he says.
What? What killed me?
Yeah, goodbye.
No! I can't do that. I'm dead. Wait a minute, I can't do
I had
that.
to-
I'm dead now.
Also,
I'm like,
Fred,
I
now I'm
never
gonna
really
have to go all
commented
the
much
way
on that.
Back in the dark. Like a
I never
dark
commented much
dork.
on the XKCD article that Vestige posted, but I love that article. Or the meme or whatever. I will say I use Nano though.
Hey, pizza!
Beepsa.
I think I've only had 3 usernames really, or well, there's been some side ones that I've had to use because I like. My problem is my name is Spicer, which the first 4 letters of which is a slur, and a lot of things flag it.
Wait,
And
what?
so I used to come up with other nicknames.
Oh!
Yeah, I have a really depressing thing that happened where I went bowling with my family. And I entered my username, but they don't tell you that there's a character limit. So when it goes up on the board, it's just the first 4 characters.
Oh, wow.
That's a good.
I
That's
was-
a good.
I was like,
vintage
oh,
for your
good.
game, Vestige. That's fine.
Grab the lore. Get the turns. Get the lore.
It's a good vintage for your username.
Wonder what sort of features they're planning on adding to Vintage Story soon. I wish that
Slavery.
the rice farming was like rice farming. I know it'd probably be more inconvenient, but I wish you could do like the thing where you just make water-filled rice patties. And that's how you need to farm rice. That would be cool to me.
In the year 2003, I was
I'm gonna make
wanted to join
rice.
the Impossible Creatures Planet forum so I could talk about Impossible Creatures, the Relic RTS game. I like pizza in the year was 2003, so I made my name Pizza 2003.
Dude, that
Perfect.
is
I
like
like
logic
pizza,
I
too.
did.
I like rice.
Like I think my first online username was Underfox because I liked being an underdog, but also I liked foxes. And then my second username, which it was only on like it was in an XNA game development like IRC chat that like fucking 20 people were in, but I was on it a lot, and I named myself Leader 24/7 because at that time I was kind of the babysitter for everyone at church, and I just felt like I had to be a leader 24/7, and that's what I called myself. And then I came up with Spicer XD because Spicer is my favorite character in Challenge Showdown, and
100%.
I made that username when I made a bunch of friends online, and now I have to be called that for the rest of my life.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think about
Whatever.
what some of my old usernames were. I
Let's
definitely
see.
had a lot of them over the years.
I think I actually started getting into internet stuff right around the same time. So 2000, 2003. And it was Gaia Online because I like writing. Was the name of the website that I got on. No.
Trying to still think. I based a lot of things based on my interest in the idea of Uralic and Ural take cultures as a theme, which is a mostly discredited language theory, though some people still believe it's true, or which connects the Uralic and Ural-Take language families. So I took a lot of stuff from like references to the Kalevala or places in Finland or the Sami or places where
I can see
like places in Russia. I made a bunch of usernames based on the Lake Baikal in eastern Russia because I took a huge interest, of course, in not only since I was interested in the quote-unquote Ural-Altaic language sphere or cultural sphere. I took like a lot of names and ideas from like Siberia, and I don't remember them all. Because the idea came forth because there's both Uralic languages spoken in Russia and Siberia, but there's also a bunch of Altaic languages, you know, Mongolian, some languages that are similar to Mongolian, basically. And so a lot of linguists were like, well, there's got to be connection between the two. So therefore, what? Oh my god, a freaking bear? I come back to get my stuff and it's immediately a freaking bear. What the fuck?
I can barely believe it. My one of my first usernames was Solum. For the sun.
You're
Yeah.
I also had I had to have alternate like Smurf accounts for like League and like and Smite didn't let me use Spicer.
Very smart.
So I also came with another username that was Moronic Genius. I don't have any of those anymore though.
Oh,
now if I need to do a username because I can't do Spicer, I do DX Recips. It's solved all my problems.
Backwards. I also like using Little Magister for my stuff too.
Hey, Little Magister. You're a Little Magister.
Kinda.
Oh yeah, I also had man, why did I name this that? I don't even like I wasn't even a fan of One Piece.
But One Piece is real!
One of my first like I had a Smurf alt account, like my first Smurf League account was Brooke Deadbones. And I don't know why I named it that. I didn't even like One Piece.
Is that a One Piece reference?
Is that a One Piece reference?
Is that a JoJo?
Is that a
Joe joke? Is that a Joe joke?
Is that a JoJo reference? Everything's a JoJo reference.
Olive Garden is so good. I wish Italy was real. Olive Garden. When you're here, your family goes into cardiac arrest.
Oh my god. I do like their endless breadsticks and salad, though. Their food is pretty mid, though.
I'll have you
As a
know, I
general
am
rule, the
nothing but
food
an
is
endless
pretty
source
mid.
of Game Grumps memes.
I have never been to an Olive Garden, but I've heard it sucks. However, I am also blessed.
I don't know if I've ever been to one.
I am blessed with a Panda Express that does not suck, and it is quite good. Yummy, even.
I've been to
I
a
want
Well,
Panda
it was
Express and
harder
I
to
don't
find
like some of their
authentic
food.
Chinese food in the USA.
I
I've
live in
only...
Kentucky.
Nope, everything's.
There is not.
Sorry.
You can. You just have to go to a big city.
No. I don't want to go. I'm going to cook out there.
Olive Garden being the fancy restaurant is such
Bill
like
Hilly's.
mid-American.
Very bad.
I don't know what our fancy restaurant was. Probably steakhouses.
Let's go on down to the Cracker Barrel so we can get our.
I really need. Okay, I ordered a new battery and a new keyboard for this damn laptop. I'm putting $50 into this fucking laptop, apparently. Hopefully, no more. I've already got sunk cost happening.
It's $50. You may as well put another 50 in it. Even things out.
In for a penny, in for another penny.
In for a penny, in for till I die.
Oh, I can't wait to die. It's gonna be great.
Nah,
I get to not have to deal with anything.
no, it's really boring actually.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Imagine not being able to do stuff.
That it's true. I like doing things. It's really fun.
Yeah,
You know what also is really fun?
your face.
Wow, it's really hateful. You.
The mom.
Fuck. What was the other thing I put on here?
Oh, yeah,
right,
pizza.
battery.
Here. Shelf.
What do you mean I don't have battery information? What is it
It's
used
empty
for?
right now.
I like to install ACPI battery. Oh shit, my battery doesn't show up in anything. Oh no, how am I gonna check my battery? It's bad. Oh, there isn't a battery. Duh, I'm an idiot. There's not a battery in it. Why am I checking the battery?
You seem like a very helpful bean, Pizza. I like this. Thanks for the follow, Vestige.
That's pretty based, Pizza. I remember
that's
doing
cool.
a lot of that stuff, even though I wasn't a dev. I also, for Outward, I talked to
Hey, Beth.
Same Pizza. I can't help but help people.
Hey.
I'm accursed. But I remember with Outward, I kept finding netcode issues in like the standard 2-player game. And so I had a lot of conversations with like the main programmer of Outward of like, hey, I found a problem with bows. They got problems or traps double fire or whatever the fuck and all kinds of other inventory bugs.
Fairy, I need you to take this bat and I need you to bonk Spicer over top of the head with it.
Okay,
Welcome back,
but only
Barry.
lightly.
What?
Thank you. But yeah, I
See you-
knew that pizza was here for a good while, but I didn't know. I missed a ton of comments. I didn't know pizza was a dub for this game. That's crazy.
It's cool.
Again, that's like if you were playing Minecraft and suddenly not showed up, you'd be like, "Oh, what? Why? Oh, well, why are you? Hello."
Why, thank you, Pizza. This was actually so. One day I planned to get a fully made model and whatnot, but this was actually made by someone experimenting with Blender and VRoid, and they made it for me as a gift. It is the me. Ow.
I think the highest connection I've made, besides I guess Outward, is in that XNA IRC chat.
Meet me here on
One of the guys
IRC.
in there,
LOL.
if anyone knows this game, Solar 2. It was actually best selling on
Oh.
Steam for a little bit. But yeah, I talked to the guy regularly that made that. He was pretty cool. He was one of the cool ones that everyone wanted to talk to. I think his name was like Solaris or something. Can't remember his
Hey,
name
Pizza.
very well. What if that chat's still around?
Hey, Pizza, whenever I inevitably make a game and I launch it, not, will you look at my code and be disappointed in me and then refactor it automatically? Between you and Spicer,
Oh, they took
Bear
it
is still
down.
freaking there. Ah, why are you here? Ah. I'm scared. There's a bear. There's a freaking
I'm
bear.
sad.
just a joke, Pizza. I appreciate the
XNA chat is gone.
acceptance there, but
The like mixed
You
chat
okay?
between our streams is gone.
we're good.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, it's an old IRC chat for XNA developers that used to exist like years ago. He still owns the domain. He has like a little snippet where it's like, anyone who's come to find this, I finally decided to take it down. It had been empty for a few months, but you can come talk to me on Blue Sky. Yeah, 2 decades of XNA chat. That's wild. I was there for half of that.
Okay, Spicer, here's one for you from Pizza. I opened this Herbarium mod and found they were using Goto and C#.
Oh, that's always fun.
Not needfully.
Who uses GoTo in C#? Like, who elects to use GoTo? Like, I use GoTo because I'm in fucking C. And doing
What is
cleanup
GoTo?
without it is nightmarish.
I'm guessing it's something to go to a certain place in a code.
So GoTo is you can write a label, like a named label, somewhere in code, and you can anywhere else in that code, you can say, I want to go there, and like just start executing from there.
Huh.
Oh, that's a thing that was in Exapunks and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I kind of like that.
GoTo's is actually how code works. Like in assembly code, it's called jumps. You're jumping from position in the, like in the instruction memory to another place. And like if statements, that's actually all they do is they do a comparison, and if it's true, you do the jump. If it's not, you don't do the jump. Stuff like that. GoTo's are just a way to do that explicitly in like a higher level language, and it's why C implements it is because it's a thing you can do.
There is
Legit
a
had to rewrite the whole
lot I'm
project.
gonna have
Yeah,
to
that
learn
sounds
if I
about
want to
right.
learn C.
Dude, Pizza, if I told you some of the stories of modding Don't Starve, my
Do it.
god, like the actual code base of Don't Starve itself, like by the devs, there is some stuff in there that was written by an artist. That was not a coder. My god.
What do you mean?
Crazy nonsense. So the Don't Starve code base was all in Lua. And they did a pretty good job of like having abstractions and like systems to create characters, create, projectiles, create enemies, and like programming their behavior. But for some fucking reason, I don't know who did it, but it was a different programmer. Because like one of the things that starts to happen when you're like programming for a long time and you read a lot of code is you start to tell who wrote what, and you can tell like how much a programmer knows by just reading their code too. Like it's like art where you can like connect with the person. And yeah, I found a script in there that was definitely not written by anyone else in the code base because I've never seen any code written like this in the entire code base. It was, if you remember from Don't Starve in the later versions, like I think it was
Admit
Ran
I
Giants.
haven't played Don't
Night,
Starve,
Kuma.
so sorry.
Okay, there's like a colorful a deciduous tree in the game, and normally it doesn't do much, but if you chop down too many of them or like certain things happen, they become monsters and start spawning little minions and like tentacles, like
Meh.
root tentacles to
Oh
kill you.
my.
Meh.
But the way they coded it made no fucking sense. Like, it used none of the built-in like systems that the like game had built. Everything was like static, like local functions, all just fucking copy pasted from like other places and just put together. So like there was like no code reuse. And if you wanted to mod it, good fucking luck, because most of the enemies and stuff, they were coded in a way where you could access them and like overwrite stuff pretty easily. This stuff was all local and like contained. If you ever wanted to modify these guys, you had to just take the original script, modify it, and like overwrite it in the mod, which meant that only one mod could ever modify it, like at a time. It was terrible. It was so fucked up. I don't know why it was so bad. Like all the other stuff was actually pretty decent. What was really funny though was in the original single player Don't Starve, there was characters that had minions. And in that game, whenever you like quit, it would just save the state of the whole game, and then that was it, and it would reload like a normal single player game. So when they implemented minions, they just made it so they're creatures that are tied to you, like they're linked to you. And when you save the game, all that information got saved, and then when you loaded it, all that got reloaded again. So minions just worked. But when they made the multiplayer game, they kind of forgot about that, and they never really made a minion character in Don't Starve Together for a while. But because of the way the game works, if you leave the game, it's a multiplayer game, your character just gets unloaded and the world keeps going. And so if you want to make minions, you spawn them in and you have to link them to you so they know to follow you. But if you log out, the minions stay there and you go away and they lose, the connection gets broken, and when you rejoin, the connection's broken and they're no longer your minions. And there was a character that was really fun called Kyle that could make like an army of worms. But it was buggy as shit because every time you left the game, all your worms would forget who you are, and like all your work making an army of worms was gone every time you logged out.
No.
Yeah, that sucks.
And so I had to work on implementing a system that would, whenever you logged out, unload all the worms, serialize them like to the character so that it got saved with the character, and then when you rejoined, it would reload that data and go regenerate all the worms.
What language is Don't Starve written in?
The engine is C++, but the most of the game logic is actually in Lua.
Huh.
So
Lua is one of those languages
but the thing is,
you thought
after
was bad, right?
It's a good language. It's just slower. The elf was learning it for a while.
Yeah.
The reason Lua is good is because it's incredibly easy to embed in another program and use it as a scripting language to like allow users to customize behavior. It's very good for that. It's actually used like in the PlayStation 3 OS and stuff. It's used everywhere. But after I made this system and I started giving it to other people that also wanted to make the so something I did for a while in the Don't Starve community was I ported characters from Don't Starve single player to Don't Starve Together, and I did it for like several. And then I also started making like helping people make characters. I actually spent money doing this. Like I bought an artist a Wattpad so he could a Wacom. That's what it was. Wacom, so he could make art for me. Well, himself. But what was funny about it is eventually Clay, the developers, they wanted to port one of the single player characters that had minions over, and when I looked at the code, it was very similar to the thing I wrote.
Oh, how fascinating.
Which is interesting. I mean, it's not that complicated, so it makes sense they'd write the same way, but it was funny. I'm like, oh, now you guys add this. It was probably just coincidence, but it was just funny because like, oh, now you guys add this. Like after I had to write it myself. I was like, I need to catch up on
You lit a fire under them. You're the reason it exists.
It's Spicer.
I doubt that.
Yes.
I
The
did make a
boy.
lot of Minion Master characters, though. I got pretty good at coding them.
Oh.
Actually, the honeycomb code more generic for collectible behavior squeezable. Make new types of squeezable items. It's easier to build on top of with code. That's cool.
Minion Masters are fun. My favorite MOBA was Heroes of the
We'll
Storm
use the
before,
animation difference.
Blizzard. But Abathur and Zagara were my favorites. Yep.
Pizza, that is such a fucking like vibe of a patch. I can't make it load at the right place, so I just speed it up. Yeah, that's programming. Well, I couldn't get to work like the way it should, so I just did this other thing.
Also, was
Oh,
pretty good with Lost Vikings.
I loved HOTS. HOTS was fun. Abathur was fun.
Heroes of the Storm.
What's-
It's a
what the fuck
MOBA
was-
that Blizzard had.
Probius was fun.
Probius.
I loved Gazlo. He was fun. I was pretty good at Gazlo.
Probius is just like, you want to play the Protoss
I
in a
love
MOBA
it.
game?
I love Probius.
You want to play Tower Defense?
My favorite character though in any MOBA was Heimerdinger from League of Legends. He was such a fun like tower defense character.
You're
I
a
never
Heimerdinger.
played League of Legends, but I know who that character is because I watched Arcane,
Yeah.
I think it's called.
Heimerdingy.
I've probably played like several thousand hours of Heimerdinger games. I got very good at him. I was like, as long as I was Heimerdinger, I was hitting way above my like rank. And I used to play him when he was terrible, like before they reworked him. It was getting like pentakills and stealing barons and shit. Because I just played him so much that I got good at him. I knew all his weaknesses and strengths. The only character I couldn't fucking beat as the old Heimerdinger was fucking Cassiopeia. It was just impossible. But his direct counter, Syndra, I would fucking murder.
Let's see,
I
if
figured
I
out
remember
the
my time
weakness.
with Arcane, well, Heimerdinger is that little furry dude.
He's got a beard.
The little furry
Yeah.
munchkin.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, he's the best.
Maybe.
Dude, Vestige, did you ever watch the What Would Heimerdinger Do If He Was Here Right Now? He'd win the game and pwn some news, because that's what Heimerdinger do. Or The Donger.
The song sounds
No,
like
you're not here to
something
learn about how to play
Lord of the
Heimerdinger.
Rings.
You're here to learn about how to play the Heimerdinger.
The Heimerdinger.
Okay. There
Is that where Razor
was a
Dongers
deep-
comes from?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Is it? It is where Razor Dongers comes from?
I don't know if
Donger.
that's where it's from, but it was very prolific with the Heimerdinger community.
Oh, wait, I've already done that.
Razor Dongers is probably older. It sounds pretty generic.
But Van
But
Teal,
it
what
was
about
very
Robot
heavily
Gorilla Man?
Recited. Yeah, no. There was a really prolific Heimerdinger meme scene. I remember I had one fun forum post where it was because Heimerdinger, like, for most of his time, well, originally, League of Legends is so old now that the rework has been around probably almost as long as the original Heimerdinger. So when League first came out, like beta and alpha and stuff, Heimerdinger was like stupid OP, and like the middle lane, it was just Heimerdinger versus Heimerdinger because no one could compete. He could spawn like so many turrets, and his rockets like went through fog of war, and like if he leveled them, they would just kill you. Like it was ridiculous.
Pizza, I was
Um,
incredibly self-conscious about my voice whenever I started streaming, and the best thing I could advise for it is just
And we beat it out of
just
her.
give it a try. I mean, I still don't think my voice is great. I feel like I am
That's
deeply
shit talking.
voiced.
That's talking shit.
I don't like
It's
my
shit.
voice
You're talking.
either.
And it's shit. You're all shit
That's
talking. That's a paddling.
That's
Um,
That's a demerit.
You better believe that's a crucifixion.
You better believe.
I'm
that's
sure you have a
crucifixion.
great voice, Pizza.
Yeah.
Probably better than
I don't even
mine.
know what my voice sounds like.
Oh, there's the freaking bear! Oh, freaking bear!
Every time I hear my voice, I'm like, oh god, I sound like that. I'm like,
Ugh.
Yeah, me too. I think most of us do that.
Thank
Like
you,
a
Pizza.
human
wow,
experience
yeah, we
thing.
don't hear ourselves.
Yeah, because you hear your voice that is coming from inside your own head, and it changes the way that you hear the thing. And you're like, you hear it outside your head, and like, ugh.
Yeah. God, now I got the stupid Heimerdinger song stuck in my head.
So have you seen Arcane at all? I've never played League of Legends, but I've definitely seen Arcane. It's a pretty good show. Oh, the bamboo
I've watched it.
grew.
I've
The
watched it
bamboo
many
I
times.
planted by the
It's one of my
base, it
favorite
grew.
shows.
It all grew.
Good.
Sorry, what were you saying?
She was excited.
I've seen Arcane many times. It's one of my favorite like things ever.
You're an Arcane.
Oh, okay, cool. So Heimerdinger was the one who's like, don't bring back magic. Don't mess with magic to, what was his name, Jace or something? The dude that becomes oddly the main character for like all of season 2 and a lot of season 1 as well.
Dude, Arcane is a story of like, and anyway, Chase fucked up, and now that's the consequence. Dude, when the point where like Jace was getting like fucked over, like me and my friends were just like, finally, he gets what he deserved for his stupid ass decisions.
At time.
I'm guessing
Victor
in that
was best, boy.
timeline that the magic wasn't brought to them where...
No, there's
oh
actually
gosh, who's the one who was
I-
having like girlfriend boyfriend times with Jinx? I'm trying to remember his name.
Echo.
Yeah, Echo. The other timeline that Echo went to, that there
Yeah.
wasn't like magic, not like the prolific kind at least.
Well, no, there's always magic.
Assume that
It was
in
just
that
not in
timeline,
Piltover.
Jace would have just killed himself because I think the only thing that prevented him from just ending it all was someone being like, no, we can get this done when he was like about to be.
Do you know how the
timeline?
timeline? So the reason that timeline went that way is because like when Jinx and Vi were like in his apartment, like going through his shit.
Mm-hmm.
The blast created by the Jinx dropping one of the like little hex stones was much larger and killed Vi and Jace. That's why hex tech wasn't invented in that timeline, was because Jace was killed. So no one invented
really? Wow.
Kaboom.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't really care for Riot either.
Wow. Yeah,
I just
didn't
really
know that.
like.
Sorry,
I
ahead.
loved. For me, Arcane was just artistically really great. Like the animation, the storytelling, the voice, like just every like as an artistic endeavor, it was really fucking good, and it's still one of like my favorite like things I've watched.
Hey, Chillin' Chum. Wait, don't stop Chillin' Chum. That's an old comment.
Yeah.
Sorry. I got like 2 chats open. Derp. Chillin' Chum's probably been gone for a good while now. People just have never played the game, could get into. I mean, that's the case for me. I've never played League of Legends.
What is a video game?
I don't know. Probably some for nerds.
See, this is all pre-recorded footage.
I was also so fucking happy when in that alternate timeline they had Heimerdinger sing that original song "Spin the Wheel," and we found out the Heimerdinger actor is a fucking baller ass singer.
It was like on a band or something. Like,
Yeah. Oh, I love that song. I'm so glad they made it because that song is like my philosophy and vibe with life, and so it was like, oh, well, it's perfect because like I'm known as that. Like I was known as the Heimerdinger guy. Like in fact, for a long time, the way my friends would get me to play a game is like, "There's turrets in the game." I was like,
"That
turrets!"
still works.
Yeah, it still does.
Still works.
I love turrets. But yeah, no, like Heimerdinger is the character I played all the time, and I really loved Heimerdinger as a character. Heimerdinger. And I wish I still played League to play Heimerdinger, like just to play Heimerdinger. And like no other game really captured the Heimerdinger experience.
Eats. Yeah.
eats
Yeah.
Elf.
No.
God,
Yeah,
it's taking me. I need to make
Arcane
like a
was
bed
such a good
somewhere
show.
here.
And the music. I love the music.
Yeah, your name's pizza. Obviously, that means you are food. Thus, you are edible. Thus, we are going to eat you. Grabs.
You are 20-year-old pizza.
Oh,
Your
yeah,
McDonald's
very
pizza
Women-
that was
delicious.
left in the
Women
closet
love
for 20
you.
years.
pizza.
Fish fear you. I mean, I guess it depends on the pizza. You know, like they found out that like
Freaking bear.
those McDonald's burgers will last for a while. So it's like it's just the amount of preservatives.
Yeah. You ever want something that nothing wants to eat? And you're supposed to eat it?
Not even bacteria will grow on this. That's fucked. Actually, don't eat that. You'll die.
I remember there was like a video that was trying to convince you that like McDonald's wasn't food, and they were showing like a burger and then like a burger that was made at McDonald's, and it was like pretty much the same looking for an entire year that they set that rotting thing on the table. I don't know what they put in McDonald's burgers that keeps them from ever rotting.
Then I'll give you a burger with 2 top buns. That shit's a burgoid.
I forgot what it's called. It's like it's a type of nitrogen and phosphor.
Nitrogen.
But yeah, no, the early part, Act 1 of season 1 was a little rushed. But
I feel like
yeah,
the
I
worst
said,
part
it's
of
still fucking
Arcane-
really good.
Yes,
I
pizza.
feel like the worst part of Arcane was definitely season 2. Like it has
Yeah, it
good
was
parts in
pushed pretty
season 2,
hard.
but it was not as strong as season 1.
Season 1 was like perfect. Season 1 was perfect writing. But yeah, no, season 2 was definitely a little tougher, but like I think it did a good job paying everything off. Also, I really love the fact that like the stupid double agent, I forgot her name, that was with Caitlyn. I love how
Oh yeah, the
at
one who
the end
betrayed
when
her
they
just like at
show
the very, very end.
yeah, I like it's really funny because I was always thinking, it's like, how are they going to deal with like that was the loose end that was in my mind. Like as we're getting near the end, I'm like, how are they going to deal with this loose end between like Vi, Caitlyn, and this lady? And then like she shows up as a a double agent. I'm like, they're gonna kill her. And then it happened, and I was like, that's what they're doing. Okay, gotcha. That was really funny. I wanted more fish guy. Who's fish guy?
Fishman Esquire.
Yeah, the alternate timeline episode was crazy.
I don't
Also-
remember
and
who
also-
the fish
oh,
guy
yeah,
is
so-
either. Is that one of the gang members? There was like
Also,
a person
when-
who was like deep under the whatever that underground place is.
Fish guy. I can't remember.
There
Also,
was
the
like a
alternate
dude
timeline
that
episode-
was like a gang member. He was like a gang
Yeah,
leader
there's-
down in the underground after what's his name took
Yeah, there were
over. Why am I
several.
forgetting the one who like basically brainwashed Jinx?
That's cool, pizza. That's
What is
actually
his
really-
name?
Oh,
I'm
that
not
guy.
forgetting his name.
Yeah. Yeah. I wish we got more of him too, Vant. Like, yeah, he was a cool character actually.
That's cool, pizza. So
I did wish we got more of that.
So check this out. This thing right here, where it shows it's created with this many bits, this many things, or like a copper plate and whatnot. It's little improvements like that is what pizza's going for. That's neat. That's really neat, actually.
Nice.
Thank you for the
Polish.
hard work on this.
And
game.
Vant. Yeah, Vant. The Cade's crew was like fucking, like especially the fish guy. Like I loved the fish guy because he was just so like solid. And just
Trying
never
to
said a
remember
word.
who this
It
fish
was
guy
great.
is. Is it the gang dude?
No, part of Kate's team.
I don't
Like
remember.
the fish guy, the
What's their
girl, the big
name?
dude.
What's their name?
I don't think they even say a name. It's when she's doing the thing where they're using the gas in the Undercity. Instead of the end gods. But yeah, it was so funny when they got to the alternate universe episodes and stuff like that, and there was Jace in like the fucked up timeline, and it was so funny, because like
The
as
one
all
where
this
like
terrible shit
everything
is
is
happening to him.
literally destroyed.
Yeah, and like I remember me and my friends were watching it, and we were just like, finally getting what he deserves for all his terrible decisions and thinking with his dick and shit from the previous rest of the show. Like Jace did so much stupid shit.
What's
it
the
was
top
it was
of
kind of
page? You're talking about pizza.
cathartic,
You're cathartic.
kind of.
Meal recipe.
Oh, that game was good.
I
We're
feel
not
like
on the
the
most
lesson at
recent
the end of the
version.
show is that magic bad though.
No,
Well, the
good.
lesson at the end of the show is the journey is like what everything's about, not the destination. And
Boring.
don't stop trying to kill each other so much.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
fight
again, hating on
certainly
each other.
true.
I mean, the theme song is literally like called "Enemy."
I
Like,
believe we're still in.
if you see
1.2.
each other as enemies, you're gonna become enemies. Which is actually a philosophy I take: is I don't see anyone as an enemy. Ugh,
I don't
makes
see
things
anemones, they're
simple.
not real.
Yeah, enemies don't real.
Anemones aren't real.
They can't hurt you.
Like in the end, everyone's just people trying to do whatever they can to survive. There's not really
All
enemies.
we are is airborne.
Ugh.
Well, if nothing else, I made you a really large bridge across the water here.
I saw that.
Auri.
I can see it from my my blacksmith hut.
Oh, cool.
You're a large bridge.
I can think of the worst things to be called.
Imagine dragging these nuts.
Oh, lewd.
Help! I need help with them. They're on the ground.
They're on the ground. Please help. Ah!
Season 3. There isn't a season 3 of Arcane, right? Are they working on that?
Of course they are.
Yeah.
As
it's-
soon as they
yeah,
started
it's
making
just gonna be
it,
an
It was, it was
It's
really
it's just gonna
expensive to
it's
make,
just
though.
gonna it's not gonna be in Piltover. It's gonna be in like Noxus or something. What are the other
Demacia.
places I forgot the name of?
Let's see, what was it that caused the end of the world? It was magic, basically, but like the one that Jace ended up in, that's like he literally had to crawl out. He literally had to crawl to the top and decided that he was gonna destroy magic and he was gonna destroy what's his name, his old partner. I'm trying to remember his name, the one who became like a Buddhist and a religious cult leader.
That's a great combo.
Okay, they're just
You know
they're
who I'm
just doing
talking about,
spin-offs.
right?
That
It's
makes
his old
sense.
partner. The one everyone thought was like dead, I guess? I don't remember.
What are we talking about?
Your face.
Arcane.
You'll
Are you talking-
Jace's
looking
partner.
face.
You're talking about Victor?
Who became, yeah, I think his name
Victor.
was Victor.
Victor
Yeah,
Von Doom.
Best boy. Victor's the best boy.
He's a great guy, but he's also was attacked by Jace because he believed that that future was gonna be caused by Victor. And I guess it
Yeah,
was.
well,
Was that
literally
bad
Victor told
future
him
caused
that.
by Victor? And why did the magic in
Yes,
Victor
and-
cause the bad future? I never understood why Victor's magic caused such a bad future.
It's okay, Fairy, I'm gonna have to like pap you. Like he literally says what happens. Like why it
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen. I'm sorry.
Alright. You don't have it etched into your mind as like a thing that affects you for the rest of your life, like I do.
Oh, that's lame.
My brain was like,
okay,
oh,
anyway,
they're
so-
saying magic bad. It was something about giving people choice or something like that. I don't remember. Some
No,
BS
it was about getting
philosophy
rid of
stuff.
it. No, it was more about getting rid of it. So Victor's philosophy was that like everyone should become like connected and be one. And so this like
Yeah, I remember
separation
something
gets rid
along
of,
those lines.
evil and pain and suffering and all this. The
Or
problem is
actually,
that it basically like it solved all problems for humans, and so humans had nothing to strive for, and so they just
Oh,
eventually
stupid. That's a
broke
stupid
apart
philosophy
again.
that show
And
is
your
espousing.
philosophy is dumb.
It is.
well, it's kind of
I don't
true.
agree with that.
Well, it's kind of true. If you're all united as one mind and you have like no suffering, you have no pain, you have no needs, like the mind has nothing to like if you solve all problems, there's nothing to do.
This world
I
is
That's the
disagree.
whole
imperfect.
reason of existing.
That
If
explains
only it could
why.
be
That
as
explains why
beautiful
I
as
forgot what
me.
happened because that's stupid. That's so dumb. That is
Boo!
such a dumb thing to send as a message.
Boo!
That's fucked up. Fuck that.
Boo!
I mean, it's
Sorry.
logically correct.
No. I don't know.
Like the only reasons humans have such sophisticated social interactions and art and everything is because they technically solve problems that humans have with our limited existence.
Spicer do be right.
I disagree.
That's you and ant. Ants aren't individual minds. They're neurons. Like the ant colony itself is more of a mind.
I don't so do you think that
How would you
humans
know,
will cease
Fairy?
to
Have you ever been
exist?
part of a? Oh well, we're never gonna do that.
How
I
do
think
you
any
know
species
that?
that does probably does. That's because we wouldn't be human.
Then humans
in order to
probably
even
are
do
too
that kind of
limited.
thing.
And we
Once
need to fix
human.
that. We should all become robots instead.
I'm game.
It's also an argument towards so if you like look at the brain as an evolutionary problem solver, like its goal is control. Like I've explained this before, like the teleporter problem. Like a teleporter is designed to solve the problem of space-time, of like things have to take time to go somewhere and they take energy. So if you have a teleporter that can just move stuff long distances very, very quickly, like your logistics problems kind of go away if you have the energy at least. And I've been asked, like, when do you think we'll get teleporters? And I'm like, probably won't, because it's probably easier to upload a brain into a virtual world where anything can happen for any reason by just wanting it, because it's all make-believe. That why would you make a teleporter then? Because you could just live in a virtual world where there is any constraint on space-time.
Digital monster.
And
Well, if you
the
only
thing is
live
that
in the VR world, then everything will get destroyed eventually. And I think that humans are whatever we create that succeeds us, whether it's more evolved humans or more than likely cyborg super intelligence.
well, that's the thing is
Is that
well, that's the
we
thing
will
is we
probably
don't
eventually
really
have to do something like create a Dyson sphere or move Earth further away from the sun so we don't all burn to a crisp. Eventually, you're gonna have to do something that's
So-
outside of VR.
I mean, not necessarily, but I mean, also you could just control that from over time passively with machines. You don't have to like be actively doing that stuff. But the problem is that like humans likely have some kind of upper limit on like being satiated in a way. There's only so much we can really conceive in terms of problems or things that we want. And like, I mean, video games are a good example of that. Like how much they placate
crud.
people already.
I'm
And they're so
I need to
limited.
be right back.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
Okay. Pat's the family.
Thank you. Sorry.
What time is it?
Time for you to get a watch.
Yeah, I mean, I look at humans like just in an evolutionary way. Like, we're just a very sophisticated thing that's kind of surviving. And we have a lot
That's
of
fair,
interesting
then,
side
too.
effects because of that. Like, in the end, art is a survival mechanism. Because in the end, humans have to stay synchronized and we have to be able to communicate really complex topics in order to solve really complex problems. So we develop art and stuff in order to ever increasingly communicate and disseminate and synchronize on information. It's actually like a theory I have with like a lot of bird mating rituals is, you know, like making a nest using random crap, and then, you know, the female liking it, and that's like kind of how humans are. And the way I think it works is it's a synchronization mechanism. If this, like, basically the species uses this mating ritual to make sure that their minds, like, genetically make sense together. So like humans tend to collect together when they think similarly, they like similar things, and like birds are using this as a way to kind of make sure that even though their genetic diversity is, you know, changing, their minds can still anticipate each other and they can still work like in some kind of synchronicity. I look at humans in a from a car with tinted windows got away.
Yeah, probably. But I was kind of hoping that I didn't need to do that because I'm lazy. So.
I don't know why that was funny. It's like a kind of my kind of joke. um yeah, like almost everything humans do are just forms of like coercion, like synchronicity, you know, politics, which is basically just the dissemination of like resource allocation, and priority creation, and just all these things. Like these are all systems that humans just develop to deal with ever more complex systems as we become more populous and have more ways of communicating and interacting with the environment for our benefit. We're just kind of ants that are very meaty and big. And I've always said, like, if we die out, like, ants are probably going to be the next thing after us that starts, like, terraforming the planet. We collectively own this planet. Fuck off everything else.
It's ours.
Oh yeah, no, humans are still incredibly like like mammalistic and tribal and like, you know, lizard brain and all that shit.
I
Like
like it
so
when
much of our
women,
thinking is just
women
impulse.
shape.
Women shape. I jacked off to an extra curvy stick yesterday.
Yeah,
The Morty joke, or
I'm
Rick and
aware.
Morty joke, or whatever.
I remember. I still judging you, but I remember.
I remember. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't judge you, so
I'm judging
I'm
you,
better.
though. I'm judging the hell out of you.
I don't judge you, so I'm better than you.
Oh, I'm a judging.
So much irony.
I wonder if I could make a shoot pipe and then have that pipe connected to the hopper, and then it would like.
I like it when women.
Pardon me.
There's a really amazing injury that I've seen where it was like he had a bicycling accident or something, and he started seeing weird like lines showing up like around stuff all the time, and he couldn't figure out what they were. But eventually he saw like trigonometry. It's like, oh my god! And then like went to college, took a trigonometry class, and he basically learned the lines he was seeing was tangent lines for like edges, like edge detection in his brain. And once he learned trigonometry, he could look at like a trig formula, and his brain would actually draw out like the tangent lines. No, I'm sorry, calculus. He would actually like draw out like all these lines and tangents and stuff.
Man, people with brain damage get all the cool powers.
I know, right? Have a good exercise at midnight.
All right, be good, pizza.
Yeah.
Train
No, it's
damage.
no, the brain has to come up with like the brain has to solve so many complicated problems in order to like just do what it does. It's just we never evolved access to them. Like it never generalized them. Which is actually why I say that the algorithm that I'm most terrified of humans like discovering more than anything else is basically like biology invented an algorithm that allows it to solve for such complex problems in like such an efficient way and like design systems like automatically, like on top of evolution as well, because like evolution can exist even without like, or
Yeah.
there's a more general form of evolution that can exist even without biology, but biology optimizes shit out of it, like the evolutionary mechanic, which is basically just a statistical mechanic like entropy is. um but evolution found some kind of weird optimization and then fucking ran with it. And if humans ever figure out what that algorithm is, like, sky is the limit. And that's why I'm not very impressed with AI right now. Like, we're just kind of scraping the top of that algorithm right now. And if we figure out the real one, then like we'll be able to make any kind of intelligence or adaptable system we want, for better or worse. And that'll be a real jump. It'll probably be the end of humanity, because I don't think we can actually take that much power. I think we'll just have to do a Butlerian jihad again or something.
No, we got this.
I am
You guys got
But-
this.
80%
but that-
I am
Come
80%
back.
sure Dune is prophetic.
Dune,
Nah,
huh?
don't be a
Haven't
square.
seen Dune. A lot of people like Dune, though. I know it's real popular. Popular.
Papa
So yeah, the message of the end of Arcane is don't become the Borg, basically.
It's kind of one of those messages where like a
Consume
magic
Pralosec!
solution, like magically having a solution to all your problems is not good.
Being able to find a solution for all your problems is good, but it being magical and easy
Yeah.
and etc.
Like
etc.
striving and the journey is kind of what gives meaning to life. If you can just magically have anything you want, then there's no point.
Adversity breeds innovation.
It loses all meaning.
So what if we have a super
Well, there's-
high-tech civilization where you could basically do everything you want without problems, post-scarcity, basically replicator machine sci-fi scenario? What happens then?
So
What
that's
happens
actually
when
so
we
that's
have,
the
like,
question.
digital
civilization-
utopia.
that
Technological
civilization-
utopia, what happens then?
That civilization does one of two things. It either ends up Ouroborosing itself into nothing, basically becoming a fallen
Complacency.
empire for whatever reason, or they find a way to motivate themselves.
I don't remember much
So-
about the Arcane one other than the fact that it was basically like hive mind and
Consume, stretch, and hydrate, everybody.
wasn't it like a hive mind? I don't remember exactly what it was that Victor did.
So based on the lore of I'm going to answer Ventile. So based on what we see from the lore and everything, the arcane is just it's some kind of external force, to the universe, and but it can be communicated with, which is what the runes do and stuff. But you can only
Sounds like
communicate to like pieces
a
of it.
super technological civilization that's indistinguishable from magic. Is that what it is?
Or a super entity of some sort.
No, it's some kind of higher plane of like mechanics that can be communicated with. That it has some kind of relationship with like biology and the mind, but it can be signaled with runes and stuff. Like they kind of touch it in a few places in the show, but yeah, no, like Ari's right. Like there's kind of, so there's a problem with like desire in like species is we always have like a base. So like one of the advantages humans have is that as we improve, we tend to we have the homeopathic effect. Is that what it is? I can't remember the name. Something
We're
like
a
that.
homie.
It's like kind of like the warp in a way. I think, but we don't. I think we know less about it than the warp. But we have like the homeopathic effect or whatever the fuck it's called, where your baseline kind of rises up with you over time, and your improvement becomes normal, and so there's now room for more improvement. The issue though is Evolution is lazy. And so there's only so much that homeopathic effect can adjust for. Like as a base, so like whatever was normal for you, like as a kid, kind of sets up like a deeper baseline for the rest of your life, and it's harder to like escape that and not become complacent when you get past it, which is what happens to most people. Is like they have this kind of as their life improves as they get older, because they get wiser and they accrue more money and everything, they become very complacent and they become more likely to lose it later.
Really?
Or make
Never heard
mistakes.
of that.
Well, it's a balancing act. So if you make enough money and stuff, obviously, like just having a lot of money can make it so that it's harder to lose it. But you do become a lot more, like people usually become more complacent with it, and they don't try as hard to acquire more or to maintain it because it's easier. And yeah, it's also why most people like atrophy, like their bodies atrophy and stuff like that as you get older. Because like if you stay active all your life, like you'd be surprised how fit you can be when you're like fucking 70.
Yeah.
Like my boss, who is the most fit 70-year-old man who goes fucking ice skiing in Switzerland I've ever seen, and he's probably fitter than I'll ever be in my whole life. But yeah, no. And so species tend to have like, especially human civilizations, like they're very cyclic because they'll be at a low, they'll do there's actually like there's the 7 stages of empire or whatever from Polybus or something from Greek philosophy. And he does a pretty good job of modeling it, where basically things start out very chaotic, and in that chaos it's very easy to organize things and bring them into like a higher order, because just things are so anarchic that it's very cheap to control it. And so you'll get like a dictator, and then that'll go for a while, but eventually that spike in order, or the reduction in entropy, will start to taper off, and you'll eventually get tyranny, and then that'll get overthrown, and you'll get like a republic, but the entropy will keep eroding at it, and then you'll get an oligarchy, and so on and so forth, until you get back to mob rule and effectively just anarchy again, and then you jump again. The advantage humans have had, and like biology, is that we keep enough of our progress in between these cycles that we tend to make progress and keep going forward in some way. Something gets retained. The issue there, though, is they're retaining progress is a heuristic. You don't really know what progress you should maintain, and neither does biology, which is why biology makes millions of different species all the time, because it doesn't know what to keep, despite the fact that most of the genome of most species is very similar. So it figured out a lot of stuff it did keep, and it's been doing this for millions of years.
But it didn't really
humans are
figure
kind of the
out
same
anything.
way.
Yeah,
Well,
I
yeah,
don't think
it's just
that's
guessing.
I don't think it was a designer process. Kind of randomized,
No, it's not.
unless you believe
Random.
in like.
Well, it's an
X, Y, Z.
algorithm. It's an algorithm that figured it out.
Yep, basically.
Like
I need to be
evolution
right back
created an
again.
algorithm
Sorry.
by just selection. Because I mean, in the end, the thing that continues is the thing that's best at continuing. So, if biology can happen upon an algorithm to do this stuff, it will, and it'll keep going forever. Or till Earth
All right.
wiped out or whatever.
It is 30 minutes past end time. Put Spicer in the Spicer box.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us, Spicer. Nope. Back in the box. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us here today.
I talked about
hope
stuff.
That, you rambled quite a bit, and it was fun. I enjoyed it.
I like the episode where Sean talks about shit for a long time.
It's fun, isn't it, Vantio? Everybody, please be good. Please be well.
Help to make me do this.
Sure to take care of yourself and whatnot. Spicer is under our control, and you may not have him. We did, Vantio. Fairy, are you gonna keep streaming?
Yeah, that was cool. She's dead.
Yeah. Well,
And we killed her.
no. Well, we're going to attack her while she's down then.
Got that deep pizza lore.
Deep pizza.
I told y'all I had to be right back.
I am sleepy
I know,
and
Elf
thus forgot.
forgot.
Oh, it's okay. Sorry. Oh, one moment, please.
Okay, I'm gonna raid you.
Surprised you're not rating wife.
I mean, Ventil, if you wanted access to the Discord, I put a link out for it earlier for pizza. You can use that, or if you need it again.
Elf.
What?
Stop being cool.
Nah, guys.
Thank you for offering to raid me. Sorry I
worries.
was gone.
Are you going to keep streaming?
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Can I quote something real quick that I found?
Nope, too late.
Oh, it's
Too late. Push it over.
it's really. I mean, we're just in the other stream now.
Hey everyone.
Hello.
I don't know why you're saying that. Like everyone just like they were in a room that had like a little piece of tape in between to separate them, and then now they moved over there and got rid of the tape.
Yeah.
Like it's the same room.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah, basically. Push your spicer over.
Why am I not in the
What?
thing?
Yeah.
The
Hey, Cobalt.
Points at
Thank
spicer.
you, Auri. Sorry, nothing much happened. Hopefully the goofy chat was fun, though.
It is perfectly okay. We had a lot of fun.
Why am I not showing up in the Fujitech? That's weird.
They're just smelly.
I swear
Also,
I couldn't
I wanna
keep up with
quote
chat.
this.
I'm gonna try to keep up with chat now that I'm unrated.
You gotta
I'm gonna try
get
to
that
use the
dual
extra
wheel.
brain power to be like, read chat, read chat, read chat.
Don't reach yet.
Oh, I'm gonna
So
read
I want to quote
chat.
this. This is the guy that made. So I don't know if you guys know this, but in
Mm-hmm.
Windows 11, the start menu is actually
Mhm.
written in React, the web framework.
Night,
The
Ventil.
Windows Start menu is written in React. What is
yeah.
React?
And it's a very like industry standard way of like doing websites and stuff. That's like relies on JavaScript heavily.
Oh, so the Windows menu is basically JavaScript? Hey, Ori.
Kind of,
Probably
yeah.
like
Basically, it's also part of why it's
probably
slow.
turn off the thingy
But-
that like Ori is supposed to show.
It's okay.
But
Oh, you're still there.
so
I thought you
this
were
is-
going to
Kind of.
bed.
I'm about to. I was just gonna say goodbye. Be good.
Oh,
I want to quote this. It's funny.
Well, quote it. I was waiting. Do the thing. Hurry up. Come on.
oh sorry.
Hi, Daniel. I'm the guy responsible for implementing the start menu with React Native in Windows 11. Let me know if you have any questions. Daniel. First question, why? The guy. I'm a React developer, so it only made sense. Any other questions? Another guy. What was the performance consideration for such an implementation? The developer. I try not to let such considerations get in the way of doing great work.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, that's what I would call the Windows 11 start menu. Great work. The thing that every time I start my computer up, I have no idea if I'm even going to be able to use it because you open it and you try to search in it and it just does fucking nothing and it's like that for 30 minutes. And I don't know why. It pisses me off every time.
You just gotta fix
Anyway,
it.
go to bed.
You just gotta fix it.
Good night, Ori.
Just fix it.
Never.
Restart your whole computer. Fuck it. Everybody have a good night. You're all cool, except for Fairy, who's very cool.
Oh, thank you. You're about to not agree with me if I start to get into an argument with you, but we'll
Yeah.
try to stop that.
You
see
can't
you,
beat me in an argument
Mantiel.
because I am in denial.
Yeah, you can't win an argument. He'll
crud,
just keep
it's, like,
talking until you
freezing up
eventually
again.
die. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Bye.
I'll suck all the oxygen out of the room by talking, and then you'll die.
I
All right,
want,
you have a good
I
night,
want to
Fairy.
like have this conversation. This is like interesting to me. Because like I wanted to create like this sci-fi idea. It's not as important to me as like writing the idea of a it's not as important as the idea of making this Maria the Succubus, but it's sort of like a speculative sci-fi sort of idea that's floated around in my head. It's what if the reason God allows evil and suffering is that the other option is to alleviate all suffering and eliminate a good half to 70% of all experiences that living beings can experience. Was deciding that the lesser of the two evils is to allow suffering to exist, rather than to let everyone develop and live in a perfect paradise. Because a goddess, or rather someone who is an alien who is constantly reincarnated into various civilizations, under the guise of alleviating suffering and making people's lives as perfect as possible, ends up being a form of calamity. Because she keeps going to different universes. Like, she keeps universe hopping because she became like a super powerful alien being. Like, supercomputer type thing that was able to constantly hop universes. And not a personality was like, I'm going to eliminate suffering. I'm going to make people's lives better. She started off as a nurse and then a doctor and then did all sorts of things to always try to make people's lives better. And then as a result, the universe arguably became worse. Because through alleviating all suffering, she was able to basically give people a paradise. But then every positive experience that could be done, as huge of a number as that was finite. And so they were these civilizations that she created and brought upon people became bored because they had experienced the same forms of pleasure for trillions and trillions of years. And then there was when someone was like, oh, well, what are you here for? I'm here to make your lives better. And the thing that would always come would be like, was this really what we wanted? Was a better life? Because maybe a bad life was a good thing. It's meant to be a mental exercise, and I'm wondering where you like lie on that, because it's like,
so two things. One,
would a super intelligent god-like AI who is able to basically advance civilization, reduce suffering, make everyone's dreams come true, actually be a terrible thing? Do you fall on the side of thinking that AI
I think this is
endless happiness be a bad thing?
Plot. I think this is literally like the entire point of Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker.
There's parts of it. I don't think that's the same thing, because part of the problem was that was unsustainable. In that specific scenario, have you played Final Fantasy XIV?
What? I've watched all the cutscenes.
What?
I watched all the cutscenes, and it took like 120 hours.
So you haven't played it, you just watched all the cutscenes. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I know this.
Oh.
I know the story well. So
the problem with Endwalker
like
was that this was
really
their
love the story.
memories. And in order to continue keeping their memories
there's a big part in Endwalker that's just going to other places.
Oh, you're talking about Endwalker, not Dawn Trail. Oh, you're talking about Endwalker, not Dawn Trail.
No one cares about Dawn Trail. That was Dawn Trail was a shit show.
I thought it was a bit underrated, but I know a lot of people don't like it.
Look, if they just didn't give that one character more lines than any other character combined, it probably would have been fine. Like, oh, we're gonna get Cryo. Anyway, you get like 30 lines with Cryo. Good luck, have fun.
Yeah,
fucking.
that did upset me is how underserved Kryle got to be.
Everything's
How
about
ignored
Wookalamat.
Kryle
There's gonna
was.
be like 6,000 voice lines of Wookalamat. Fuck yourself.
The
Literally
Wookalamat
more.
hate
There's
train
more
certainly
lines with
doesn't seem to
Wookalamat
end.
than. There's more lines with Wookalamat than any other character in the game over all the expansions. Like, why?
It doesn't bother me so much because I like Wookalamat, but it is a shame how little everyone else got to shine. The fact that Kryle
That and the writing
was
wasn't
so
great.
ignored sucks.
Well, then the writing was like not good. Like so much stuff makes no fucking sense.
For some reason,
Like,
when you
we
said
do horrible.
Endwalker, my brain went to Dawn Trail.
Oh yeah. No. I think this is literally the plot of Endwalker, and I think I agree with the plot of Endwalker.
I don't. I definitely don't. There's a lot of things I don't. I mean, I don't agree with a lot of messages in Final Fantasy XIV anymore. I mean, what about Endwalker do you agree with, and what don't you agree with? I agree that it's worth trying to live.
No. Well, yeah, but I mean the species that they interact with that like try to solve their problems, and they end up finding out that stuff ain't that simple, and trying to have like
Is that
trying
the
to
one where
one-dimensionally
they were
solve
like
problems.
summoning some sort of great beast to kill themselves? The one where they had like a paradise.
There was a
and
bunch.
they were like, let's all commit.
There was ones that got rid of their bodies. There's ones that got rid of like emotions. There's ones that did this and that. They all tried to like fix their problems by like either fixing it like something for good or like removing something or whatever, and it all kind of ended badly. And I think there's truth to that. Like, so the kind of stance I usually take on this stuff is humans are deeply biased and not very imaginative, relative to like the universe we live in. And we are incredibly biased to like the human place in life right now. It's why I often joke that like, so my dad's really big into like the upper universe, like everything's consciousness, and they're, you know, we're actually higher beings, kind of thing. And you know, outside this universe is all just kind of like love and whatever. My response to a lot of this stuff is, I think you got to read more like Eldritch Horror. Like, I feel like the probability of the universe outside is anything other than like consumption is probably low. Like, I'm pretty sure the universe, like as a whole, like in its totality, is probably fucking horrifying. We're just in a nice part of it. I mean, you can even say that
Sounds
about
like
like
Gnosticism is what you thought. What did you say was your family member? A family
This is my
member of
dad.
yours. Is that what you said was in Gnosticism?
Is that what Gnosticism is? I don't remember the terms anymore. No, he's like in Kabbalah and stuff for a while.
A lot of people into Kabbalah are kind of into Gnosticism, so that would make sense, actually.
Basically.
I don't know all the details of the Kabbalah, but sounds about right.
I've heard a lot of them. They've been preached to me a lot. But no, I think humans are incredibly biased in what we think the universe is, or like what we think the future of humanity is, and like how things like. I think even asking the question of like, what happens if a god comes in and like solves all their problems and like gets rid of suffering, like I don't even think that's a good question, so to speak. Like I don't think that's actually encapsulates what humans are going to do and what will happen like with humanity very well, because it's just going to evolve in such a way that we can't really understand.
Well,
like literally
it's hard
50
to
years
predict
ago
the
we're like, we're
future
going to
is
have
the thing.
hoverboards, and well, I'm saying is like
Well,
humans, I don't
what
think
do
even
you think
understand
the
their own
future is
nature
gonna,
well
the
enough.
distant future is gonna be like if we survive? My idea was based on, you know,
Man,
what
I
if
don't.
some crazy
I'm gonna
advanced
be.
being from like a Star Trek style universe just
Yeah.
continued progressing? Not that's
Yeah,
very
but it's hard to model
human-centric.
that. Yeah, but we don't know how to model that. Like, that's such a like bedrock shifting thing that human nature is probably going to change very quickly in a way that we can't predict. Because like that's like the ultimate problem with economics. Economics tries to do that. They look at how human nature is now, and then they see if something changes, how it'll be then. And they're always fucking wrong. Because when things change, nature changes too. Because we're always reacting to stuff. And so it changes in ways that you can't predict. Because they interact with each other. Yeah, that too. There's always stuff you're not thinking about. But I'll be honest though, I'm a little iffy on even the like we're gonna survive that long kind of thing. Like generally life has a pretty specific pattern of things not really lasting that long. And I don't really
Really?
see that much longevity. Yeah.
I
Like I don't see
mean, well, a
that
lot
much
of species
longevity
have
in
gone
humans.
extinct. A lot of species have gone extinct, but also life still exists. Billions of years later.
Yeah.
And also,
I mean sentience will probably exist again, but humans may not.
I think we have a pretty good advantage, in that advantage being our intelligence.
I think there's a lot of luck that plays into the human mind being like just the right setup to advance in this way and having found the right technologies at the right time. Because we definitely have a lot of really terrible limitations to how our mind and like our emergent behavior as a species operates that is probably going to cause us a lot of issues. The flesh is weak. And so it's a bit iffy on whether or not like we really have a long-term future, like in terms of thousands of years or not. At least is the way we are now. Like humans could still even be around. It's just that like this kind of culture and accumulated knowledge may go away. It may have like a reset. It's hard to say because the thing is like the other thing is like we're so different than what's like the things that we usually observe in the world, and we operate on such a time scale that's like unprecedented compared to everything else that it's like we're so chaotic. It's God knows what's going to happen because like I mean literally the world history could have been so dramatically different if like they actually did fire the nuke in Puerto Rico and shit, or started a war or the Cold War happened or whatever. Like there's so many events in history that teetered on such tiny choices that could have gone either way by just slightly different people being involved, or even just a different day where they felt differently. Like the math starts getting chaotic, and so it just takes one of those to go the wrong way. Well, there's fire over
And
me.
yes,
They
here we
got
are.
stabbed. Humans. The first time they hate each other is like, oh, you're not me. Hits with a rock. You're not the person I see in the pool of water. But yeah, it's hard to say. Like it can go either way. Humans are equally cruel and equally like capable of greatness and kindness and stuff. It just depends on what becomes dominant at the wrong time or the
Well,
right
this
time.
concept came from the idea of, what if I existed for trillions of years? What would I want to do with that time if I existed for trillions of years and could universe hop? The typical sort of like extremely self-serving, egotistical fantasy of what if I was a god, basically. As I've thought in my head a few times, like, what if my existence was that large? What would I do with
Well,
it? And
if
the
all of
answer
human art
horrified me, extrapolating eventually. Because the answer was, I would try to alleviate as much suffering as possible, solve as many problems for as many people as possible, and basically play nurse to the trillions of lives I would have inevitably touch across the multiverse. And then I realized, okay, if I continue doing this, eventually what would happen is that there is a finite number, large as it is, of configurable good lives and good experiences. and pleasurable, happy things that make people feel good. And I would eventually, over trillions or billions of trillions or quintillions of years, reach that limit that the multiverse allows. And the only thing that would be left and outside of that bounds is suffering. Death and suffering and destruction. And then my brain came to would be, if I did that and put a bunch of people in a pocket dimension who wanted to live perfect, happy lives forever, of the maximal ability that consciousness is capable of, would they become bored in this heaven that I would inevitably create to try to
I think
maximize
there's a little bit
happiness
of
and
a.
decrease suffering? Would that actually
I
be a
think there's a
good thing?
flaw here.
Or would people who've reached that limit actually be like, actually, the journey and the suffering of life was preferable to paradise? Why did you do
I
this
think
to
there's
us, O great goddess?
So I think there's two flaws. So one, everything's all like you have to remember what's pain and pleasure are evolutionary. Like it's designed to get you to avoid things that will kill you and go to things that it will not. And that benefit you. So, and in that context, like it's kind of just moral relativism. Like you can't really say whether or not you made the universe a worse or better place. It's all relative to your own perspective on it. Because you remember, good and bad is just relative. Ugh. Like it's relative to your perspective on it. And secondly, I don't think that can happen. So unless you're a static machine that unchanges and doesn't adapt, like I don't think humans can live very long, like mentally. Because I mean, just look at most like the main adaptation that happens in the majority of humans. Whenever you're very young, like 0 through 7, you're at your most like malleable, and your brain is trying to internalize as much as it can about its environment, about how things work. And then after that, you're kind of just tuning it. And once you get it past like 25, your brain starts becoming more and more set in stone, and you start having rigidity to the way your mind works and adapts. You stop adapting. And I think the problem is the human, like the mind is designed to be an adaptation engine, but if it adapts for too long, it runs the risk of hitting a situation that it can't adapt correctly to and effectively dying, which is stuff like trauma, PTSD, and everything. Those are all situations that break you, and they can be bad enough to kill you. And so as an adaptation that humans have is, as they get older, their mind becomes more rigid and no longer adapts as well, because it makes you more resilient to really dramatic events. And so I think in order for you to live a long time, you would either need to become very rigid, which will likely also make it so you do die to something
Can't you
anyway,
just
or
have
fail.
a balance? Why not just continue a
No,
balance? Isn't that one of the better things about
because you
humans
don't know
is-
what the balance is. It depends on your situation, and in the end, like there's randomness and entropy. It's impossible to keep something the same for any length of time.
Well, yes,
Like
human
it
beings are always changing,
changes.
but
I know, but you the longer you're alive, the greater your risk is of entering a situation you're not designed to adapt for. You're not set up for, and that's how you'll enter like a breakdown of your mind.
what if you simply expand your mind? I mean, most people wouldn't, but if someone was like, "Are you willing to become part of the Borg?" I'd be like, maybe not a gigantic one all at once, but I'd start, being like finding someone
Yeah, but
who
we
I
don't know how that would
respect and
work.
being like, "Yeah, sure, I'll fuse brains." I'm okay with that. I'll have a bigger consciousness in the long run. It's like the ultimate form of empathy.
Maybe.
Not only do you
But
know
we don't
what
know if
that
that's
person is thinking, you can share consciousness. I'd totally say yes to some people.
I don't
I
think
would
a hive
totally
mind would
fuse
even make sense
brains
with
and
humans.
consciousness with some people.
I don't think hive minds make sense with humans. We're not built that way. We're individualistic thinkers. A hive mind would just be a complete rewrite of the human consciousness.
I'm
we
okay
don't
with
think that way.
rewriting how my consciousness works to be
Yeah,
more
but
in
at that point,
tune.
like, are you even going to have the same goals?
It depends. I would like to think that some
Like-
things about myself would survive that experience. This reminds me of the Human
Like,
Instrumentality Project from
I
from
I think the point I'm trying to
Evangelion.
make is I think people apply a lot of intuition and biases to these, like the way they think about the world.
I
Like,
apply the
humans are-
vibes. All the vibes.
Like, humans
many
are
vibes.
are just kind of a sophisticated animal, and we only live so long. We live with pretty narrow sets of circumstances, like, for most of our lives. And really, when you start pushing, like, those boundaries, like, things that humans have never done and almost no animal has ever done, evolution stops really having solutions to those problems. And I think the mind and everything starts breaking down. Like, we already see that in lots of situations where, like, you know, you have parasocial stuff, you got like different environments that are now possible in the modern era that never were before, and the mind just doesn't really cope with it very well. And it's only getting worse. Like,
I mean, social
in the end, we're
media's been
animals,
messing
and
a
we're
lot of people up
so-
mentally.
yeah, like, humanity's never had to operate this way, and the mind is only so pliable and so adaptable.
I'm
And we're
not
kind of
sure.
just like fucking shooting darts at the wall. We're very adaptable. We're the most adaptable thing on this planet, but there's only so much we've had to adapt for most of our history, that there's a lot of unprecedented stuff that we're dealing with now. That's a huge jump from before. No, you go to sleep, elf. Eats elf. Yeah, I should go to sleep. I gotta
Are
go to
you
work.
getting tired?
Yeah, I gotta go to work. It's like 1. It's probably a good idea.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe I actually
That's-
agree with someone. I'm surprised you're down with human brain fusion. Most people are like, no, my individuality, that's cores beyond my comprehension. I'm like, I'm cool with it.
I don't know.
You are
I'm
definitely
unsure
a
how I
real
feel
one
about
for
it.
being like this, Vips. That is not most people. Yeah, I clearly don't know you well enough to know that you'd be into that. Anyway, you going to bed? Or are you staying up?
I'm going to bed. I'm tired.
Okay, good
And I
night.
gotta drive
it
after
was
work.
fun discussing all this crazy nonsense with you.
Yeah.
Thank you for
good
indulging
night,
my
too.
insanity. My particular brand of
No,
insanity.
you.
What?
We're all insane. We're humans. That's like our whole thing. Like, we literally do all the shit just to die at the end. Like, we're crazy.
That's why I hope that we cure aging. If someone wants to die,
We'll see
that's
how
a
bad that
tragic
goes.
loss of life, but gotta respect people's,
Yeah.
you know,
What's funny though
lack of
is
consent. But
there's a thought experiment where they cure aging, but it's like involuntary. And then like society shifts itself so much that people start being like, "Oh man, we need to figure out how to like cure immortality so people can elect to die." It's funny just how we always want something that we don't have. I mean, that's like my theory with humans, is that our brain's just wired in a way where it wants control, which is like why the internet
I
exists,
don't
and
personally need it. I would feel bad for the other people who, for whatever crazy reason, think that eternal life is a bad thing. I seem to be in the minority on this one, so I've got to respect their wishes, but it sounds insane to me, and it's a
I mean, I
horrible
would
waste
want
of data.
immortality. I
Anytime
would want
someone
immortality
dies, it is a
personally.
horrible waste of data.
I could do
I
immortality.
I
But I
would
mostly want
rather
brain
see
upload.
all data be stored forever, but I don't.
I want to be a brain upload so
people.
I can become an intergalactic virus.
Good. That sounds great. I would love that.
I mean, Pizza, we're basically just a like it's like a cell. There's the DNA, which is like information, and then there's the cell itself, which is like the operator on the data. And we're kind of both. Like neither can really exist without the other.
Yeah, I don't do well with the with the idea of death. Thinking about that has made me feel suicidal before on more than one occasion, so I don't know how most people deal with the terror of that possibility. I deal with it by the delusion that it's gonna get cured, and that I have hope. Otherwise, I might just end up committing suicide, being unable to deal with
I'll be honest, I don't
the
fear
unimaginable
death.
horror of it all ending.
I don't fear death. I just
to convince me that it's all going to end, it would be the same as convincing me to end it all today. I would just be like, oh, it's all gonna end someday and it's inevitable. I'm gonna kill myself tonight. That's what I would do. That's why I have to delude myself. Otherwise, I will literally not have the motivation to survive.
If I thought I had to live a whole nother life after this, I'd kill myself right now.
And I'm the opposite of that. I feel like death.
No. That's
robs life of all meaning.
That's the point. Is like, you could just replace it with like, you know, if there's nothing after this, I would have just killed myself. But yeah, no. Weirdly, I don't fear death. I fear loss. And like
death
or empathetic loss. Like, sort of. Not exactly. So, like, the things I fear most in life is, like, losing my mom or someone really close to me. And then me dying and causing them to lose me. So, I have fear of loss, and I have fear of, like, empathetic loss. Like, that's basically all I'm scared of in life, is just those two things. Which is the same thing, kind of.
I don't have a great relationship with my mom, but I had a pretty good relationship with my dad. And he's dead.
That's good. Sad. Hugs you.
And I'm still continuing on. It's terrible I'll never get to see him again. It's a loss for me, and I think it's a loss for the overall data of the universe. Human brains are the most complex thing we know of, and a data storage device that obviously we are very partial towards.
We can encode a lot of MP3s. Yeah, Pizza, I had a weird relationship too. I grew up in kind of like a fucking doomsday cult kind of thing. So like, very early on, I kind of like all my ambition was destroyed, and like I was like, what the point of school if we're all just gonna die anyway? And then my parents go, ah shit, we fucking up our kids. And we got out of that, but it took me a while to kind of, I definitely had that like perspective that I was like, I wish I was just dead. But I got out of it. Mostly to like Adventure Time. Weirdly enough, like got me through a lot of that stuff. Kind of corrected me. But yeah, it was
the
took me a while to
hope
cope
that
with,
we
like,
will cure
not having an
aging
apocalypse.
is definitely what keeps me alive. That's what keeps me moving on. Like, if the idea that we could someday achieve some form of immortality, curing aging is not immortality, but it's a step towards it, because it's just one thing that inevitably stops a lot of people from living. But yeah, telling myself that I might live to see that is what keeps me from ending it all.
Oh, hey, Vestige. Yeah, I'm an optimistic nihilist and an absurdist. I studied a lot of that stuff. That's basically the way I take things.
That's kind of sad. Is it sad? What's sad? Spit? Why are we talking about spit? Was a hawk 2 hours?
I think she means spite. And I also relate to that. Spite, I've long said that if God ever revealed themselves, I was going to immediately become an anime villain and try to kill him. Because, like, there's no greater motivator than spite.
You sound like you live in the Drakengard universe. Are you trying to stop the Watchers from destroying everything?
Yeah. God can
the Watchers dance. The Watchers sing.
If
Speak not
if there's
the
a God, he's an asshole.
Or maybe they decided what I didn't decide, and that's that suffering should be alleviated. And they're like, no, 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 there's too few possibilities in the universe without it.
If there's anything above, it's probably indifferent. Like, I think we also underestimate the scale of things. If there's anything above us, it probably, like, we're ants. A being of stardust. We are
That's
the
just
universe.
how my brain is wired,
experiencing
Bits.
itself.
This is how my brain is wired. It is not going to change. If you convince me that I can't avoid death, I will kill myself. That is the only thing that keeps me going, is the hope that it will not
Agnostic
end.
is someone who's agnostic, or it's kind of close to absurdism too, where it's like absurdism is really just the idea that the meaning of all this stuff really isn't actually that important, and you should just kind of live just in like spite of it. And I think it's a good philosophy to have. Just be practical. I mean,
I'm
agnostic
living
is just
for the
not
hope
caring.
we cure aging. That's the end of that. And then when we
But
do that,
agnostic
there
and
will be other things
absurdism
we
are
have to
kind
do.
of on this. Well, no, that's the point of pizza. That is absurdism. Like, human experience can't really encapsulate the meaning of the universe. Like, we've been trying to know it for a really long time, and we obviously have it. So, like, absurdism just says like we probably can't understand it from a human perspective. So, but we should still live in spite of that lack of understanding. I mean, I don't necessarily mean you can't. I mean, like, we've been trying for thousands of years and haven't really gotten very far. We can't. Yeah, I don't know what you mean there. That, like, you can't understand it, but also it's unknowable.
I don't really think of
Oh,
myself
okay, I
as
see what you
data.
mean.
I
Like,
kind
we
of think
could
about myself
theoretically,
as data. Sorry.
like, we could understand it if we could observe it, but we can't. Basically, is what you're saying. Like, because we're inside of it, we can't see outside of it. But technically, if we could probably grasp it. Yeah, it makes sense.
I definitely do
And I
not
think
see
that is that probably is the absurdist perspective too, in a way.
I definitely do not see immortality as a curse. I see immortality as the only inevitable situation that would make humans or life have any value. I think that if it's all going to end, then it's kind of disgusting to continue to being alive, actually. Because of the pointlessness of it all makes continuing actually worse than... Anyway, I have a very unusual opinion. I am very, very transhumanist on this front. I want infinite longevity. I feel existential dread knowing about the expansion of the universe. Like, universe is expanding, this is bad, we need to get on that someday.
So you have to remember, like, how the human mind works. Like, okay, so let's put some perspective. Legacy. The idea of leaving a legacy behind that you won't get to live to see.
There's no point in living a legacy is the thing. There's no point because you won't be around to enjoy it.
And yet we do. It's because the idea of leaving a legacy is very appealing. And in the same mark, like, you thinking about the fact that everything's going to end, that's intangible. Like, why does things ending at a later unknown date affect your decisions right now? Because it doesn't exist yet. It's kind of the same thing. Like, in the end, we are present beings that make decisions on past information. We don't know what's coming next, and everything that's happening in the future isn't real. So in the end, like, mortality is kind of not real.
Why would it be a bad thing for me to set something in my life that would kill me a week from now? That's a week from now me's problem. Like, I could swallow a bunch of pills and overdose and just kill myself. that wouldn't affect me, and in the sense of it would kill me right now, it would suffer. But if there was a way to do that that would only allow that to happen a week from now, I'm living in the present. That's a week from now me's problem, right? So then why care about that?
I mean, it's a choice. But like I said, we make projections. And usually the goal of evolved life is to not die. So we usually try to avoid doing that. And we have some kind of arbitrary value system we create over our lives that says, hey, maybe don't die. There's other stuff you gotta do, like interact with friends and family and maybe have offspring or whatever. Like, we're animals. We're just carrying out our programming.
I
using
don't
our
have any children. I
complex-
probably never will. I haven't
Well, yeah, welcome to
followed
our
any
generation.
programming in terms of that.
Well, you do. It's just the environment's fucked up and doesn't match up with the programming anymore.
How does that work?
That's
What do
the
you mean?
biggest thing. We live in an environment where it's no longer incentivized to have children. It's too expensive. We don't have the room for it because we're boxed into cities. And like most of our emotional development now, like in our kind of generational range, just was not set up to like have partners quickly and have children quickly, like our parents and stuff did.
I don't actually understand as much the appeal of having offspring or having that as a legacy, because they're totally different people.
Yeah,
That's
like I
not
said,
my legacy. That is would have
like I
my
said, we're
genes, but that
programmed
doesn't
kind
mean
of.
it's a real
We're not
legacy.
adapted to this environment. We're in the wrong environment. I'm the same way. No, we're just in the wrong environment. Some anthropologists call it spiteful mutants.
Spiteful mutants?
Yeah, that's a term an anthropologist came up with, is spiteful mutants. Our
Animals
environment
consider
isn't
passing on
selecting
genes?
for.
Well, I don't.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
not
they
like
have to
that.
because. So think of this. So the thing is, if humanity kept being the way, like, if humanity was just the way you are, like, humanity wouldn't be around very long, kind of thing. And the same thing happens with evolution in animals. If you are born, statistically speaking, you're going to be born to something that has a lot of kids, like, and that exists in high numbers. Like it's statistics. Like the humans that will be in the most numbers and you're most likely to be born like from are going to be the humans that have a lot of kids, and there's a lot of humans. And so that's kind of like how life works, is whatever comes into being is probably an offspring of something that's really good at surviving and having a lot of kids, because that's what is around. And the problem is we're in this kind of weird like period in between, I guess, evolutionary cycles where humans have gotten so successful at not dying that, like, for the last few decades, it hasn't really mattered that we had a lot of kids because we used to just have a lot of kids that died. And so the loss wasn't like, it wasn't that much of a difference because now kids don't die, but we also don't have as many of them. So it's kind of balanced out for a while. But now it's kind of going far enough the other way that despite the fact that mortality rate is so low, we just have so few kids that it's actually negative. And it's because of our environment. It's we're very urban. It's very expensive to raise a kid. Because you have to think about it. Like, for most of human history, everyone was like fucking rural farmers. And having kids was great. It's free labor. They worked. And they generated food for the family. Whereas now, if you have a kid in the city, like, what the fuck are they going to do? Go to school, make you have to pay more taxes, and you got to feed them, and take them to college, and then, like, when they're, like, 25, then get a fucking job, and then not pay you anything after that. Like, there's really no incentive to have kids. And after a couple of generations, after parents having fewer and fewer kids, it just seems abnormal to have a lot of kids now.
So, is that what you think is why I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, we're gonna have a population collapse like Elon Musk type people who are like real pro-natalist or whatever. and really concerned about this as like an existential problem, but just as a curiosity, why do you think that globally birth rates are so extremely low? Because it's
just
a question a lot
urbanization.
of people think they have the answer to, but there's usually exceptions to every single reason people give. So I want to know what your reasons are. I get the feeling you think it's economics, but
It's
I'm
like I
I'm
said,
sure
it's
there's
just
plenty of
urbanization.
exceptions. So sorry,
It's
what?
really hard to have kids in the city. I said it's urbanization, the fact that like contraceptions are normal. Because I mean, a lot of births, which is fucking accidental, because most people didn't even know how births happened. A surprising number of people don't still. Uh, American education system at its finest. Um, it's urbanization is beneficial, but like if you literally look at pretty much any urban environment in the world, birth rates like plummet. And it's for a combination of factors that are correlated with urbanization. For one, it's just more expensive to have kids if you don't have a lot of land and like a reward for having a kid, really.
What if it were the case that in rural
Well,
areas
yeah,
that it was?
if you well, the reason America is actually not having that bad of a collapse compared to some other places is because we still have a pretty thriving like rural population, which
I'm
has
pretty
allowed for
sure that
some
people in rural
birth rate.
areas aren't having kids either, is the thing.
Oh no, they have a higher rate of kids in urban environments. There's just less of them. Like so much of the population moved to urban environments, but rural populations still have kids.
I thought I
It's just not
remembered
as much as they
reading
used
that
to.
both rural and urban areas are are both having a steep decline in birth rates.
Oh no, it's still steep. It's just not as bad.
Uh,
It's all intensity. Like some like China and stuff. Oh god, they're fucked. Well, yeah, of course it's the Mormons. They have like a fucking deeply instilled culture to like have kids, which is kind of what we lost. We don't have enough of a culture to combat like just the environment changing. Yeah. Yeah,
oh no,
no,
I
this is
agree.
pretty
Elon Musk
fucking.
is not a great dude. Is not a
Oh
great
yeah, Elon
dude.
Musk is an asshole. That guy's an idiot. I hate I
Yeah,
hate
I
that people like
agree.
him. Like he's never had a good idea in his life. Every like idea he actually did like was a horrible failure, and anyone that was okay was like he stole it. I don't know if he's a Nazi, but he's definitely a fucking like some kind of weird Roman like lover or whatever. He was really into that culture. I know he could do some stuff, but we have a lot of stories of like any work he actually did was kind of meh. Um, but no, most of the ideas he came up with were pretty stupid, like tunnels. Like, yeah, that's gonna go places. Um, well, the thing he is good at, and why he's a billionaire, is because he's really good at being a hype man.
I think part of it is just the fact he was born into money. Like, he comes from a rich South African family.
Also, like he was talking so much shit of like the infrastructure the government uses, but he doesn't understand any of it. That's true. Also, his like handling of Tesla has been a fucking disaster. Well, yeah, he owns a car company. That's not surprising.
I hate that so many good technologies that are probably going to propel humanity forward, whether that's electric cars or brain computer interfaces or something that he has so much influence over. Like, I like Rain computer interfaces. I don't want one that's owned by Elon Musk. The idea of Rain
I
computer
don't know if
faces
that
is
was the
really cool
Nazi
to me.
salute. People kind of forget that most of like the American philosophy and like ideology is based on like Roman shit, and that's also a Roman salute.
I really don't think that's what he meant by it, though. Also, there's a whole lot of Nazis who really like their Roman culture, so it's also kind of hard to delineate.
I know, but Roman is before Nazi. Like the Nazis kind of usurped it in the same way like they usurped the Buddhist symbol and
look,
stuff.
I'm not gonna say that that can't be used in not that context.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying it's.
But I'm also saying
I'm not
it's
saying-
obviously suspicious. Like, also the swastika is actually a really beautiful symbol that has existed in basically any culture that the early Indo-Europeans and Indian people touched, because you see a Haken cruise in ancient Germany, and it's common in, ancient India. It's a symbol that Buddhists use, but when you see it in a certain culture, you're like, oh, it's a swastika. That doesn't look good. That doesn't look good.
I mean, there's an old saying is like you can never destroy a symbol, but you can definitely like override it. Yeah, no, it's fair. Like in this day and age, that is what it means pretty much to people. I don't really have a horse in the race. I couldn't give a shit at what Elon does. I think he's an asshole.
I'm just gonna say, I don't know what he meant by that, but I'm not gonna lean towards giving him the benefit of the doubt based on his other behaviors.
I'll be honest, I have a really hard time assigning much intelligence to his actions. Like, yeah, he probably meant some bullshit by it and like probably racism or like and like totalitarianism or whatever, but I don't care. I don't care what thoughts that man has.
And I'm just saying,
I wish he'd go
I
broke.
don't know, but I don't give him the benefit of the doubt anymore. Used to be, I think, well, before I knew much about him, I was like, oh, that's really cool. He's involved in electric vehicles and brain computer interfaces. I love brain computer interfaces. That's so cool. Neuralink, yeah. And then I'm like, oh, what is wrong with this guy? That's really bad.
Yeah, like literally Eon has a long history of not coming up with any ideas and then buying out the idea and then rewriting that idea's history to make it look like he was the guy who made it.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Oh, they literally did that in Congress. That's fun. No, if you're literally like quoting fucking Nazi propaganda, like, uh-huh.
Again, I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt.
The role of the government to shape social opinion. Yeah, that's great. That's what the government's for sure. Oh, fun. Yeah, I just don't involve myself in politics. The universe is gonna, or the world is gonna spin itself stupid either way.
I'm sorry for getting too political here, then.
Yeah.
Did I?
Yeah,
Sorry.
that stuff's so shit. What? No, I'm talking shit. No, yeah, I hate if America fucking goes that far down the fucking stupid train. Like we've done this, like we've seen this before. Like we know what this is. People forgot the point of this country.
As is a VTuber and streamer, I try my best to avoid politics, but I've gotten looser and looser on that rule lately because I just want to sometimes admit that I'm scared to be living in this country. Like, I don't know what's wrong with my country right now, but it's a sick place. There's so much wrong here. I don't understand the direction we're going down. I just hope I can survive the next few years. That's kind of how I feel. Is I want to survive the next few years and be okay and be on the other side. Sorry, am I scaring you away? Spicer?
I'm just sleepy.
Why don't you go to bed?
When it comes to politics, it's just like I see the trends, I see what's happening, and it's just following the same damn pattern it always does. I just can't be bothered to deal with humanity's fucking grinding at the gear or at the stone. I'd rather just either run off from it or like find a place I can do what I want to do. That's basically how I've balanced it out. Like if I would needed to go somewhere else, I would. But
Yeah, sorry you
I'm
had
also
to
kind of
deal
worried
with this
about going to
conversation,
Europe.
Pizza. I'm embarrassed. Thank you for
I
your
just want to
hard
go
work
black
on
game.
Vintage Story. Thank you for your hard work on Vintage Story.
Like the only reason I don't go to Europe is because I don't fucking want to deal with Europe. Like it's just a place that has thousands of years of hating each other, and the only reason that stopped was because there was a world war twice, and America made NATO, and they also made the Euro system to get people to like be disincentivized from fucking hating each other again. But a lot of that hate is still there. It's like at least we just have a civil war. That's our history. Is having a really strangely dividing opinion on whether or not we should own people. Whereas Europe just has a long history of like, I don't like you and I want all your stuff. If I had to pick a place, Switzerland. I love the fucking gusto on Switzerland. Like, oh, you gotta invade us? We'll burn all your gold and we'll blow up all our bridges. And then we'll shoot you with artillery and planes from the mountains. Switzerland. Come get us. You won't.
If things get really bad in America, it might be too late for me, but if there's time, my plan is to, if things get really bad and it's possible, I'm gonna probably go to Finland or something. Things get really, really bad. But if things get really, really bad, they may also suspend people moving out of America.
Well, it's also that if things go bad in America, it's going to go to shit everywhere else too. We're so tied together. And I'd rather be where there's food. Which is in America.
I mean, it depends. It depends. There's degrees of being bad.
Yeah, I'm sure there's countries that are talking about that stuff too. Yeah. The problem is how many people can they take in? Because you get to that situation pretty quick. Yeah, I know.
You're finished. Exactly. I'll be finished with America.
It's the joy of humanity. It's like we've been in a really nice period for a while where there really wasn't any like there hasn't been global like overarching like tyranny or deeply systematic oppression. People mostly have had rights and mostly have had economic freedom for a while, like globally, except in a few places. Like it's been pretty nice compared to like most of human history. I mean, fuck, you can go to a hospital and like not die from random shit and actually like sort of afford it. It's gotten worse, but better than before. Yeah, it's kind of rough to flee America.
That's another reason it'd be nice to potentially got out of America is our healthcare system. Our healthcare system is not ideal.
Didn't fuck that up as bad as we did.
Thanks, insurance company.
ruining everything for everybody.
Yeah,
It's pretty hard to flee America. Most other countries have pretty strict, like the other countries worth going to have pretty difficult immigration, and compared to like America, and you need a lot of money to really do it most of the time.
Sad.
And most of the people that are probably suffer the most from that don't have money. But at the same time, Europe just can't really support that much of a population. So it makes sense.
I sometimes wish, and I know this is what some people fearmonger about, being like, the Illuminati, they're gonna make a one world government, it's the new world order. And I'm like, wait, one country?
I mean,
The whole world being one country? That means I could go wherever I want. That sounds great. Is the country
like
going to be good? That's the
Napoleon
important part.
Rome.
If the whole world was one country, that
well,
sounds potentially good to me personally.
So that's the thing, is that's borderline what we've had for a little while, thanks to like just kind of the Brentwood system and NATO and everything. That's kind of what the world's been like. Like, this is the only time in human history like anyone can trade with anyone safely. Because used to, almost all international trade was between allies, you know, along waterways that you protected, or like a major player protected that you were allied with. This is the first time like in history that everyone could just trade openly, because NATO policed all the waters and everyone just used dollars as an intermediary currency. So there was a big market to allow different currencies to exchange their home currencies to dollars and back, which really wasn't possible before. Because if you have to exchange like two random countries' currencies, that market is so illiquid that's very hard to do. But if you have a dollar that's going between all the currencies, then having that reserve, and it being also the oil dollar, then it makes it easy to do a lot of trade, which is why we've had so much like material benefit globally. Utah's setting up his own country. Yeah. We'll see. I'm a little worried about the whole NATO thing breaking down, because then we kind of just go back to what we had before, which, just kind of was world wars over and over again. Like, trade is what keeps people from fighting.
Sad.
Because then there's no incentive to fight each other. You could just trade. And if you do fight each other, your economy's interdependency shows up and you get hurt. And I think America.
Imagine living in a space colony, though. Everyone gets all their resources from asteroids and things in space, and everyone shares the same colony. No need for different countries. We're just all in the colony together. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah. And then you'll become countries, because humans divide.
You think that that'll happen in a space colony?
So the reason most civilizations separate. So, okay, for instance, just imagine if humanity went off to like Mars and colonized it. You know how quickly that would become like just its own thing? Just because like what makes separate countries and what makes cultures and what makes peoples is like convenience, basically. Like how quickly can you communicate, exchange goods, and be dependent on each other? If those things don't really exist, because like, I mean, just think about communicating back and forth with Mars. It takes minutes to send, like, it takes a while to send data, like just light speed data back and forth, let alone resources. Like, you'll become very separate civilizations very, very quickly, and you won't be like synchronized with each other anymore, and you'll have very different goals and biases and values, and you'll quickly become distinct things, and probably will fight. Because you'll become distant
you're saying
from
the Mars
like
will
their
end up
concerns.
fighting with America, with Earth.
Probably. I mean, like, just that's literally the plot of Expanse. Is that's what happened.
There's a bunch of stories that are similar to that, where there's like war between like space colonies and the Earth and Gundam. It's like the plot of a bunch of Gundams. It's like, well, the space colonies and Earth aren't getting along. Well, the point is why? What is the point of going to war except for over resources? What other point does war even have? I don't think that there's a point to war except for material resources. right? What other point does war
Pretty
serve? Why
much.
should there be an intergalactic war if everyone has all the resources they need?
I want to own all that guy's sons. I want more sons to make more Dyson spheres.
I hope that when we live in
It's all-
space that the war is over and there really is, global peace. I don't know if you can call it world peace anymore. But because, like, if we all live in a Dyson sphere, we've got all the energy we need from the sun. Just don't go to war. Just work together.
We fight for all kinds of reasons, but they're mostly just like intrinsic motivators for gathering resources. Like, think of it this way: like, the reason tribes all kind of went away is because kingships and like fiefdoms and all that stuff were bigger, and they conquered them all. So like, tribes just couldn't exist in a world where there were bigger things that would eat them. And but that also meant that bigger kingdoms ate smaller kingdoms. So kings needed to be greedy, ruthless, ambitious, aggressive, and we saw that in history. Like Alexander Great, he was a really fucking aggressive ass conqueror. Rome, the reason Rome took over the whole world was because their system incentivized really aggressive go-getters that had like a year to conquer a bunch of shit to get a statue made of themselves. Like, because their culture was, dignitas. And so it's like these emotions that we have of greed and disliking each other, or any of these things. These are all just motivators to get us to consume more resources, because that's what survives in an evolutionary playground, is whatever can consume the most resources and make use of them will always beat out anything else. Which is why humans are just the dominant thing, is because we literally fucking dig out dead sunlight from the ground and burn it. No other species does
galactic
that.
peace. That sounds good. Maybe once we have that, we'll have peace. I hope.
Yeah, but then we'll just fight with the other galaxy.
But we got plenty of our own resources.
Yeah, but we need more. We're having more kids now because we conquered the galaxy. So now we're filling up all the space in the galaxy, and now we gotta, get another galaxy. But the other one's occupied, so we gotta kill them all.
By that time, I think that there will be probably a lot of tube babies, since it's more efficient and.
I just want to remind you that
dangerous.
most of human history is just one empire going, we need more room, so let's go over to this other country, kill everyone, and sell off to slavery everyone else we didn't kill, and wipe them from the map, and then we'll use the land. Welcome to most of human history.
Very, very sad.
Yeah. It's in the end, humans are designed to acquire more resources and use them. Like we're bacteria. Like, we're just bacteria. There's nothing rational or irrational about it. Like, the humans aren't rationalizing this stuff. They're just being motivated by impulses. A bacteria doesn't think about gaining more resources and utilizing them. It just does. And that's what humans are. Our impulses are just very obvious and tangible to us, as greed and pettiness and superiority and things. It's basically all it is. It's just our motivators to create. I mean, if you really break down the kind of mathematics, if you break down the mathematics of the universe, life is, thank you, life exists as a accelerator of entropy. Like, entropy begots life, because in order for life to exist, you need some kind of selector, and entropy is a perfect selector. It's the only one that really exists in the universe, and so it creates life, and then all life does is optimize entropy. It's an optimizing component of entropy. Like, we're literally entropic beings that dig miles into the ground, find sunlight that's not entropying fast enough, and fucking burn it to make sure it burns faster. Now it's to heat our homes and cook food and make light and all that stuff, but we always burn and create more entropy than like any utility we get out of it, usually by a huge margin. Like, we're entropy creators. That's our job in the universe, is to basically
And what
accelerate
if
its
we
death.
figure out how to create fusion? Nuclear fusion.
Then we'll do it even more. Like, now there's a whole new energy source we can, like, burn. We can rival
Good
the
native
sun.
ifs. I think that fundamentally humans want to fight against entropy in the long term, though, because eventually entropy
Yeah, but that's
will
what
be our
makes us
downfall.
good at it. Well, we want to reduce our own entropy at the cost of the universe's total entropy. That's all life can ever do. It's impossible to do anything else.
Well, there's an argument about whether entropy is stoppable or not, but
Well, if we're a
fundamentally,
closed system, it's definitely
I think
not.
that the long term, if humans or a living being similar to humans existed for long enough in like long term time, I'm talking septillions of years, we would probably want to create a system in which as little entropy exists as possible. Because we don't want
sure,
the
but
end
we
of the
can't.
universe that we can live in. Like,
I mean,
if
in order to cool your home, you must warm the outside.
We would literally be reducing
Yeah, but we can't.
entropy in a sense if we figured out a way to stop dark energy from ripping apart the universe. Or, for instance, if we found a way to use
That's
the
not
energy
entropy.
from black holes and other aspects of the universe to continue living for millions of years, maybe even making new stars. That would be anti-entropic, wouldn't it be?
Dark energy isn't entropy. That's a different thing. It doesn't really have a relationship with entropy.
It doesn't?
No.
I thought it was
no,
the way that it was ripping apart and would eventually rip apart matter in the
Well, yeah,
long
it is.
term. Wouldn't that be entropic?
I mean, no. I mean, theoretically, if you're looking at entropy purely, like, if the universe got ripped apart and, like, no photons ever touched each other again, then technically the universe would become static and entropy would never decrease.
But the process of that happening, is that not entropy? Like, when I think of things that are extremely entropic, I think of, like,
No.
black holes. Black holes are extremely
Entropy just
entropic.
means... Entropy just means that there's things that are, like, less distinct. Like, okay, if you have, like, a box with blue and red marbles, like 50-50, and one side of the box is just blue marbles and one side of the box is red, that is, like, minimum entropy. There's two distinct things. If you shake the box, it is very unlikely that you're going to stay in that configuration. The configuration is going to change. And because the only configurations possible now are, like, basically more entropic, you get more entropy. Things start muddling together and mixing together. And the more you do that, the more likely it becomes like a 50-50 mixture, where both red and blue are evenly mixed together, and there's like kind of, it's all gray now. There's no separation or difference, and that's what entropy is things becoming less separate. Like, the sun is very low. Like, the sun and us is incredibly low entropy, because it's a lot of energy all condensed into one place and slowly being emitted out. And we're, like, feeding off that. Like, you have to remember, we only are alive because of entropy. Like, the sun is dying so we can live. Like, the sun's entropic process of radiating energy and slowly stop becoming a sun and slowly dying and entropying out is what makes our planet livable. We feed off that energy. I mean, actually, all the energy that we use on the planet is pretty much from the sun. Like, outside of, like, basically
here's an idea.
uranium.
Do you think that white holes are entropic? If they exist, we don't know if white holes exist. They might. Is a white hole entropic or not?
A white hole. I don't remember the mechanics of white hole very well. A black hole is very... I will say a black hole is very, like, non-entropic. Like, it reduces entropy.
A white hole,
I don't
black hole
remember what white holes...
reduces entropy, but it basically turns everything into a quantum foam at the center of the singularity.
Yeah, it puts everything in one spot. Like it condenses energy down. That's actually useful for us. Like if you want to survive to the end of the universe, a black hole's the best way to do it.
Well, yeah, because we could live off of
Because
like the
the
radiation.
rotation. No, the
Yeah, that's right.
rotation.
The rotation, because it rotates so quickly, we could. Let's see. I think the idea was that we
Yeah,
could
you fire
envelop
a
it similar
laser
to
in
a
the
Dyson
space.
sphere and then shoot a beam into a hole in it and close it back up, and then it would like bounce so fast it would create a bunch of
The
energy because
black,
it's
you would
rotating so
slowly.
fast.
Yeah. Well, it's because the space is it's the space is rotating, so the beam gets energy added to it by the spatial field around the black hole, and it slowly slows it
Yeah.
down. But it would take, but there's so much energy, it would take like billions of years. Yeah. No, the dark energy thing was kind of like our science was fucky. I haven't looked into that stuff in a while, but yeah, I
Yeah, the
assumed it
thing
was
we call
wrong.
it dark
Because
energy or
dark energy
dark
didn't make
matter
any
is just that we
sense.
don't know what it is exactly. That's the real reason
Well, it's
why we
because our
call it
math is
that.
like we have two measurements and they're both like different, and they don't know why, but they probably got better at it. I haven't looked at stuff in a while, but
Well, do
yeah,
you
no,
think
the
that dark
universe
energy is
is
real and going to rip the universe apart eventually? What do you think
uh
dark energy is? We
I
don't
don't know.
kind of know.
It like literally the decision there is like a measurement. Like we don't know which one it is. Like we might know now. Yeah, we
Well, we
can't really.
know
Because like
dark energy is, it then becomes potentially possible to do something about it. Potentially. It depends on what it
I mean
is.
not really. It's such a cosmic scale. Like how would it's literally an intrinsic property of space at that point. Like how would you do anything about it?
Well, it
Alter all of
depends.
space.
It could potentially warp space. There's also
Yeah,
the
like they didn't know the
possibility
first
that
nuke.
if we do live in a multiverse, it could be possible to drill a hole through ours and use it like a
Yeah.
wormhole to a different universe that is younger.
Multiverse has been pretty disproven by at least like complete and utter lack of evidence that should exist if it was real.
Really? What's that?
Yeah,
What
they've
is this
done.
disproving thing? Like the idea came from quantum mechanics.
There's like certain things that you would see in quantum mechanics if there was a multiverse, and so far we haven't seen anything like that.
I thought we saw some evidence that we might be living in a black hole, which would be quite the opposite. It could be
That
black
one's
holes all the way
surprisingly
down.
likely. Yeah, that one's actually surprisingly likely. But yeah, no, yeah, and pizza we thought the nukes were gonna like fucking kill everything. Yeah, but yeah, no, but yeah, no. Like I was saying, entropy is like it's just the universe. Like it's. I mean, there's a really good comment by I think it was Stephen Hawking back when he was like young was like a professor said in quantum physics because of probability, even in a void or vacuum, you can get like virtual particles and stuff forming because of just randomness. And so like he basically said like what if the entire universe was just this random deviation, against the void and create a whole universe and is slowly just entropying out, from that first spark of random like just basically a virtual universe like effectively, and it's slowly just evening itself back out. um of course he was laughed at, but then he was Stephen Hawking and went on to do a bunch of crazy shit, but
Indeed,
it's a very
pizza.
valid way
Yeah,
of looking.
that's just we not us getting some of it wrong. Yeah.
It's a
I
good way to
s-
look at the universe. Like the universe went from a. That's the other thing. Like we are at the gradient. Like the theory is that the universe was a singularity of some kind, which is literally the most like non-entropic thing you can have. Is literally everything in one place. At maximum energy density, and then now it's all spreading out, and we're just kind of living through that process of everything just going cold and separating out and mixing and everything.
I don't know, but I don't know why you think that multiverse theory is getting more and more disproven.
Because there's supposed to be signs like in the math that we're supposed to see if
What
there is a
signs in the
multiverse.
math? Where have you read this? Because I
Uh,
haven't seen this before, and I watch a lot of, I watch things like PBS Space Time, which is pretty heavy on like the frontier space time
I
science of
forgot
all this.
her name, but uh there's supposed to be like energy loss, I think, in certain calculations that don't show up, and then there's like certain types of like folded dimensions we're supposed to see if there is other
If you
universes.
find any information about this, you can show me, please do.
Or I should be explicit. It's a multiverse that's observable. Because the problem is if there is a multiverse that's not observable, then it doesn't matter if there is one. So if there is a multiverse and it's technically observable, then we should see signs of it in certain like physics, but we don't.
How would you
Oh, that's thunder.
observe a multiverse?
There's supposed to be like energy loss, where something is going into another place that we can't see. That's like one of them. Is like that kind of physics. I don't really know all the details there, but I've seen papers on it. There's not a lot of credence to multiverse in the quantum physics world. It was more of just a way to look at the formulas, but it was just an idea. There's never really been much evidence for it at all. Yeah, I'm not surprised they sent photons back. Oh, wait, are you talking about Are you talking about like a delayed eraser experiment? Maybe? I don't
Yeah,
know.
I remember
really tired. I
watching
should
a
go to
video
bed.
about that. I don't remember all the details.
Delayed erase experiment's fucky. Kind of just shows you time has a little bit of non-locality to it.
Here's something someone tried to argue to me. Faster than light travel, they said wasn't possible because even if we could use, an Alcubierre warp drive, that would cause
I
problems
think
with
would
causality because they would basically be traveling into the past. And so if an Alcubierre drive, traveled to Alpha Centauri and then traveled back here faster than light, you would see it come back before it left, is what they told me, and that breaks causality. I don't know if that's
so
true and if that prevents faster than light travel or not.
so the warp drive thing's really dumb. So obviously the reason we can't go faster than the speed of light, like in one way, is that the energy requirement just to even approach it, like basically just goes on forever. It would take infinite energy because effectively, like in order for you to travel faster than the speed of light, you would need to effectively rewrite the universe so that you got there sooner. Like,
I mean, we're not
it would
talking
take so
about
much
traveling
energy to do
through
it.
space faster than light. We're talking about warping space.
No. So that's what I'm saying is, so the reason just traveling doesn't work is because the energy requirement would basically mean like I got to rewrite the universe. Like I have that much energy to do it. And it's the same thing with the warp drive. It's just trying to take advantage of the fact that we could warp space to do it. Yeah, but the energy requirement to warp the space would be the same. Like
Would it be though?
you can't cheat. Yeah, like you can either use the energy to make a rocket or you use the energy to like move the ground. Like you can either move yourself or move the earth. Like there's no cheating. I'm pretty sure if they actually got to do experiments where they could warp space, because right now they're like kind of guessing how you could warp space.
It would probably require a lot of antimatter, and the problem is We haven't really made
Yeah, which
antimatter yet.
well, no, not antimatter. We need negative mass matter, which doesn't exist. We've never observed it. It's just mathematically
Oh, that's
technically
right. That's
possible.
what it was. Okay.
But the thing is, in order to use it, you would have to be able to pulse energy, like and generate matter, basic like mass with energy, at such a crazy high rate that the energy requirements, like you might as well just decompose fucking Jupiter into raw energy and then do it. Like if you could do this, you could basically you're a god as it is. Like you could basically just rewrite the universe between you and Alpha Centauri so that you were there. Like the energy requirements are so insane.
And yet, I hope we
Yeah, I don't
figure
know.
these things out because we got a lot of space to traverse.
I've written sci-fi stuff like this where like humanity hit the limits of like their solar system and they wanted to go to Alpha Centauri, but they realized like shit's so slow. So they start, messing with exotic matter or trying to break the laws of physics. And so they make like a reality engine and they like, oh, we're gonna go to Alpha Centauri, and then all they do is create like a giant fucking gash in space time all the way to Alpha Centauri. And you're like, all right, well that sucks. Guess we can't do that. And then they just stay on their solar system and use the sun as an engine for thousands of years. I think there's an upper limit. I'll just say that to humans in terms
The
of
upper limit you
technology.
described would certainly explain the Fermi paradox. It's like, why
Oh,
we
I
see
think
any aliens? Because they're too far away and they can't reach us.
so. I actually have a different answer to the Fermi paradox based on like any intelligent life that develops technology probably is driven in the same way we are, and that is seeking control over their environment. And so I think almost all species that are intelligent that come into being that can build technology, they inevitably just go dark and live in a virtual world where they can have absolute control over their environment, because like that's the most ideal form for the brain, or any thinking thing, is to have absolute control. And so everyone just goes dark. It's like the dark forest hypothesis, but it's just actually just dark. There's no predators. And that's why we have a Fermi paradox. All the species that would be sophisticated enough to, be intelligent life is pretty quickly probably just uploads themselves into something and then just never talks out again. And they just live in a virtual world. And
But
God knows like how many.
Society is still going to be very entropic, so they're going to need to continue to exploring space to get resources.
You mean you can live off the sun for a really, 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 really long time, like longer than any. Like they probably get so invested into whatever that virtual world is that they forgot, and then they're just running off the sun for millions of years at an accelerated pace. Like they probably become so decoupled from that technology that they built that they don't even know it's there anymore, and they may not even know that it's still like there is an outer world anymore. Like it's very easy to get completely decoupled from reality in that situation. Like I mean, I made this joke like every intelligence, like every sufficiently intelligent species just invents VR chat, and that's the end of it.
I was pretty addicted to VR chat, but I would also want to be able to do stuff in the real world to preserve and improve my life as well.
Well, yeah, but what does it like if the real world is taken care of you by automated machines, and like there's no distinction between the two, because I mean the virtual world can be as real as you want it to be. Like that line just goes away.
I would be scared
why would you
of
not
the
want to
death
be
of
in
the
the world?
universe, and even just the death of the sun. I'd be like, something's got to be done about this.
Yeah,
like,
but what if
people are
you can
still gonna be
experience like a
working on
billion
science
years of
and discovering
simulated
things about the
time?
universe. And it's gonna, okay, I'm disconnecting now.
But what I'm saying is, what's harder and what's easier? Like trying to explore the universe takes incredible amounts of time, and there's probably going to be like those species that do that travel out of the stars, but the time it takes to travel anywhere is so massive that like good luck.
Exactly, that may be
And
the
there's probably
explanation for the Fermi paradox. We'll be there to see it happen. I mean, I hope so. Definitely
so far my
would
like
be nice for my will to live to think that I could be there for some sort of far future civilization, cause I'm real scared of dying. That's like the one thing that makes me really messed up in the head. So yeah, hopefully.
I don't think we can ever stop like absolute death at the end. But we could probably make the universe go on a long time for us. I mean, fuck, if you just make like a little Dyson sphere thing around a black hole and just make a simulation there, you could go for trillions of years. Like,
yeah.
longer than probably a mind is capable of even comprehending. You'll probably forget the universe can end if you're in a simulation that long. Because it's just not a concept
At
to you
some
anymore.
point, I would definitely want to make sure that, I would be scared of be like, I've only lived for a few trillion years. It needs to be a quintillion years. Oh, wait, the universe is falling apart. We got to do something about that.
And like I said, I don't know if minds can even operate that long. Like, you're probably just... Because, like, you remember, there's always death. Like, either by change or, like, finality. Like,
I mean,
if you live a
change
trillion
is
years,
something
you
I'm
probably
more
would have
comfortable
died.
with than... I'm okay with change. It's more I don't want my memories to all be wiped. Oh, maybe if there's a future me, come back in time and confirm if you still like the things that I do.
I mean, the thing is, how do you know you're not a memory right now?
I think therefore I am. Thank you, Reddit Descartes.
Good answer. Good answer. You don't know. You just assume
No,
otherwise.
I think therefore I am. That's the answer. Mr. Descartes had it all figured out.
See, that's the thing is.
Descartes.
See, that's the thing is, like, that's the thing is, how do you know you're not immortal already? Like, how do you know this life isn't just a simulation in and of itself that you woke up in?
I mean, that's possible.
I mean, it's also possible that there is no time, like with Einstein's equations.
There
the
is
universe
no
is just
time.
a
I gotta
static
finish
bulk.
this project soon. I got class tomorrow. There's no time.
Like there's a thought. So if Einstein's equations are right, like in terms of the bulk and stuff, like there's a thought experiment I love. I call it the Hollywood effect, where basically let's say there's a moment in time where there's a guy like pushing a piano off the top of a building, it falls, lands on a guy, he gets crushed. If there is no real time, like everything's just static.
Why are we talking about crushing guys? First you wanna like kill Schrodinger's cat. Now we're squashing things, so just stop.
Yeah, so a piano falls on a guy on a sidewalk.
Oh, a piano.
Yeah, a piano. So if we live in a static universe like Einstein seems to think, then what would happen if you went to like the beginning of this event when the guy first pushes off the piano and you deleted the piano? What would happen?
I'm not sure I understand the thought experiment. I may have been distracted because I'm trying to put up a screen.
There's a guy pushing a piano off the top of a building. It falls, crushes a guy. Now, assuming we live in a static universe like Einstein describes, what happens if you go back to... It's a universe where every moment in time exists like next to each other. It's a 4-dimensional universe where all of time exists in parallel. There's no things actually happening. But each like 3-dimensional slice has the perception. Like, think of it this way: the only reason you know you've done things and are going to do things is your memory, like your brain. It's encoded physically. So, like, this moment right now could exist independent of every other moment in the universe, and you would still think there's time because in your memory, you think there's time, which is a physical thing. So, like, every slice of time can just totally be independent, and there's not really any correlation between them. They all independently think that there's time and that they, are present.
The way I
And so,
understand time is that what we call time is like movement on a quantum level. It's like heat, basically. Heat is movement of particles. Basically, on a true frozen
okay, but
universe, there
remember,
would be no movement even on a quantum level. But because there is
yeah, but
movement
you
both
can
on a
only register
quantum level
movement
and a
over
larger
time.
level, that is movement into movement through space. And
Yes, but you're
changes in
observing
matter.
movement.
Changes in matter, changes in quarks and electrons and
Yeah.
protons and photons and all that. That's time, is movement.
But you're
change.
perceiving time. You're perceiving time. What I'm saying is your perception of time is baked into the universe. It's a physical thing. Your memories are just proteins and shit. And so every slice
it's
of
a
time
system of memory.
thinks there's time. Yeah, but what I'm saying is the universe could literally be this moment now and that's it. And you would still think that. Because right now your current brain state is that. Like, the universe can be totally independent, like, in terms of each frame of it. The idea is it's a 4-dimensional structure. And, like, seeing change, that's a perception thing. Like, it's still baked into the universe. It's not, we're not magically outside of that. But we don't know which way this is, because there's a quantum interpretation, and then there's, like, the Einstein one, and they don't really mash. It's the whole contention, is these two things are kind of conflicting. So if you're in a static universe, as Einstein describes, like a bulk, if you delete the piano, like just when the guy pushes it off, what happens?
I assume the static universe would prevent that from happening, so it doesn't matter.
What happens if you think of it like a movie? You have all these frames next to each other that each are describing a certain state of the universe. If you go to the first frame and edit out the piano, what happens when you play it back?
I have no idea.
Well, the first frame is the guy pushing nothing. The first frame is a guy pushing nothing off of a building. The next frame is a piano suddenly appearing, falling off the building, and then crushing a guy. Now, let's take it a step further. If you go back and edit every frame so that there is no piano, what happens?
I don't know.
A guy pushes nothing off of a building, and then a few seconds pass, and then a guy gets crushed by nothing. There's no causal relationship in a static universe.
Really? Gosh, I feel really
Yeah, that's
stupid
the
because
point.
I'm not fully understanding the point you're getting at here.
The point I'm getting at is, man, I'm so tired. I don't even remember what I was talking about, but there was definitely a point there.
Pizza, do you understand this? I mean, do you have proof that your memories ever get wiped?
It was.
Hmm.
Well, I think the point is like, how do you know you're not in a static universe where like entropy doesn't even matter and death doesn't matter because there's no change. Everything's just static. Everything that ever is or will be is just all existing together simultaneously. Like all states of existence just exist together, and there is no like death or life or beginning or end. That's all conceptions of the illusion of being in this thing. Well, yeah, you have to assume we're like alive.
Wouldn't that be
Like,
a
yeah.
deterministic universe? Or am I misunderstanding?
Yeah, well, it would be the ultimate deterministic universe. Everything would have already been determined and like it's static. I have friends that
I
don't
wonder
want to
why
talk to me
he
about this stuff because
believed
I
in a
screw with them
static
too much.
universe. Was this part
What?
of his whole God does not play dice with the universe thing?
It's just what the math worked out. That the universe was 4-dimensional.
The dimension,
The more
fourth
like,
dimension being time, right?
yeah, the more like if you try to combine quantum physics and like that idea, you kind of get this model where all of the past still exists, but the quantum field is what creates the future. So there is a present and there is a past, but the future is generated by the quantum field, like the probabilities. The emergence of quantum effects is what like creates more time effectively. But that also means that there's an end. But it also means that when it's done, like everything still exists. Everything that ever did or will all exist at the end of it simultaneously. Yeah,
This
I mean
hurts
it's
my
Einstein's
brain,
theory and it
not
works
gonna
pretty
lie.
well. Time is an illusion that helps things make sense. So we're always living in the present tense. It seems unforgiving when a good thing ends. We'll always be back then. Will happen. Happening happened. Hey, I'm glad you. I wasn't quite sure if you were doing the lyrics to that until I saw a few more. Nice. I love that song.
What's that from?
Adventure
Hitchhiker's
Time.
Guide to the
It's
Galaxy or
Adventure Time.
something?
No, Adventure Time.
Welcome
It's
back,
a
look,
time
sir.
adventure
I'm
song.
sorry for... You need me to give you a gift? Is that what it was? I don't remember
That song
the
kills me
word
too. I cry when I
was.
hear it. Come along with me and the butterflies and bees. We could wander through the forest, do so as we please. Dude, Adventure Time is like raised me. Like
Oh,
made
that
me
was
okay
from
with things.
Adventure Time?
Yeah.
I like Adventure Time. I haven't seen all of
Adventure Time's my
Adventure
favorite.
Time, but I need to.
Most of how I deal with the universe is just from Adventure Time.
Shoot, why do you have to freaking be here? God dang it. Freaking drifters. I was in the middle of enjoying my life, and drifters had to make me hate life.
Yeah, the spin-offs are
Succubasu.
really good. What was the other song? Oh yeah. Everything
Why all the
stays,
that's a lot of
but it
succubus
still
redeems.
changes ever so slightly, daily and nightly, in little ways, when everything stays.
I told you to check your whispers. I did. I thought you said something in there about wanting me to gift you a sub or something.
And they were mine.
I told
So
you I
many good
was gonna,
songs.
like, after stream read through this. Unless that's not good enough.
Ugh.
I'm sorry.
I should go to bed.
With
Anyway, it's like
animated
way after where I should have
emotes,
gone.
wondering if you can give. Oh, that's a really
Yeah, it's
long
about that time
name.
here. We're in the same time zone. Yay. I gotta get up in like 6 hours. And then drive.
I'm sorry about the terrible situation you're in.
I'm also a computer job, but I can't really fall asleep. And then after the job, I gotta drive somewhere for like 2 hours. So that'll be fun. I
I'm
need,
really
like, only
sorry
take a nap
about your
first.
life situation.
Pets. Pets friend. Anyways, I gotta go die.
Oh yeah, go sleep.
Hope you guys
Go
all.
sleep.
Hope you guys all have a good night.
Good
Or else.
night.
Bye. It was good talking to you all.
Bye.
Adventure Time Zone.
Oh, that was quite a lot. I can disconnect. Oh, that's the iguana. Um, let me talk to my roommates and friends about the DM. Obviously, I don't want to leave you high and dry. I don't know how to respond to this. Pete. Oh yeah, I don't need this on anymore. That was leaving me with ear ringing. This is weird. I'm gonna tell you this about myself. I have tinnitus really bad. It's only gotten really worse the past few weeks for some reason. And, having headphones on for a long time and listening to stuff, no matter how quiet it is, causes me a terrible ear ringing. Like, I'm gonna try to use headphones less and less and just to have, like, conversations like this, but I don't like it because it really makes my ears ring. I think it's just gonna give me hearing loss. Because I don't know why, but headphones make my ears ring. Vintage story pilled. Oh, I bet you are. Tin bronzitis? Tinnitus. Tinnitus? I don't know how you pronounce it. It's the ringing in your ears. Constant ringing. It's hell. I hate it so much. It's hell. Seems to be especially bad when I go to bed and when I wake up, but it's bad all day long. Enos, that's terrible. If you need someone to come live with, we could potentially give you a place to stay up here. We definitely have food you can eat. I don't know what to do about your situation, but I've sent some DMs to friends and roommates and stuff. I'm gonna try to do what I can to help. Thing is, my roommates are asleep right now. You haven't eaten in 3 days? Are you literally unable to eat? That's insane. Where do you live? Do you live in the USA? Do you live in America? Off stream? Yeah, sorry. Okay, we can. I want you to be okay. Okay, that helps with one problem is... How did I go back like that? That was weird. This... I mean, I know this makes you go back, but it seemed like I was going back fast. You need to eat. That sounds like an emergency. Are you at least drinking water? Frick. Oh, I hate those friggin' drifters. Pizza, why are drifters so evil? Why must I live in this hell of drifters? I think it just seemed like I was going faster than I was because I was looking at the ground. When there is a friggin' drifter. Cause of course, because fuck my life. I should just wait it out until it's morning. Playing on the official server, by the way. You ever play on the official server? Do you even play this game? Maybe you're just programming or like play the game. No, I just work on it. I know, I mean, games gotta be play tested, so you gotta play it some, I'm sure. Oh, sorry, I'm gonna have to send it to Aquan. Because Julia doesn't have a Discord anymore. Oh, you played a bunch with 3 months. What did you used to play with friends? Were you on a server? You know, I'm on the official server right now, yeah. And I had to go way down south. Way down south. Because well, number one, I wanted bamboo, and it's really, really far down that the bamboo starts spawning. Did my long message? I believe so, yes. I'm intimidated. Do I even have any stuff to deal with that? Oh, you had a personal server. That's neat. Crud, that's the rot pots. Oh, that's right. I need to like... I don't need food right now, but I should probably check the rice. It's been a while since I've been in here, too. But yeah, I wanted to find bamboo, but also I kind of had to do this because I am so far away. Had to get so far away from everyone else. The server is so big and has so many people with claimed land that to get to somewhere that I could actually get food and resources and build, I had to go way, way down. Like, way, way, way down. Do you have a credit? You know, that's right, you didn't want to talk about it on stream. Well, it's cool that you had a server and you played the game. I want to build a giant cathedral in this game. Certainly wouldn't be the first, and that also intimidates me because it's like whatever I make is probably not going to be that impressive. Sadly. Bless you, Mark. Are you able to buy food with your credit card? Because obviously you need to eat. There's also food banks. Do you know if there's a food bank in your area? You wanna, if you have the internet to search here, you want to search for a local food bank. A food bank should be possible. Also, if that's not too personal, what state do you live in? What is a food bank? It's a place where they give food to people who need food. And clearly you need food. It's a place where people donate food to those who need food. Oh, hi, Circuit Scars. Welcome. Can I ask you a dumb dev thing about this game? Pizza. Documents or paper? Whoa. Get a job either because I don't have documents or paperwork or anything. Is it true that, the lore of this story all took place in medieval Europe? Like, I don't know much about the lore in this game, but I remember when I was like, hey, you know, I wish they would add, like, you know, Asian food to this game, or like, you know, Asian style rice farming where it's like patties. And they were like, well, you see, this game is basically only medieval Europe has ever existed. And so they're never gonna add anything like East Asian or Asian at all to this game. Is that true? Someone in the main server chat told me this actually when I was like, oh, it'd be so cool. Be so cool if they added like mochi or curry, masala, which is actually what curry really is masala, or, you know, any sort of Chinese food or anything like that, or even like something, you know, because there's like a bamboo hat. So why would there exist if there wasn't gonna be any? Where's my user? I keep forgetting. Yeah, I've got like a bamboo rice hat. 1380. Yeah, I remember there being like medieval stuff going on. I don't know a ton about the lore. Apparently there was like some sort of a time thing apocalypse. And the rot that messed everything up, but I don't remember all of the details. I've been more focused on anything than just trying to build a cathedral. Is there a plan to add more food to the game? And are any of those foods you're gonna be able to make going to be Asian? Because like the only thing that you can make just about out of rice is like rice gruel and rice bread. It'd be nice if there was like, you know, some of the dishes that are common in Asian countries. Just have a little bit of, you know, cultural representation of like some of the Asian cultures. Oh, here's my thingy. I needed that. I forgot that I placed a spear over here. It'd be really cool if you could build, like, or make more rice dishes, but as far as I'm aware, there's just, like, rice bread and rice gruel, unless you have, like, mods. So I don't know if there's any plans to, like, add anything like that officially. But it would make me happy, at least. It was always, well, thank you. Oh, I'm glad you agree. That would be nice. I'm glad there's a lot of plans. I'm glad at least you think that would be cool. I noticed when playing the game, like, I went down here so I could find bamboo and grow rice. I've got mine set up to be, like, a rice farm and to have a makeshift rice paddy. Okay, time to make some of these. I'm glad that there is at least some interest on your part. No, it doesn't matter if it ever happens, but I'm just glad that you're like, yeah, that does sound cool. That makes me feel better. Even if it never gets implemented, at least I'll remember Pizza on the main team was in favor of adding East Asian foods to Vintage Story. That makes me smile. Hey, it's finally daytime. I just need to think about what it was I was gonna do. I was definitely doing some things. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I can show you what I've been working on with this if I can get past all these annoying drifters that want to kill me. I have been working on my first cathedral in the official server. Of course, there's one of those over there. A cathedral, but I want the roof to be East Asian style. I need to work on that because it's basic right now. And to make the hip and gable roof, it needs to be like different. And like there's the wavy. There's a different pattern that I don't have down, but this is just a placeholder. But this is like the first aisle of the cathedral that I've been working on. Is this a good version? It's not the same game as Minecraft, believe it or not. Believe it or not, this is actually a totally different game. Yeah, it's a work in progress. It's kind of hard to see over the bamboo, but it's gonna be a big cathedral someday. I am dedicated to this idea because I want a cathedral. Also, I need to go check on my rice because I wanted to make a rice patty. Some of this is rice, some of this is apparently amaranth. I'm gonna need to make something to get up my rice. This was supposed to be, but now apparently I got a bunch of amaranths in here. This is either me or someone else, but I have a lot of water flowing in here so that it looks sort of like a rice patty. Guess I ran out of my rice? I don't know. And I also need sticks. I got some sticks from these maple leaves. Please. For some reason I seem to be out of sticks right now. Go to sleep. I'm getting sleepy. Okay, then good night. I hope you're gonna be okay. I'm a little worried about you now, but I hope you're gonna be okay. Just keep me updated and feel free to add me on Discord. If your situation is really dire, me and Julia will try to figure out something, you know, what state you're in. We might be able to get you over here if your situation is that dire. I don't know if I'll be alive, but you can still message me and you can try to add me on Discord. You're in Florida. Okay. I've been to Florida. It'd be a long trip for you to get to Indiana from there, but if you're in a dire situation, then we can try to do something. Sure, Discord, Little Robot Fairy 666. I can even oops, I have all caps on. This. It's Little Robot Fairy 666. Or 6668, sorry. I need to get the foods, but also my inventory is really full right now. Why did I not make another basket? That should have been like a top priority of mine. After losing all my stuff. Dang it. Dang temporal storm portal thingies. In the chat. Oh, okay. Jeez. It's just little robot fairies last time. Okay, see you, pizza. It was a lot of fun meeting and talking with you. Like a lot of fun. I'm honored to get to talk to, like, someone who worked on the game. Like, that's really cool. I hope I see you again someday, but even if I don't, I'm honored that I got to hear from you. Thank you for taking the time to talk to me. Thank you for all your hard work on this game. Means a lot. It's a great game. Oh yeah, I was gonna go get the amaranth. Should have been a rice patty, but apparently I just really needed to grow that amaranth or something. Okay, then I'll keep in touch. It's like over here. Where's the rice? Did I grow any of the rice? Sure, soybeans. Yeah, I grew the soybeans. That's good. probably want to set that aside. Or maybe this will help me for now. Enjoy your night. Thank you. Thank you, pizza. I just do a little polish. Every little bit of polish helps. Every little thing that goes into working on this game helps. And is appreciated. And it was awesome to hear from you. Good night. See you. Why does there have to be one of those over there? Do I have my rice seeds in here? Did I plant them all? I don't like the fact that I don't know where my rice seeds are. That's scary. There they are. Okay, cool. I need to put my rice paddy full of those. Why must you be there? Why must you be there? That's a problem. That's not great. Ah, shoot, it burned out. That was the thing I was really not wanting to happen. Let me just place this on the ground. I'll deal with it later. Well, I've got some inventory. Glad none of these crops got killed. So I'm expecting all of those soybeans to die of heat or something. I'll have you playing in the background. Well, thank you. Oh. Someone in my chat seems to be in a pretty bad living situation. They sent me some information DMs, but what I don't understand is why, if they're struggling to make ends meet, they specifically want me to gift them a sub. But I can show you the DM because obviously if anyone's in dire straits, I don't want to leave them that way. And I'm a little confused as to their situation. And I wouldn't leave anyone by the wayside, personally. Oh, didn't mean to do that. I hope that we can go do door dashing soon, Julia.
Did you hear from Nikki what I told her?
What's going on?
I accidentally put snubbed in my mom. She says she has to think about it. And the caveat is we do have to start making payments on the car, and we have to make a down payment first.
We don't have the money for a down payment right now.
And we'll figure it out.
Okay. Who slipped it to your mom that we were gonna be door dashing? Oh, sorry, I missed that part. Well, I'm glad she's given her approval. That's good that we're gonna have permission to use.
She said she has to think about it.
Oh, I hope things work out. Because we really need to be able to make this money because I don't want to lose all my stuff. Like, I'm really scared about that.
Lim, with all due respect,
What?
ask Eddie for help. Now is not the time to have pride.
I'm not sure if it's a pride thing, it's a not wanting to be selfish thing.
Then now is not the time to martyr yourself.
Martyr? What? Look, I'm just saying that we should probably try to do everything in our power to earn the money that we can. What?
Someone has offered to pay for the trip, and we're already wondering how we're gonna pay for food on our own.
I'm just saying we need to DoorDash. That's pretty important.
Well, that's on the back burner for the moment.
I'm so scared. I don't think Eddie is going to be able to pay for all of it, and it's really unfair to him, too. I don't want to abuse and take advantage of people. We can earn this money, I know it.
We can't do it right now.
Where did I put that thing? I'm so scared. He told me not to panic, but I'm definitely now panicking. I don't know if I can keep streaming right now. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. Oh God. It's all over.
What?
It's all over.
It's not. How is it over?
Nothing. I need to try to not panic. To make the money in time, there's gotta be a way.
Then we don't need to make the money. Someone is offering to pay for it. You didn't ask. They offered.
They're not gonna have enough money for it.
How?
It's gonna cost a lot of money. It's not just the money for to rent the van. There's also the gas. The gas money. to find a place outside of here so it doesn't get damp again. There. I guess I won't deal with them. I don't want to say my opinions on religion because any opinion I could say on religion anyone could say on religion would be controversial. It's not a good idea for streamers to talk about politics. It's not a good idea for streamers to talk about religion. Hi, Sergeant Tin Man. Hmm. Are my eyes really not staying open? I guess I'm decently tired. Oh, good night. See you. Let me go put some of the amaranth away. Oh, am I going the wrong way? Gosh, this is so long. It's this way. It's becoming night again, which sucks. Wait. Oh, it's over here. I don't have the rice, or did it all spoil? I think it all spoiled. That sucks. I think that rot was literally... Oh... Maybe we should take a break from playing this right now. I don't know. And it's becoming dark. Why do you say go Vermilion? 2 years and 10 months is a while. I think I should take a break and play the cream game. It's been 8 hours. Oh, what was this? Oh, right. It is so impressive. I really hope I can make something that nice someday. Oh, I'm jealous. I'd love to see that cathedral. Pineapple. Mm, have a pen. I have pineapple. Pineapple pen. Okay, so like, I think I'll play some of the cream game. Right back. Gosh, I really am tired. Should probably also change the streaming category to Mario 64. Okay, let me put the be right back thing up here. What am I doing? What am I doing? Banana, nana, banana. Where to put that? Where to put that? Oh, there it is. I need to go find the controller. Where did he put you? You need to be plugged in. Oh yeah, that's right. He had like one of those thingies to extend it. Okay. Mm. Where to put it? Put it. What an annoying mess. Okay, this should be it. Okay, there it is. No, where's the controller? There's the controller. Thought I turned system sounds off like that because there's still system sounds. Explicitly wanted to avoid system sounds. I hope I'm in the mood to play this. I mean, it does have Cream the Rabbit. I'm not. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's what's supposed to. I know. What the fuck? Okay, let's load the game. Why is it showing that symbol? That's weird. Computer is running slower, and I don't like it. I don't know what I did to change things, but that's just too bad. I'm not a fan. I didn't mess things all up. I hope. I hope that your mom is willing to offer us the car soon. I guess. So your mom's just not willing to let us use it because she's putting us in a catch-22 situation. Where it's like, oh yeah, we need this to make money. Okay, give us money you don't have so you can make money. We don't have the money for a down payment, especially if Eddie helps us with this.
Dear Cream, please come to the castle. I baked a cake for you. Your loving mother, Princess Vanilla. Mom.
Why do you think she wants a down payment when she knows we can't afford a down payment? Running over? Yeah, I thought it would be neat. Especially since the frame rate was so bad last time I was playing. Because I made the mistake of thinking I could multitask. I'd like to ask her if she can beam let us pay for the down payment with door dashing? Because that would be fair. That way... that way we'll actually have the money to make a down payment. We can't make a down payment if we can't earn it. That's what I do, is ask her, be like, can I please pay for the down payment with working at DoorDash, since you know that's part of the plan, because otherwise we'll never get the card at DoorDash to begin with. Does she also know I only have 6 weeks to get my stuff out of my house or I'm screwed? Okay. I wish all of this was nearest neighbor or point scaled. I know a lot of people like the blurry anti-aliasing or auto blur the Nintendo 64 does, but I don't. Some of this is like crisp and doesn't look like filtered. Like a lot of the textures, like that doesn't look blurry. Some of them maybe look slightly blurred. Huh. Hello there, Cream. I see you're doing fine this morning. I'll be your camera for this adventure through the castle. Just use the C buttons to guide me around. You can fly, like you usually can. Yeah. I really wish I could afford like a USB Nintendo 64 controller adapter, because gosh, that Z buttoning is awkward. I need to figure out like a way to... Well, I think the DoorDash would be a pretty ideal sort of job for Julia, because she really likes driving, and we kind of need the money as soon as possible. I am in multiple kinds of debt. And barely scraping by. Good morning, Astral. This L3 button, like, choice of putting the Z button to is not great. I'm not a fan. I'm sure there's like a way for me to change the controls. But still, this would just be ideally on a Nintendo 64 controller.
Alright, that's cool.
Alright, that's cool. Now I'll get the rings. You hate debt or you have debt? I think everyone hates debt. Unless there's someone who does no debt of their own and a bunch of people owe them a debt, and then they're like, oh, I love debt. Debt really helps me. I am extremely greedy and all these people owe me a debt. I know I'm a loan shark. Or a credit card company with a high interest rate. Then they probably love debt. It's weird how much this is like exercising both of the parts of my brain that are Sonic and Mario. Like with the music that plays, like this is not Sonic music, it's Nights into Dreams, but it's also Sonic Dream, it's also Sonic Team, it's also Yuji Naka. It's understandable to want to avoid credit cards. I kinda couldn't help but use them in my situation, or my house would have been unlivable. Or I mean, I guess I could have gone several months without water, without plumbing. Oh, that's right, it's over there. Ah! Oh, that hurt. There it is. Like, this is also so aesthetically different from Mario 64 as well, with things like this. It's got the rings, it's got the big red ring, it is a weird mixture of Mario 64 and Sonic/Sega. It's hard to even, like, describe what's going on with my brain right now, but it doesn't feel the same as Mario. Even though it's Mario 64. It's really weird. It's really weird. I don't know how to describe it exactly. It is definitely an amalgamation, even though in all reality, it's just a Sonic game with somewhat, or sorry, it's just Mario 64 with just a somewhat Sonic coat of paint. But my brain cares a lot about aesthetics, so seeing these instead of bombs, that don't feel right. That doesn't feel Mario. I'm guessing, I think the same was also true when I played like Sonic Mania, but with a Mario ROM hack. My brain was like tickling all the parts that are like, oh yeah, I'm playing Mario, and I was playing Sonic. It's, I don't know. I guess things are their aesthetics to me, and not their mechanics, cause this feels so Sonic for me right now. It's making my brain feel at least halfway like I'm playing Sonic. Even though I'm very, very much not.
I mean, it looks like a low-res Sonic adventure.
Kinda, yeah! Kinda!
Actually, looking at this makes me really appreciate what the friggin' Dreamcast was.
Why is that?
Because, look at Sonic Adventure and look at this.
Honestly, this feels like it looks almost as good as Sonic Adventure just due to the graphical upscaling.
The textures. And also, the environments are much more intentionally designed. The world building in Sonic Adventure is phenomenal.
Oh yeah, I agree with that.
I don't know much about Sonic Adventure 2, but Sonic Adventure absolutely.
Yeah, Cream does need to show up in more games. I love her. She's my favorite.
They just need to make more games like Sonic Advance, but then balance Cream.
That would be great. It's weird because at least 40%, if not more, my brain is like, yeah, this is Mario 64, obviously. This is this room, and this is this room, and then I'm like hearing like sounds from Saga games. I'm seeing Cream, and they don't even have coins, they're all rings. My brain is so confused right now. My brain is so confused, but it's glorious.
Green, 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 Sonic.
I don't even have the friendly bombs around here. I miss the friendly bombs.
Too bad, this is Sonic. Although instead of those furries, what they need is like those really generic human NPCs. That's what Sonic is all about. Generic humans while a mutant hedgehog runs around and nobody gives a fuck.
Right.
God, I love generic humans in Sonic games. They just look so fucking normal. They're not anime at all.
Yeah, and then they kind of copy that exact same concept for Mario Odyssey. When you really think about it, isn't Mario Odyssey just Sonic Adventure Mario?
Only in New Donk, really.
Yeah, I guess.
New Donk is definitely Sonic Adventure.
It is, though. I really don't like the fact that Z is tied to this button. Like, it is the L3 button, and I do not like that for the Z button.
You can remap it.
Yeah, I need to figure out how you map different buttons to that, because this is making me really miss the N64 controller, and I know that's sacrilege to some people, but I know, I feel like these games...
I like the N64 controller now that I know how you're supposed to fucking use it. Like, even as a kid, my brain was like, how do I hit the D-pad and use the control stick at the same time? Or like, you know, you think you're gonna hold it Y because you always hold the controller Y, but then the thumbstick's in the middle, so how do you fucking reach it?
You're supposed to hold and caress the third leg. I mean... Unleashed had Pixar style human. That's right, yeah, Unleashed had a more cartoony style for humans.
Sacrilege, that's why they brought them back in 06. Or did Unleashed come after in 06?
I feel like there was a degree of anime style to the character, the humans on the Dreamcast, just by virtue of it being somewhat stylized because of how much graphics they could do. Really, the realistic humans got its real start in Sonic 06, but there was a middle ground between the two with Adventure.
I mean, yeah, but they were still just the most normal humans in most normal human clothes, with the most normal human hairstyles and the most normal human dialogue. They were literally, hello, fellow humans.
How do you do, fellow humans?
Exactly.
I am an anthropomorphic hedgehog.
It's also great because Eggman is supposed to be a human, so why does he look like that?
That's a good question. I'm kind of surprised that they haven't been, with as well as the Sonic the Hedgehog movies have done, I'm surprised we haven't got Sonic the Hedgehog the movie, the game.
I just hope Jim Carrey sends a president for a skinny Eggman.
A president?
A precedent.
Oh, okay, it sounded like you said president. Jim Carrey, the president. I mean, it will be better than what we got. What?
Thanks. I just think, you know, I like skinny human-looking Eggman. Even though that would get rid of the whole why is he called Eggman. Just go back to calling him Robotnik.
Or like Robotnik. Oh, by the way, those noodles that you bought for me and you brought over, I had 2 packets of them today. Really good.
I'm glad.
Thank you. Oh, hey, Kazu. Good to see you.
Hey, Kazu. Thanks for...
You're playing something weird. This isn't weird. This is Mario 64. This is Mario 64. What do you mean weird? What do you mean weird?
64 was weird.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. The only normal Mario game there has ever been has been Mario Sunshine.
But Mario is like the most normie video game series of my generation. Like now it's Roblox and Minecraft and Fortnite, but what was the Minecraft, Roblox, Fortnite of millennials except for freaking Mario?
Pokemon.
Both of them. Both of them were. Like, how many units did this game sell? I think at least like 40 million or something crazy like that. Okay, maybe 12 million. It was a large number of Mario 64 that sold. Kazu said suggested Pokemon at the exact same time as you. I miss your old troops too. I miss the bombs.
Was Sonic as popular as Mario back then, or was Sonic hipster Mario, but then it got popular?
Sonic, I would say, was hipster Mario, but the real answer was there was a gradient. In Japan, nobody gave an F about Sonic, and to an extent they still do not. Sonic never took off, Sega never took off, except in the arcades and the Sega Saturn. The only time that Sega ever made a hit in the country that matters. I joke, but it's kind of sad that Sega was a failure outside of its own country. Or inside of its own country. It was only outside of their country that Sega ever hit it big. In Japan, nobody cared about Sonic or Sega until the Sega Saturn. But, so, depends on the country you're talking about. In Japan, Sonic is an abject failure. And doesn't have even 1/100th of the popularity of Mario. In Europe, and Brazil, it was like Mario who. It was like, I play Sonic, who is Portly Plumber. I don't care. I don't have a Nintendo. Nobody has a Nintendo in Europe. Everyone was all Mega Drive all the time in Europe. It was either you had a PC or you had a Mega Drive in Europe. So it was more popular than like basically anywhere else. If you were in Brazil, it was all Sonic all the time, and to a lesser extent in Europe. Then, in America, I would say Mario was still way more popular, but, like, Sonic was seriously creeping up on things. I would say, like, Sonic for a while in the 90s was about half as popular. Maybe two-thirds as popular as Mario, with, like, the height of Sonic's popularity.
It's just because I feel like Sonic may have been more popular than, like, Zelda.
You know, Sonic probably was more popular than Zelda for a while. If we're talking like the early 90s, I would say Sonic was more popular than Zelda, but Mario was more popular than Sonic.
I feel like no one cared about Zelda until OOT, and even then I feel like OOT took a while to catch on. I feel like part of the reason OOT was such a big success was not just because it was a great game, but also because the N64 was mostly Nintendo and Rareware.
I would say the second most popular character on the Super Nintendo was Link.
Really?
Yes, Link to the Past was huge.
Was it?
Oh yeah, Link to the Past was a huge deal.
I didn't think so. I thought it wasn't nearly as popular.
I mean, A Link to the Past was a pretty big deal. I don't know to exactly what extent, but like, it was one of the biggest hitters on the Super Nintendo.
I guess that's what Nintendo advertising does.
The Saturn flopped, but only outside of Japan. Like, the Saturn sold more in Japan than the Nintendo 64 did.
In Japan, the Saturn and the Sega CD had some of the best video games ever.
Of course, the Sega CD didn't go do well anywhere. That's one that was an abject failure everywhere. A lot of people say, you know, Sega failed with the Saturn in America, and that's what caused the downfall of the company. I mean, kind of, but it was more like all the peripherals that made a confusion, and then the PlayStation doing so well. A lot of it was like Sega of America not wanting to localize a lot of these extremely Japanese games and trying to continue building up the American catalog like they did with the Genesis. And there was a lack of communication and a huge falling out between Sega of America and Sega of Japan during that era. So basically, Sega Saturn released the Saturn prematurely before retailers wanted to carry it. They did like a shadow drop, like an early drop trying to get to market early. Had a dual processor which ticked off developers. So they basically ticked off developers with a early release and weird architecture. They ticked off retailers, in which I think like what was it? I think Toys R Us or some company like KB Games, one of them, like one of the major companies was like, we're not gonna carry the Saturn. You burned your bridge, Sega, by releasing it early. And just strong competition and terrible management between USA and America. Sorry, what were you gonna say?
I thought it was really fucking weird when you said Genesis more American titles, which, like, yes, it did, but a lot of the most popular games that I know of were also Japanese on the Genesis.
A few of them, but there was very bad support because Nintendo had a stranglehold and also better brand recognition in Japan.
No, I mean, even localized, though, a lot of them were developed in Japan and localized for America.
There was a significant Western game presence on the Genesis, especially since...
Oh, absolutely.
Nintendo was stingy with the dev kits they gave across. You had to build the game in assembly, which was hard enough. Like, assembly is like... You're practically developing a binary code. That's how hard assembly is. You had to develop directly for the hardware. But now without a dev kit, not only would you not have cartridges that have lockout chips, because Nintendo's done that since the NES, but also, without knowing the hardware, you would basically have to reverse engineer the hardware, because when you're writing assembly, you have to understand exactly how the hardware works, because you're writing almost binary code directly to how the hardware works. So you have to know how the hardware works. And if Nintendo didn't send you a dev kit, you wouldn't know how the hardware works. And they were very stingy, especially with Western developers, with who got a dev kit. Whereas Sega was like, have a dev kit, have a dev kit, have a dev kit. We love Western developers. Make Echo the Dolphin.
Again, yes, I know that. I'm very aware of that, but the thing is, there were still a lot of very popular Japanese developed titles.
A few. I would say it was pretty sparse in comparison to the Super Famicom. in all honesty.
Well, duh, in comparison to the Super Famicom, you were talking about
That's what I
games in
said.
America. I was talking about games in America.
There was a few decent hitters, but I would say the Western, if you weren't on PC and you were on console, the place for Western games, for Western console games during that generation was by and large, by far, the Sega Genesis.
Right, but there were also a lot of popular Sega Genesis games that were Japanese developed and localized.
There wasn't that many. There was like Gunstar Hero and a few games like that, but I don't think the showings were that impressive if you were into Japanese games. And a lot of the Japanese games that did exist, which wasn't a lot, didn't get localized.
I can think of at least the Shining series, the Phantasy Star series.
Yeah, there is that.
There's that one top-down action RPG that I forget the name of. Obviously, Sonic was Japanese developed.
What? Yeah, Sonic is based off of Bill Clinton. Obviously, that would have to make Sonic American. There's no Japanese people in my Sega the Hedgehog. Isn't it amazing, Kazu? The sounds in this are great. Also, Cream's adorable. I'm sorry I didn't respond to you much the other night when I was playing this. It was hard to respond to you because Spicer is such a yapper. Cream is so adorable in this. Cream is always adorable. Oh, congratulations. I hope it's a good kind of monstrosity. I see.
Not sure if it'll come apart.
Yeah, Sega was a long time ago, a Western company that was related to the fact that there was Americans in Japan because of people like General MacArthur and the ending of World War II and all of the shitty laws that General MacArthur created in Japan, such as making marijuana illegal to the point where they literally had to stop making Shimenawa out of hemp. And it's one of the biggest taboos in Japan. Thank General MacArthur. He's also the reason why there's that whole saying of, boys, be ambitious, and all that other crap. But that's a bunch of political history stuff that I shouldn't talk about. But what I will say is, yeah, during that time, we got things like service games, which is what Sega started as. Because we had several American companies in Japan, thanks to the occupation. And then through a lot of acquisitions and mergers and how Japanese businesses and Zybots doing all that work, Sega's very much a Japanese company now. Sorry, did you have something to say, Julia?
Not fully, but I will say he's running in circles. Sorry,
I am sorry.
You could explore more than the starting line.
That's okay, I'm not hungry. I've had a lot of those noodles. But yeah, Sega started as Service Games, which is an American company. Which there were American companies in Japan thanks to Japan's surrender, basically, and the occupation by the USA.
That makes a lot of sense about why even the Japanese stuff with Sega was more westernized.
I mean, I guess there was more of a history of working with Westerners with service games from the beginning.
I will say, though, that I feel like it is noticeable on the Super Nintendo, but on the NES, there were quite a lot of Western-developed games.
Oh yes, absolutely. I mean, it was the place to be. The NES was super successful, and Western developers wanted anything that would help them survive the game crash. Oh shoot, I fucked up. That's where you're going. I can do this. I can't do this.
Oh no, you're running out of time.
I'm not running out of time. It's going up, not down.
But isn't it a race?
It is. And the race is against someone. And they are way ahead of me, so I'm gonna lose.
That's what I mean, you're running out of time.
Let's see if I can pull this together.
Use your broken green powers.
That is exactly what I'm gonna do. But yeah, apparently, they made like entertainment for like bars and soldiers and stuff that were stationed in Japan who wanted entertainment. Just like pinball machines and amusements before the computer era, which is why even pre computer systems, you could say that they have their history in the arcade because they were really developing like bar games and places for things, people like soldiers off base to be able to play games on their off time, off duty. I really need to clean that up, sorry.
That's a cool history and it makes me appreciate Sega more. Like, the unfortunate history of them being from war occupation sucks, but at the same time, it's cool that Sega had roots in a Western-Eastern mesh, kind of.
Yeah, that's true. I would say part of the reason also that the Saturn did so well in Japan is I think that they were able to latch on to the Japanese developers who didn't want to move forward into 3D as quickly. And so you could almost see the Sega Saturn as like the Super Famicom 2. There was a lot of Japanese developers who kind of like how they struggled adapting to the HD era, which was even worse. Gosh, there was like the dark ages with the PS3.
Oh god, I noticed. It's like after the DS and the PSP, and then the last vestiges in the Vita.
Yeah.
It felt like everything died.
Yeah. There was a really huge focus on mobile gaming for a while from Japanese developers because either with like the Game Boy Advance, the people who were still used to developing 2D and didn't want to grind their teeth on 3D polygons and stuff were still developing a lot of stuff on the Game Boy Advance, and even on the DS a lot of stuff was 2D. And then when the HD, oh gosh, there was infamous for how hard of a time Japanese developers had moving to the Xbox 360 and PS3. It was a mess to the point where that was basically where Western AAA became a thing and Japan failed to keep up. It was just like the end of Japanese dominance in gaming at that point.
True, but if you were a handheld fan, the DS, the 3DS, the PSP, and the Vita, it was like, hey, I could still get my cool 2D games.
Yum.
Because I like my cool 2D games, actually.
I like that, but I've long had a problem with neck pain doing that, and it only got worse when I got my neck injury, so I really prefer playing games on the big screen when possible.
Well, true. I mean, I just like how there was that 2D game culture there.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Nowadays, that 2D game culture sadly has fallen out of professional spheres mostly.
And fallen into the indies.
Yeah, it's seeing a resurgence in a lot of indie titles. The reason I'm such a fan of Nippon Ichi is because they have so many titles that are still 2D.
That's true. See you, Kazu. But like, yeah,
Also why I like Dojin Soft.
Well, Japanese developers probably didn't struggle with the move to 3D gaming as much as they did with the move to HD and AAA style gaming. I would say that part of the reason that Sega Saturn did so well, aside from things like marketing and appealing to the Japanese audience with infamous or famously beloved examples like Segata Sanshiro, is just the fact that, what? Because Segata Sanshiro is beloved. Who doesn't love Segata Sanshiro? Okay, but a lot of Westerners do know Segata Sanshiro now. He's kind of an icon. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Oh, another very popular... Well, I guess it didn't come about until later. Never mind.
What?
Nope. Not gonna say it.
Okay.
Okay, fine. It wasn't until later 3D consoles, and so it's not relevant to the Genesis conversation, but another very... at least popular now. I'm still sure it had its fans back then. Much like a lot of the Japanese games were fairly niche from Sega, but Yakuza. Now it's exploded.
Yeah, for a while it was sort of niche, and you were lucky to get a localization.
Honestly, Joker should have never been in Smash Brothers. Put Kiryu in there.
I am okay with either. I like my fanboy Joker at least.
Okay, but listen, I want to see Kiryu in some fighting game. I don't care if it's Smash or anything else, and I want his super to be karaoke.
That would be amusing. That would be very amusing. Oh, poor Koopa missing their shell. They're just running around panicking. It's like, my life is pain. But like, yeah, partly because of the fact that the Saturn was very well supported in Japan. People were like, oh, the Saturn didn't have any games. It had less games than the PlayStation. It had way more than a Nintendo 64, more than double the number of games the 64 had.
And the thing you said about 2D really made it hit home. Like, sure, the PS1 still had a ton of 2D, but again, that was technically not spriting, that was flat 3D objects.
Yeah. I mean, it was, but it was also an annoying workaround people had to do to make 2D games. And yeah, technically, it was sprites on a 3D block, basically. It's like you go in Unity and you make a block, and then you put a texture on top of that and move sprites and textures around on it. That's basically every 2D game on the PS1.
Yeah. They're still fucking peak, though.
Oh yeah.
I love them just as much as the 3D games. Like, I'm not one of those, like, oh, 2D is better than 3D people. But, you know, I fucking love me some good, old-fashioned Japanese 2D games.
Oh, me too.
I think the West did best when they moved away from 2D. The Amiga exists. But, I think a lot of Japanese 2D games are fucking fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
All the way back from the fucking... What was before the PC-88?
Wait, what? About the PC-88?
What was before the PC-88? Because I know the PC-88 isn't the oldest.
Oh, I don't remember. Yeah, I remember before the PC-98 there was the PC-88, but... Yeah, that's not ringing a bell. I remember looking it up and seeing some things, but... Oh, I don't remember really. Of course, the PC-88 was pretty old.
Was it?
I mean...
I'm just wondering, like, I don't know when stuff like the, X86000 came out.
I think, X68000. And I believe that was, like, late 80s, early 90s. It was a pretty big powerhouse system. That was, like... It's like this thing. But yeah, it was an expensive computer back in the day. It was definitely for enthusiasts because it was that. It was swole. It was
I just know that there were actual Japanese games for the X68000.
Oh yeah, like there was like a like true to arcade port, for instance, of Street Fighter. Like that, way better than way better than the Genesis or Super Nintendo version. There was a really, really good version of Street Fighter 2 on the Sharp.
Okay, that gives me a better idea of how old it is then.
Yeah.
But, I mean, again, just way back on those old computer systems, even, like, there's just been amazing 2D games, and then, of course, you have the NES and all the Japanese developed games for that, and just so much in general. Of course, the whole frickin' arcade scene was almost entirely Japan.
What I would say is that, the Sharp 68000 is almost like a Sega Genesis++.
Ooh, that puts it in perspective. I mean, obviously, because I know, like, PC-98 games were, like, downscaled and stuff, so I can only imagine how much more a computer could do than a Genesis. Like, understanding how things are now, it's that consoles are budget-accessible video games. Well, they were. Looking at you, PlayStation 5.
Huh. I'm looking at you, Switch, too.
Unfortunately, that is the budget one of this console generation.
I mean, they're about to do a price drop on the PS5.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I saw there was a price hike on the Xbox.
Really?
I thought
yeah,
so.
That sucks. Well, the PS5 may be the best option for a while.
I mean, I still have PS5.
I mean, I feel like Nintendo deserves to see the next big thing become everyone moving to Sony for a while. Is kind of what Nintendo deserves at this point.
You're not wrong, but at the same time, I fail to see how PlayStation is going to attract smaller developers.
Yeah, that makes
It
sense.
feels like when they moved to the PS5, a lot of smaller developers just finally completely left Sony. And I feel like part of that is because Sony still has stricter development requirements, and also is pouring more money into Western developers.
Yeah, I wish Sony would move away from its Western AAA obsession that they've got going on.
I mean, I wish it would just be balanced, that's all. Helldivers 2 is great. Horizon... I'm going to say this once and never again, Horizon is pretty darn good. Wasn't Ghost of Tsushima pretty good?
Yeah, I've heard good things about Ghost of Tsushima.
And then, of course, The Last of Us. I mean, I don't know enough to say what it is, like, artistically, but even still, like,
What is what artistically?
The Last of Us 2.
Oh.
Like, but still, it is a technically impressive game, and honestly, it can't be that fucking bad. I feel like there's just a lot of controversy in general, because so many people have this idea of what games should be. And I mean, of course, there's like what you enjoy and what you don't, but then I feel like games like The Last of Us 2 kind of centralize what people think games should and shouldn't be. And I feel like Sony in general has been polarizing in that for quite a long time with their catalogs and guidelines for video games.
Yeah, I feel like there is a double standard between what realistic Western AAA games can get away with and what Japanese developers can get away with, and that does make me really angry at Sony. But also Nintendo sucks, and I want someone else to show them up because of their behavior.
A caveat, I think. I don't think Western developers try to make games like with a lot of traditional Japanese tropes in them. Let's be real.
Yeah, what do you mean?
I don't think most Western developers are developing games with... This is gonna get heavy, but I don't think a lot of Western developers are developing games with very attractive looking and often scantily clad high school girls because there's not that cultural precedent for that in the West.
Yeah, for better or worse. I do think that Japanese developers like making pretty characters that they want to look at, and Western developers kind of think that that's just offensive in and of itself, and I don't think that's a bad thing of wanting to make a character that's fun to look at.
Let's also be real, though, and, like, this goes all the way back to, you know, like, the Maho Shoujo. Like, it's usually a high school or teenage girl. And, like, that's the thing, is, like, I can't argue that that's not a thing.
Lolicon is in the Japanese DNA.
It's not even lolly, it's just technically. Lolly is a whole other fucking bag of worms. I'm just fucking straight up, like, there's so many people who are like, why can't you just make her 18? And then part of that is just because there's such a culture of high school girls are fun and represent the brightness of youth, which is its own fucking can of worms and Japanese cultural problem without getting into what the Westerners find offensive about it, which is the whole, that's an underage girl who's made to look attractive.
I think that it is, in many cases, a byproduct. You were speaking of a Maho Shoujo, but honestly, a lot of this is the fact that, well, Westerners will make jokes about, wow, this is Coomer bait, this is for immature 12-year-old boys who want to oogle this character's chest, or whatever, but if you, people don't actually make fan service for teenage boys in the West because that's considered creepy and you're not supposed to have a sex drive as a teenager. But in Japan it is very normal to give fan service for the demographic that people make jokes about being gooners, which is like teenage boys.
You know, that is one thing I'll say I like about Japan, is adult-rated material is not available to teenagers. That's why there's R15 rated material. And I think that's good. It's similar in, I believe, last I checked, I checked this years ago, but I believe, like, Germany had something of a law, maybe it was a different country, I'm not sure, but like, softcore pornography was able to be bought from 16 and up. But you couldn't buy hardcore pornography until you were 18.
I think it's funny that like Western people, and I guess this is anywhere in the world, write off sexualized content and often make a joke like, oh, well, this is immature. If you find this hot, you're probably like an immature 14-year-old boy. Like, and then they'll be like, why is Japan making sexualized content for 14-year-old boys? I don't know. Why do you make that joke? Why do you say this about Stellar Blade being immature crap for 14-year-old boys? But like, there's a mixture of the fact that a huge chunk of media is either for teenagers or for people who miss being teenagers in Japan.
That's true.
Like, even a lot of seinen that is about like teenagers, like Haruhi Suzumiya is, I think, considered seinen.
Really?
It's definitely seinen adjacent if it's shonen. It's definitely had a huge adult audience and intended to have that. Yeah, adulthood sucks in Japan. Adulthood really sucks in Japan. Like, it's hard for people to make friends and socialize in our modern society, but it's very bad in Japan.
What is that face?
I know, right? What the fuck are some of these sprites and character replacements, I swear to-
What is that supposed to be?
I think it's supposed to be one of the robots from Sonic Mania or something.
Alright, moving back to the regular conversation, but that was important.
But, like, yeah, I like a lot about Japanese culture. I would love to go to Japan. Working life in Japan sucks and is soul crushing. I think most people nowadays know this about Japan.
Yeah. But you know, if you could find a decent job, not for a huge corporation, or at least for some chill people at a branch somewhere far away from Tokyo, and spend your income on video games, I think that'd be pretty alright. Just good luck getting the video games without going to Tokyo.
There's some decent retro shops and things in places like Osaka, and I think that some of the other cities you can find plenty of places like, you know, half-off books and things like that. What was it called? Like, I forget the name of it. Book Off? I think it's called Book Off. And they actually sell video games in places like that too. Cool.
There's a lot more national shipping, and as I understand it, Amazon Japan, which is a completely different company, is pretty damn good.
I see.
At least the stuff I've seen from them looks pretty good. You can find some pretty decent stuff on there. And I assume they ship pretty well. I might be wrong, but...
Oh! Who did what?
Alright, that's cool.
Alright, that's cool.
But, yeah. I think a lot of the stuff that seems unfair to Japanese games is just because, like, Westerners don't make that kind of stuff generally either, except for people who always meet the double standard, like fucking Rockstar, who can suck a major chode and just jump off a cliff. I have no sympathy for Rockstar ever.
What's up with Rockstar?
Everything with them is a double standard. Everyone treats Rockstar's games, despite the fact that they do really outrageous adult shit, like they can do no wrong and they get away with shit that other people don't. Also, they're just a shitty company that treats people shitty.
I don't know what they're getting away with that other companies don't. I legit don't, sorry.
You don't know the kind of shit that's in GTA?
No, because I don't really play GTA. I know that there's a lot of running over people and stuff.
I just say a lot of sex and violence.
Well, yeah, but violence is pretty normalized in Western video games. It's the sex that they're against.
Yeah. And Rockstar games usually get to pass on it, and games...
Didn't they get in, like, serious hot water because of, like, that hot coffee mod or whatever? That was, like, a huge obscenity controversy. Where someone got in huge trouble for making, like, a sex mod and they got taken to court or something to protect their, like, integrity. It's like, oh, you can't make a sex mod of our game. Don't you remember that whole controversy of, like, the hot coffee mod? Yeah, I think someone made, like, a pornographic mod of one of the, Grand Theft Auto games. And they literally got sued by Rockstar. Oh, can I whine about something else that I hate? The fact that nudity is treated as, like, inherently sexual. And the fact that that seems like, oh, that is sexual and bad because there is a nude model underneath clothing. That should not be treated as inherently sexual. That is just a nude body underneath the clothing that you may not even have access to. It's like treating art classes where someone gets derobed in order for people to understand and be able to draw better anatomy is calling that pornographic. Like, that's just realistic modeling to have realistic anatomy underneath.
I cannot think of many games with nudity that don't also include sex, I'm gonna be real.
Yeah,
I don't
that
see
makes
why there
sense.
shouldn't be, though. And it's probably also because you can't get your game in anywhere that doesn't sell sex games. So you just might as well. San Andreas? Was the hot coffee mod for San Andreas? Was that what it was for? Something that kind of bothers me, and maybe this is because I compiled it right, but I can see seams. I can see like a little polygon seams here, and I don't know if that means I compiled it wrong. There's like these little seams that are distracting. Maybe I compiled it wrong, I don't know. Oh yeah, this is where I'm supposed to get like the one in like a corner up there. I don't remember where the corner was. Did I not unlock this? Thought I did. Oh wait, I talked to her. Or wait, no, she's not over there. Well, who do I talk to unlock that? Yeah, maybe I do talk to Amy about that. It's so funny that the talk is set to the same button. I thought it was someone else you talked to unlock the whatchamacallit?
Bomb cannon?
Yes, the bomb cannon.
What about that other guy?
There's no one else in here?
The little guy.
The little guy? Oh, Chow. Yeah, they just tell you the music that plays in the stage.
Oh.
Go!
Fucking useless piece of shit.
It's important to know the music you're listening to.
You know, tell him to open the goddamn cannon!
Let me set this over here. Honestly, I can probably just unplug this, hopefully it won't cause any problems with this thing.
Stream.exe is crashed.
The only game that does it never after that. So after that, everyone has given up on making sex mods. Yeah, there was some sort of huge controversy over the hot coffee mod. I think Rockstar themselves were taken to court over that mod existing. Like, by people being like, this is indecency, think of the children, think of the children, they only want to do innocent things like slaughter an entire town and run them over with their car. What if they could find a sex mod for their video game online?
Then they might commit violence and sex at the same time and develop necrophilia.
Oh my god.
You can't have the children having sex with corpses. Those are mine.
Oh wow. Julia, you're being really extra right now.
It's a trope for a reason that people who vehemently speak against something usually secretly like it.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this.
As we all know, the most outspoken anti-trans people are actually repressors.
Well, I know that there's a very, people who tend to lean that way, of attacking minorities politically.
There's also quite a lot of,
tend to look at porn of that variety. Like, places that seem very racist or very transphobic seem to consume a lot of black porn and a lot of trans porn.
Also,
And I'm not sure why that is, but that is apparently a phenomenon.
it's also the most anti-porn, think of the children people who often get caught with child porn.
Really? Wow. I would prefer to call it CSEM just because kids can't consent, so it's like, I feel like just calling it CSEM instead is better to do.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
It's just that CP is so much easier to say. And also very confusing when you find something like, collection points in a game, abbreviated to CP. And it's like, oh man, I got 500 CP. I only need 20 more CP to unlock this thing.
Yeah, right.
Am I going too far?
It's fine. I'd probably rather not talk about something as unpleasant as CSAM material on stream, just due to how extremely uncomfortable that is of a topic for most people. I've talked about a lot of crazy things on stream, so I guess it's fine. I'm not sure YouTube will like this when it goes on YouTube and someone's like, oh wow, we gotta demonetize this whole channel. We gotta shadow ban them.
Look, you can't bring up the whole think of the children thing without bringing up the people who support it and how many of them have been caught with CSAM.
Yeah? I guess the logic is my sexual proclivity is taboo and illegal, so it should be illegal for everyone else. If I don't get to have this, nobody does. Maybe that's their thought process. Woo! Hey, Sonic! Not Sonic, I'm green. Long time no see. You're looking a bit cream-colored and smaller than I last saw you. I've changed too, and I can even help you fly up high. Just press and hold A to grab on. Then release A when you want to drop. I'll take you wherever you need to go, so long as I can hang in there. Watch my shadow and grab on, Sonic. Okay, that's funny though. That's kind of amusing. Oops. Oh well. Why didn't I hang on? That's weird. Come on. Come on. What am I missing? Do I need to like hold this? Maybe I need to hold this one. Do you remember the trick to this?
Clearly, you press the C button.
Oh, do I? You were. I'm not remembering this. Yeah, I don't remember. Hold A. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, dirt. I forgot.
I thought you already tried holding it.
I guess not. Hey, Zero Ultima, I should have been paying more attention to what they were saying. Wow, that is definitely a fall to one stat. I am way out in the middle of Skybox. Gonna go back!
They just need to show you how unnatural the Mario 64 architecture is.
Well, right. Wow, rude. No! You bitch of an owl. Mean. Oh, goodbye, cream. So I think it's like over in this corner. I don't remember exactly where this thing was, but it's over somewhere in that corner. I don't even see it. Oh, okay, this is who you talk to, and it just wasn't unlocked yet. You know what really got me interested in first starting the crazy rabbit hole I went through of like trying to learn C programming? The fact that I had to use a compiler in order to get this working. Honestly, I think it was worth it.
Kaiser tells me I like C since I'm more mechanically minded. Apparently.
Oh no. Oh no! Oh no! I think Spicer is just an evangelist for C programming language, and that's all there is to it. They like their low-level programming, makes them feel like a god.
I mean, what he's saying makes sense though. The lower level programming you get, the more it is like less syntax and grammar and more, okay, this is this, and then you make it do this. I don't know if that makes sense, but it's like, when it comes to electrical engineering, right? You have parts, and then you have circuits, and then you have stuff in, or you have parts, and then you have wires, and then you also have things like resistors or splits. And apparently C is supposed to be a lot more similar to that. Where it's just like you straight up have pathways of objects that you make, as opposed to things that are like shortcuts and syntax for specific things.
Yes, if that's your thing. I can never seem to get this specific. Gimme! I can never seem to get that. It always disappears before I can get to it. Yeah, I'm trying to remember where that star was around here. I think it's somewhere around that corner, but I don't know. And I shot myself to death again.
When you get a game over in Mario 64, it's just like, oh man, I have to walk all the way back. Lives are kind of pointless in Mario 64.
Oh, they did say press A to grab on. I'm dumb. I gotta admit, I think it's super cool that there's so many decompilation projects of Nintendo 64 games. I think it's great. Second corner, like this corner wall, because I was trying to go for this one. Is it not over here at this corner? I don't see it. Where is it? Do you remember where the star around here was that you need to get by this thing?
It's the corner that you keep poking at.
So I'm just doing it wrong?
You're just not hitting it, yes. That was too low.
How are you even supposed to discover this without a guy just playing it? Just by goofing it around? Well, something certainly smells good. Oh, there it
There's a
is.
lot of beef.
I do like beef. It's just also sad because I really like cows and think they're adorable.
Hey, Mike. What do you think? Are cows adorable? He probably doesn't think cows are tasty. Cow's too big to be tasty. Cow's too big.
Alright, that's cool.
Alright, that's cool.
Mark only likes picking on things that are smaller than himself.
Oh, hey, I got all of them. Nice. What's the next course? Is the snow course. Thank you. The penguins are penguins. Well, for the most part.
How do you know that?
Because I've played through this part before. I started a new game tonight because I wanted to go through the same levels but with a better frame rate. No, the penguin you raise is totally different, but yeah, the mama and baby. Actually, the baby, I think, is a different one, which is weird. Yeah, it's a chow instead of a penguin. But the mama penguin is the same, so that's extra weird.
Are you gonna throw the chow over the edge of the map?
No, never. I'm not a fucking monster.
But isn't that what you're supposed to do?
No. Oh, shoot. I should have slowed down. Not mine!
See, Yoshi doesn't deserve it because Yoshi is helpful. And that little baby penguin? Fuck that little baby penguin. He's a useless piece of shit.
That's what all babies are, and if you don't feel sympathy for them, you're a monster. Keep Julia away from babies.
Honestly, yeah, please keep the babies away from me.
Where?
I think I've mentioned before, but kids scare me.
I see. The mama penguin is still there. I know, right? It's weird. Her baby is a chow. I don't get it.
Alright, that's cool.
Oh, right, that's cool. Oh, as much as I like CRTs, that filter was pretty good, especially after you mess with the video settings. I need to go back to trying that. I also need to stream more, and I can't stream that CRT filter. I couldn't even make good recordings of it. But here's the other problem. Getting a decent size CRT television is extremely rare and extremely heavy. Oh, is it 4 o'clock? Oh, it's past 4 o'clock.
I made the human food. You have some rice and
Oh, okay, so you haven't fed the cats? Okay, I'm gonna go put up a BR back screen and feed them. Okay, babies away from Julia, yes. Here. Cat time, yeah. It's cat time. Okay, I'm back. Oh yeah, I should probably turn the "I'll be right back" thing off. Someone is coming downstairs. Already, I just got here. Hello. I am sad to hear about the fact that Julia's mom is gatekeeping us from having a job and doing DoorDash. What? How are we gonna do that without her car? Oh, so... But lying is wrong. I still don't understand why she wants a down payment to use it when we need to make money to give her money for the car. When are we going to have the car? Has she already taken it? Well, I would very much like to go door dashing ASAP. I'm good. Go ahead and enjoy it. I got to have a bunch of noodles. I love cream.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I want to go door dashing ASAP. Very, very much so. You're doing a very good job of eating my grass. Party heat because it often being behind that way leads to my doom. Please do not doom right now. I do not want to. There we go. Are you not happy I brought your baby? Okay. There we go. I forgot that's you literally have to hold them up to her. It's whatever.
That's what I expected.
That's not what I expected. Okay, I need to get all of the red rings. Or, sorry, green rings. Or red coins. I mean, red. Well, you know what I mean. No. Wow. Okay, but where's the others? I need to find all of them. I don't remember where they all were. I know there was one here. Where's the others? I think it's okay if you freeze. I think you're meant to be frozen. Oh no! Uh-oh. Okay, so I think I can go back up. Probably. Wait, wasn't there like something down here? Yeah, there was one down there. I might as well get that one here. Okay, that's a little intimidating. That was scary. Alright, I need like 3 more, I think. I think it's 8. How is this not something I have like permanently memorized? I like how I just clipped through that. Very realistic. Alright, I need like 2 more. Why is it only 2 of them? That. Yeah, that's the problem. I don't remember where the last 2 are. So what is this? Oh, that's scary. That was very scary. Is extra life in case I fall off the edge and die. That works, I suppose. Okay, but where's the other... Oh no. Where could they be? Okay, there was one here. Hey, it's another life. I just need to find the last one. Where could that be? I don't remember. Gotta be something over here. I hate that sound. Okay, there's gotta be one I missed around here somewhere. Gotta be. Where else would it be? Where could I have missed it? don't think it's in there. So, like, what then? Oh, that hurt. Could it be? Oh, that's terrible! Why did you do that to me? It's terrible. Horrible. What are they missing from here? I thought they were supposed to be there. Maybe I'm supposed to get the rings first. I'm doing a terrible job at not pulling off the edge right now. Dang! I thought I was gonna land already. Can't believe that updraft killed me. Over here. Okay, that's a good thing. Well, it's not over here. Think? Whoa. Didn't expect them over here. Oh no 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 no. No 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 no. It's weird. That's weird. Let's go. Okay, but is there something over there? Let me up. Let me up. Let me up. There is. Oh wait, I've been over here before. Where was the thingy? Oh no! I was afraid that was gonna happen. Why must I keep failing? Maybe I'm just getting too tired. So I can get some extra lives here. It would be nice. If I could do the thing. What are these coins even for? Again! Hey you, you're a meanie. Leave me alone. Can I not, like, kick them? I wanna kick them, they're mean. They're mean. Wouldn't it be funny if that was the one ring I somehow missed? That would be brutal and I would hate life. Alright, there's something over here, but I'm gonna have to be careful of these. Have I been here before? What is even supposed to be over here? Yeah, I'm getting tired. Am I supposed to kick jump up here? Oh. Wait, really? This is over here? Totally didn't remember that.
Alright, that's cool.
Alright, that's cool. I really hope I can get all these. I'm so confuzzled about it. Don't fall, don't fall, don't fall! Ah. I hate that. I found them before, I don't know what's wrong with me this time. There we go. Mix up a little bit for before, but not completely. Oh, was the last one here? I think it was here. I think I'm stupid and it was right there. even doing? Stop. Okay, cool. What am I missing now? I know I'm missing some of them. What am I missing? I thought I had most of them. Where are the last rings? Dare I risk it all with this? Oh right, there's this one over up here. I forgot. Again. Okay, one more. Where's the last one? I'm serious, where's the last one? It's not funny anymore. Connect anywhere? Not really. So I guess that wasn't the ring I was missing. Unless I've forgotten a different one this time. My god, just keep trying. Come on, let me on. I'm definitely missing a ring from somewhere. Is it really not possible that it's in here? Seems like it should be. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like that. Great, no more way down here again. Oh dear, oh dear. That is one tough snowman. Oh, you literally can't go back in though, I forgot. Well, it's not over in that corner, so where could it be? I'm on the verge of going to bed and giving up. Maybe I just need to sleep on it. No, 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 no. That's annoying. I don't like that. Maybe I should just give up. Maybe one of them's in here. Probably not, but I'll give it a shot. No. Pretty dang sure it's not in here. Well, I didn't see it. I'm getting tired. Oh. I'll give it like another try. I'm getting annoyed. Why can't I find the last red coin? It should be around. Also, do I have to unlock that to get this? Sylvia looks kinda creepy in that design there, I'm not gonna lie. Oh no. It's possible. Let's try going up here. No. This sucks. You're too close to me. Stay away. What am I missing here? How are you normally supposed to get down here? I guess you're supposed to slide down. Is the normally. Zero, do you know where the last ring is? I'm missing two more. Oh, that's why, because this one. It's just a matter of finding the last one. baby. I know, I'm getting really annoyed by how impossible this is. It was literally right here. It was literally right there. That's just evil. I don't know why I keep forgetting it being there too, because I think that's where it was last time I got stuck. How can this keep happening to me? It's not fair. Not okay.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this.
I've been waiting for this too. Been waiting far too long. Alright, can totally do this. Just gotta go fast. I'm a Sonic character, I can do fast. That's what I'm built for. There we go. Perfect, what a great new body. Here, this present is for you. It's sure to warm you up. Is there any more?
That makes sense.
Okay, more of those stars. Those star coins. No, that's literally all of them. Yep, here we are. Oh, it's like basically morning now. Wow, start time. I gotta remember this one. Is this the one where it's like a totally different level? It is. Thanks, Mom. Remember to hydrate. Didn't make it. Oh, I missed something. Aw.
That's what I expected.
I guess there was. That's right, there was a different thing I was supposed to do. Oh well. What is going on? Well, maybe I should go ahead and do this. Dang it, come on. No, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Friggin' fake walls. Oh, fine, I guess I'll go around. No, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? It'd be nice if I could just get right up here. If I was a better player, I could just get that, but I'm bad. Those look cute. They're dangerous, but they look cute. I'm definitely getting this. It's so weird to see it work like that. I miss my green pipes. Give me my green pipes. Also, that is freaky. That is an abomination. I don't know why it took me so long to spin on. So long, Gay Bowser. So I can't believe they even changed the look of the key.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this.
Whoa. The basement? No way. Oh god. What would I do in a basement? Aw, that's cute. Can I talk to them again? I guess you can't. It's a shame. Gotcha. Oh, now I'm up to 20 earrings, which is nice. Freaking Eggman want painting as well. It really changed everything. I don't like these basement levels as much. I don't know why, but I don't. Oh, I know what it is about him. Oh, hello, Miss Crab. Happy birth, love you. It's so cute. Fine, I guess I will. Getting tired though. This all was pretty cool, guys. For yours. Even change that tag, man. That's insane. Can't believe that. Oh, there's another.
Well, I got the picture.
What's in here? Oh yeah, I remember. Oh, it's the angry toad who is so mean. Rude. Oh boy, is this place. There is most certainly something up there. I cheesed it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It doesn't make sense at all. Not even slightly. What else? I guess I can go up there. Oh, it's a bot. Thanks. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. At least I made up for things with an extra life. Jeez, though. Give me that extra life. Careful. Okay, let's do the thing. Stay out of the miasma. Oh, where even is that? I don't know. Oh, let's you do it again? Oh, it's in here. Oh. Oh, there you. Wait, is this the one I came from? I think it is. It is. I really got lost in here. This place isn't safe. Hey, don't tell me. Are you serious? It's totally gotta be a different one. Oh, okay, that's a different one. So many hidden ones in this one.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, oil the big crawl. I guess. Okay, with Simpson. Ha, gotcha. Yeah, extra life is good. And another one. That's the thing I already did. There is a bunch of these. Oh, it's way over there. We did it! Oh my gosh, I'm so tired.
That's what I expected.
Bully the cross. But why would you bully them? Why would you do that? Wow, they just deleted my whole ring. So cool. Why would you do that? Inappropriate. Isn't there one over here? Yes, there is. I'm gonna cheat again.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Not really. Confusing, huh? Don't delete my ring. Ow, that hurts. Oh, I'll bully the cross later. It's right, you need like 5 more. See if they still have the ghost level. That hurt. Oh, mean. Huh. What a ghost hunt, no way. Hundreds of eyes, oh no. This is definitely less spooky music than usual, oh my gosh. You have my face. Something is waiting for me? Oh my gosh. I love surprises. Nope. Gosh, I totally forgot some of the things for these levels. 100% do not remember, except there's a lot of traversing to go to and from here.
Nope.
I get so lost in here. Nope, no. Yeah, I got so lost in here. I've done these before, but I don't remember that much. Oh wait, is there literally nothing there? I don't remember it well at all. I guess this is just a dead end. Could've swore there was something to it though. Very confuzzling. Nope. I mean, this place is pretty nope. That aggressive piano. That aggressive piano is pretty nope. They scared me a lot when I was a kid. Yes, please. I think I will see you behind behind here. I know you're there. Nope. Been waiting for Boo. Jeez. Don't die here. Please. Yes.
That's what I
Way
expected.
creepier than the booze. Like, way creepier. Okay. I think I'll wrap up stream. Only got 7 people, even though I got rated. Maybe I should not, because I've only got 7 viewers. So I feel like a waste to raid someone. With only 7 viewers, it'd feel like a waste to raid someone. And no one's talking in chat, so I guess I'm just gonna go to bed. Thanks everyone for being part of my stream, though. I'll see y'all around. I mean, I hope I do. Bye bye. Love y'all.